The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Senator Danielson, Exum, Fields, Gardner, Senator Gardner,
Excused.
Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Henriksen, Huckes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston,
Excused.
Lundin, Marchman, Michelson Janae, Malika, Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Senator Winter, Senator Winter,
Senator Winter.
thank you, Senzinger, Mr. President, forgive me, Senator Gardner, Mr. President.
Here. The morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, 1 excused. We do have a quorum. Senator Baisley, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members and other folks here, please join me in our pledge to the flag of our republic. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of April 26, 2024 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Senate Services.
April 29, 2024. Correctly printed Senate Bills 224, 225, and 226. Correctly engrossed Senate Bills 64, 76, 151, 192, 206, 207, 217, SCR 2 and 3. Correctly engrossed Senate Bills 34, 75, 78, 116, 124, 129, 193, and 215. Correctly revised House Bills 1111, 1228, 1235, 1236, 1273, 1321, 1324, 1337, and 1450. Correctly revised House Bills 1117, 1176, 1231, 1319, 1329, 1345, and 1380. Correctly enrolled Senate Bills 10, 18, and 188.
Committee reports.
April 26, 2024, Committee on Transportation and Energy, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following. Senate Bill 95 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1030 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Message from the House.
April 26, 2024, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the riser of statutes. House Bills 1461, 1268, and 1453. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the riser of statutes. House Bill 1449, 1455, 1307, 1365, 1446, 1116, 1295, 1314, 1355, 1358, and 1043 amended as printed in House Journal April 25, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the riser of statutes. House Bills 1052, 1157 amended as printed in House Journal April 25, 2026. Amended on third reading as printed in House Journal April 26, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the riser of statutes. Senate Bills 1 and 64 amended as printed in House Journal April 25, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and returns herewith Senate Bill 190.
Message from the reviser.
April 26, 2024, we herewith transmit without comment House Bills 1268, 1453, and 1461. Without comment and as amended, House Bills 1043, 1052, 1116, 1157, 1295, 1307, 1314, 1358, 1365, 1446, 1449, and 1455. Without comment as amended, Senate Bills 1 and 164. Without comment as amended, House Bill 1355.
Dylan, where's Dylan? Did they ask you to be chair? All right. Dylan.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate proceed out of orders to take up third reading of bills, final passage, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it. Senate will proceed out of order for third reading of bills. Third reading of bills, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the titles of all of the bills in the consent calendar?
Senate Bill 206 by Senator Fenberg and Representatives McCluskey and Ortiz concerning the Capitol Complex Renovation Fund. Senate Bill 217 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer and Representatives Sirota and Taggart concerning the repeal and reenactment of the law enacted by Senate Bill 23-228 that created the Office of Administrative Services for Independent Agencies in the Judicial Department. SCR 2 by Senators Fenberg and Pelton B. and Representatives Bacon and Frizzell, submitting to the registered electors of the State of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning the modification of certain deadlines in connection with specified elections. House Bill 1228 by Representatives Morrow and Baisley and Senator Baisley concerning flexible scheduling options for corrections officers that result in differences in overtime pay. House Bill 1321 by Representatives Brown and Taggart and Senators Roberts and Hinrichsen concerning aligning the Colorado statutes with the National Association of Insurance Commissioners' financial model laws. House Bill 1236 by Representative Holtorf and Senators Pelton B. and Kirkmeyer concerning the creation of Women Veterans Appreciation Day. House Bill 1450 by Representatives Soper and Weissman and Senators Gonzalez and Gardner concerning the non-substantive revision of statutes in the Colorado Revised Statutes and as amended and in connection therewith, amending or repealing obsolete, imperfect, and inoperative laws to preserve the legislative intent, effect, and meaning of the law. House Bill 1111 by Representatives Martinez and Wilson and Senator Pelton B. concerning the adoption of the Cosmetology Licensure Compact and in connection therewith, making an appropriation. House Bill 1273 by Representative Parenti and Senators Hinrichsen and Pelton B. concerning the continuation of the Veterans Assistance Grant Program and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendation in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on third reading of bills, final passage, consent calendar, which include Senate Bill 206, Senate Bill 217, SCR 002, House Bill 1228, House Bill 1321, House Bill 1236, House Bill 1450, House Bill 1111, and House Bill 1273.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all of the bills in the third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 217. Thank you, sir.
Senator Van Winkle will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 217. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 24-217.
Senator Baisley will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 217. With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 206 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Bridges, Priola, Fields, Michelson, Janay, Cutter, Buckner. 206. This is Senate co-sponsors on Senate Bill 206. Simpson, Mullica, Hanson. This really is a terrific bill, if anyone's considering being a co-sponsor. With a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 217 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Priola, Hanson, with a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Concurrent Resolution 2 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Bridges, Sullivan, Priola, Exum, with a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1228 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Pelton R., Van Winkle, Pelton B., Will, with a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1321 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Priola, Kolker, with a vote of 34 ayes, 0 absent, 0 noes, 1 excused, House Bill 1236 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Bridges, Sullivan, Michelson, Janay, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Hinrichsen, Buckner, Priola, Zenzinger, Winter, Gonzalez, Exum, Mullica, Janal, Hanson, with a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1450 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Priola, with a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1111 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Bridges, Michelson, Janay, Fields, Buckner, Kolker, Smallwood, Van Winkle, Hanson, Priola, with a vote of 34 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1273 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Cutter, Michelson, Janay, Sullivan, Priola, Buckner, Mullica, Hanson, Will, Exum, Colker, Fields, Kirkmeyer, Van Winkle, Marchman, Baisley, Pelton R. Mr. Majority Leader,
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order to take up third reading of bills, final passage.
motion is for the Senate to proceed out of order to take up third reading of bills, final passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Wow. Being
The ayes have
contrary
it, and the Senate will proceed out of order. And the Majority Leader will be fined $1 for being rude.
Nice.
Whoa, whoa.
$2.
Third reading of bills, final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 64?
Senate Bill 64 by Senators Malika and Marchman and Representative Byrd concerning requiring the Judicial Department to make residential eviction-related information available to the public.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SB 64 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 64. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Smallwood, Lundin, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Will. With a vote of 25 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 64 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Priola, Colker,
Good morning. How are you today?
Buckner,
You look dapper.
Bridges,
Counselor, I'm going to stand beside you today and pretend like I could.
will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 151? Co-sponsor?
Senate Bill 151 by Senators Lundin and Roberts and Representatives Lukens and Soper concerning telecommunications security and in connection therewith requiring the Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management within the Department of Public Safety to promulgate rules related to the removal, discontinuance, or replacement of critical telecommunications infrastructure that utilizes equipment manufactured by a federally banned entity.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 151 on third reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 151. Are there any no votes? Senator Sullivan. With a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 151 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Buckner, Michelson, Janay, Bridges, Priola, Cutter, Gardner, Mullica, Exum, Hanson, Baisley, Van Winkle, Fields. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 192?
Senate Bill 192 by Senator Michelson, Janay, and Representative Soper and Snyder concerning changes to the law requiring persons in the business of selling motor vehicles to make a consumer whole if the motor vehicle fails to perform and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Michelson, Janay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 192 on third reading and final passage and ask for a favorable vote.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor, or is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 192. Are there any no votes? Senators Smallwood, Van Winkle, Baisley, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Kirkmeyer, Rich, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B. With a vote of 24 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Bill 192 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Buckner, Cutter,
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over SCR 003 to the end of the calendar. End of third reading calendar. End of the third reading calendar. End of the third reading calendar. Yes, it's a voice vote.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. SCR 24003 will be laid over to the end of the third reading calendar. Would the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1235?
House Bill 1235 by Representatives Brown and Byrd and Senators Fenberg and Zunzinger, considering measures to reduce the impact of aviation on surrounding communities and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Zinzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1235 on third reading, and I ask for your aye vote.
Any discussion? Seeing none. Oh, there is discussion. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that we're on thirds, and I know that we talked about this the other day, and the Pilots Association may be Switzerland, but in checking with Westar Aviation about modifying engines on airplanes so that they could accept unleaded gasoline, even on the smallest of trainers, which are two-seaters. Modifying those engines are no less than $25,000. Something to think about, because I'm sure another bill will probably come next year. I'm urging a no vote on this.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1235. Are there any no votes? Senators Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Pelton R, Pelton B, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Mr. Minority Leader. With a vote of 25 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, House Bill 1235 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Winter, Cutter, Bridges, Marchman, Buckner, Michelson Janae, Priola, Jaquez Lewis. Colker. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1337?
House Bill 1337 by Representatives Joda and Bacon and Senators Coleman and Exum, concerning the rights of a unit owner in a common interest community in relation to the collection of amounts owed by the unit owner to the common interest community.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1337 on third reading and final passage. Ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1337. Are there any no votes? Senators Roberts, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Rich, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Baisley, Van Winkle, Gardner, Will. Mr. Minority Leader. With a vote of 22 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, House Bill 1337 is passed. Co-sponsors. Man, I mean an amazing bill to co-sponsor. Senator Winter. Senators Sullivan, Priola, Cutter, Gonzalez, Hanson, Bridges, Marchman, Michelson Janae, Buckner, Coker. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay over House Bill 1324 until tomorrow, Tuesday, April the 30th.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1324 until tomorrow, Tuesday, April the 30th. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1324 will be laid over to tomorrow, Tuesday, April 30th. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 76?
Senate Bill 76 by Senators Van Winkle and Gonzalez and Representative Lindstedt concerning measures to address efficiency in the regulation of existing marijuana licensees.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 24-076 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 76. Are there any no votes? Senators Pelton B, Pelton R, Senator Pelton R is an aye vote. So the only no vote is Senator Pelton B. With a vote of 33 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 76 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Fields, Hanson, Buckner, Marchman, Henriksen,
That's a good point.
will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 207?
Senate Bill 207 by Senators Fenberg and Hanson and Representative Soper and Valdez concerning access to distributed energy and in connection therewith establishing requirements for the development of inclusive community solar capacity that investor-owned electric utilities must make available to utility customers, requiring the acquisition of distributed generation facilities paired with energy storage and making an appropriation.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 207 on third reading, final passage.
Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 207. Are there any no votes? Senators, Mr. Minority Leader, Gardner, Rich, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Pelton R, Pelton B. With a vote of 24 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 207 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Michelson Janae, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Priola, Buckner, Exum, Fields. Yes. Winter.
Senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted.
Senate will come back to order. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Concurrent Resolution 3?
Senate Concurrent Resolution 3 by Senator Janal and Representative Valdez, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution removing the ban on same-sex marriage.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SCR 24-003 and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Concurrent Resolution 3. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Will, Pelton R., Pelton B. With a vote of 29 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, Senate Concurrent Resolution 3 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Mullica, Coleman, Roberts, Hansen, Gonzalez, Kolker, Winter, Zenzinger, Bridges, Marchman, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Fields, Hinrichsen, Sullivan, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Danielson, Buckner. Please add the president. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate take up Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 208, Senate Bill 213, Senate Bill 205, Senate Bill 54, Senate Bill 80, Senate Bill 181, House Bill 1230, House Bill 1270, House Bill 1124, House Bill 1099, House Bill 1105, House Bill 1294, House Bill 1175, House Bill 1304, House Bill 1334, House Bill 1220, House Bill 1080, and House Bill 1346 on special orders at the hour of 11 o'clock a.m.
The motion is that the Senate take up those bills mentioned by the Majority Leader on special orders at the hour of 11 a.m. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will take up those bills on special orders. Special orders, second reading of bills. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes having the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special order, second reading of bills, and Senator Gonzalez will take the chair.
I'm laying them over now. She could have asked me. I don't know which caucus she's working.
Ready? Okay. The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for waking me up. I move to lay over Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 205, and House Bill 1230 until tomorrow, April the 30th.
130, 205, and
12:30.
12:30. The motion is to lay over Senate Bills 130 and 205 and House Bill 1230 until tomorrow, April the 30th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. That motion passes, and those bills will be laid over. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 208?
Do we have a committee report?
As a reminder, the coat rule is relaxed.
Senate Bill 208 by Senators Piola and Winter and Representatives Morrow and Rudnell concerning standardization of electric vehicle charging stations and in connection therewith establishing the Electric Vehicle Enterprise and the Electric Vehicle Enterprise Special Revenue Fund.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 208 and the Finance Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report.
Members, we made a number of amendments in finance. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a good bill that will help ensure that EV chargers around the state get the same kind of scrutiny as far as what the customer is purchasing, just as gas pumps have been for many years. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm so glad that the sponsors had said that, where they get the same discretion, because I have an amendment here that will actually speak to that.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L11 to SB 208?
L11, amend the Finance
Senator
Committee.
Pelton B.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment does is that it actually amends the Finance Committee report to strike the lines, lines 18, says stations and substitute stations, including ensuring that the amount of power advertised on the electric vehicle charging station is actually available for the customers. So what I'm asking for is just like if you go to your gas pump and you go and get 81 octane, 85 octane, 87 octane, whatever you're going to pump into your gas tank, it actually said that you're actually getting that, and the gallons that you're getting is actually right. The people come and test the gas pumps to actually do that. They come by and say, make sure that 5 gallons is 5 gallons, 10 gallons is 10 gallons, so you're not being shortchanged. It's the same way with this. If it says 125 kilowatts, you are getting 125 kilowatts at that charger. That's what this is saying. That's what I'm asking for, and I ask an aye vote on L001.
Well, it would be helpful if you move the amendment.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I move L001 to Senate Bill 208.
How about you try again, because it's not L001.
I'm sorry. I move L011 to Senate Bill 208.
There you go. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge a no vote on this amendment. We do have rulemakings and regulations within this bill that I think will cover this and is more appropriately done at the department level.
Is there further discussion on L11? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I believe this makes a lot of sense, but I'm trying to catch up to speed here. We're not amending the bill. The bill actually struck this in one of the committee amendments, I believe, and then resubstituted language, and the substituted language required that rules be promulgated establishing minimum standards as published in the National Institute of Standards and Technology Handbook number 44, as amended, related to specifications and tolerances for electric vehicle charging equipment and methods of retail sales at publicly accessible electric vehicle charging stations to promote uniformity in the marketplace. And then the good senator from Sterling, I believe, wants to add on at the end of that, including ensuring the amount of power advertised on an electric vehicle charging station is actually available to the customers. Now, to me, that fits in line exactly with what the amendment in Finance Committee was aiming to do. It falls directly in line with the paragraph that is being put forth. So I commend the good senator from Sterling for bringing this amendment. It makes 100% sense to me, and ask for an aye vote from the body.
Senator Peltonby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This isn't the only place where we do this. So where I used to work, we used to package pinto beans and rice and everything else, and we had to have the standard of weights and measures come out and make sure that if we are selling 5 pounds of beans or 20 pounds of beans or 20 pounds of rice, that we're actually selling 20 pounds of rice. It's the same way with this. If you are selling 125 kW and you are selling that to be charged at that station, it should be that exact amount, 125 kW. So this isn't the only place that we're asking to do this. This is done in many different areas. So I ask for an aye vote on L011.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and L011 certainly makes sense to me. Whenever, and I can appreciate that you're going to have someone sitting in a room writing rules, but you really need somebody out there in the field making certain that what they say they're getting, they're actually getting. Just because you're sitting around a room writing rules doesn't make there's no assurances that you're getting what those machines say you're getting. So I certainly appreciate this amendment and urge a aye vote.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion to the amendment, L11. Seeing no further discussion on L11 to SB 208, the motion before the body is the adoption of L11 to 208. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and L11 is lost. To the bill, Senator Simpson has entered the chat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had the privilege of hearing this bill a couple of times. I heard it in Transportation and Energy Committee and then in Finance Committee as well last week. And appreciate the sponsors and their efforts in this space. This is a little bit of a unique creation of an enterprise in that it's going to take out a loan from the general fund from the state taxpayers. So let me read a little bit from the bill. Under Section 2, Paragraph 3, the electric vehicle enterprise is created in the department, CDLE. The enterprise is and operates as a government-owned business within the department in order to execute its business purpose as specified in subsection 5 of this section by exercising the powers and performing the duties set forth in this section. This enterprise, the enterprise is a Type 1 entity as defined in Section 24.1.105 and exercises its powers and performs its duties and functions under the department. Very similar to, I don't know, there's probably 5, 6, or 7 enterprises being proposed and created this session. The enterprise constitutes an enterprise for purposes of Section 20 of Article 10 of the state constitution, so long as it retains the authority to issue revenue bonds and importantly receive less than 10% of its total annual revenue in grants from all Colorado state and local governments combined. So long as it constitutes an enterprise pursuant to this section, subsection 3, the enterprise is not subject to Section 20 of Article 10 of the state constitution. That's typical language we hear in every enterprise proposal creation. So what's unique in this enterprise is effective on July 1st, 2024, the state treasurer shall transfer $264,000 from the general fund, from the taxpayers, to the fund. And on July 21st of 2025, next year, the state treasurer shall transfer an additional $160,000 from the general fund to the fund for the purpose of defraying expenses incurred by the enterprise before it receives fee revenue or revenue bond proceeds. So we're going to fund it on a loan basis for the first 2 years. The enterprise may accept and expend any of the money transferred, and notwithstanding any state fiscal rule or generally accepted accounting principle that could otherwise be interpreted to require a contrary conclusion, such transfers are a loan from the department to the enterprise that must be repaid and are not a grant for purposes of Section 22D of Article 10 of the state constitution, or as defined in Section 2477-1027. Because again, if you receive more than 10% of your revenue from grants from the state, you lose your enterprise status. So this was unique, a loan, two payments over a 2-year period, 1 year at $264,000 the first year, and then $160,000 the next year. All money transferred as a loan to the enterprise is credited to the fund or to an account in the fund. Loan liabilities that are recorded in the fund but not required to be paid in the current fiscal year shall not be considered when calculating the sufficient statutory fund balance for purposes of this section. So we're going to establish this loan to the enterprise. The enterprise shall repay the loan. You will or you want to?
Senatorial 5 has been requested. Come on over.
It wasn't you.
Oh, I knew it wasn't me. But I know you worked on this hard.
We are back. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we lay over Senate Bill 208 until May 9th.
The motion before the body is to lay over Senate Bill 208 until May the 9th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is laid over. Will Mr. Hubler please read the title to Senate Bill 24-2, Assistant Majority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we lay over House Bill 1230 until tomorrow, April 30th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 213.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, it had already been laid over in the beginning. I messed up. That's okay.
All right, will you please withdraw that motion, Senator Winter?
I withdraw the motion to lay over House Bill 1230 as it's already been laid over.
Excellent. Assistant Majority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Senate Bill 213 get laid over to the end of today's calendar.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 213 until the bottom of the calendar for today in our special order second reading of bills calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill will lay over briefly. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 54?
Senate Bill 54 by Senator Michelson Janay and Representatives Brown and Mabry concerning the Diabetes Prevention and Obesity Treatment Act.
Senator Michelson Janay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 54 and the Appropriations and Health and Human Services Committee reports.
Let's start with the HHS report.
In Health and Human Services, we adopted a very slight amendment and then rejected all of the others. And I can't remember what the amendment did.
The amendment,
Is,
main amendment. Made some technical changes.
It made some technical changes that were needed. I ask for an aye vote.
thank you, Senator Michelson-Janay. We are going to stand in a brief senatorial 5 as we update the computers. Senatorial 5. Passed the HHS. No, we did not adopt the HHS report. We need to adopt the HHS report. You want me to help?
Okay. Further discussion of the Health and Human Services Committee report. Senator
Health and Human Services.
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just speak to the amendments that were rejected in the HHS committee report, because the amendments that were requested by the department in regards to this bill were some of the most shocking that I've ever seen in my time here within the state Senate. What the amendments that the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing requested were to cover treatment, lifestyle treatment, but not medications. And to be quite blunt, imagine any other healthcare condition where we'd say, have you tried eating a salad, but we're not going to actually treat your underlying cancer? That is what the department requested that the Health and Human Services Committee do, and I'm glad that we rejected those amendments. I ask for an aye vote on the report.
Any further discussion of the report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report.
In the Appropriations Committee, we move I move the Appropriations Committee report.
To the report.
In the Appropriations Committee, we basically stripped funding, and I will yield the floor for an Appropriations member.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Within the Appropriations Committee, we moved and adopted on a vote of, we moved and adopted a amendment to request that this bill be adopted within the department's existing appropriations. Why did we do that? Because the fiscal note denoted the costs associated with implementing this bill, but failed to acknowledge any potential cost savings associated with this policy, which I believe, and I think we all can understand, to be great. I ask for an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L012?
L012, amend printed bill, page 5, after line 18, insert H. A healthcare provider shall follow clinical guidelines when prescribing an FDA-approved anti-obesity medication. Read letter succeeding paragraph accordingly. Page 7.
Senator Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and sorry, Mr. Hugler. I move amendment L12.
To the amendment.
In this amendment, we answered the request of the eating disorder community to make sure that when doctors are prescribing this medicine, they follow all clinical guidelines, which would include an eating disorder review. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Smallwood.
On the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So question for the sponsor. Seems like a fairly common sense amendment, but so common sense that I wonder about its necessity. Meaning what we're saying is that a healthcare provider shall follow clinical guidelines. And I'm not a healthcare provider anymore since the incident. That's a joke for those listening online. Don't healthcare providers always need to follow clinical guidelines?
Senator Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Smallwood, or excuse me, to the great, good senator from Parker for your question. We would hope that that is the case, and we believe that that is the case, but for the purposes of eating disorder guidelines, we wanted to call this out instead of being more prescriptive.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And guidelines are just that, guidelines. They aren't mandates. So if physicians or healthcare providers want to follow the guidelines, they are perfectly, that's perfectly fine to do that. But if they're not following the guidelines, that also is okay as well. Not everybody fits into the same category.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not going to belabor the point. It just seems like, I mean, we pass a lot of bills, in this chamber regarding the healthcare side. So I guess I would just encourage my colleagues that will be here next year that as we're passing bills that require medications be covered, procedures be covered, that perhaps we use this as a template going forward to remind healthcare providers and all of the other bills that they should follow clinical guidelines, because I think this is the first time I've ever seen this. So.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L012. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill. Senator Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have been waiting for the opportunity to stand before you to talk about the Diabetes and Obesity Prevention Act. This is a bill that is an opportunity for stopping type 2 diabetes in some people. You heard me right. Stopping type 2 diabetes in some people. There is a medication that is available, and there are actually many medications that are available that help to stop obesity. And we are at a time when some people who are wealthy and have access to this medication, but our communities that are poorer or who are on Medicaid or who have insurance that don't cover obesity medications do not have access to this life-saving medication. I will be fair with you and transparent. I am on this life-saving medication because the state of Colorado covers this medication for its employees, and I hope and pray that it always will. Because let me tell you what this medication has done for me. It stopped my type 2 diabetes in its tracks. Let me clarify that a little bit more. I had an A1C level that was rising, and it was rising constantly since I came into the legislature. As we all know, working in the legislature is a very tough job, and it is not good for your health. And we choose to do it anyway. And my A1C climbed dramatically when I started in the legislature. I knew that at my next appointment, I would be declared diabetic just by tracking the way that it was going. And to be fair, once I was declared diabetic, all this medicine becomes available to me. But because the state of Colorado decided to cover this medication for its employees, I was able to get Wegovy before my A1C was high enough to be declared diabetic. And guess what happened? My A1C went to normal. I'm not even pre-diabetic anymore. Normal. I haven't seen normal I've been in the legislature for 7 years, 8 years. I haven't seen normal for that entire time, and now I am normal. I am no longer staring down the barrel of the gun of diabetes. My colleague from Denver came up here and asked the question, what other disease state do we say, you know what, try lifestyle changes and see if that cures your disease? None. There is no other disease state where we do this. We know obesity is a disease state. We know prediabetes leads to diabetes, which is a very significant disease state. And the costs of diabetes, of treating diabetes, is so much more than the cost of stopping it. And that cost is not only money. That cost is quality of life. Diabetes is an evil disease. And the things that you could lose include your eyesight, include your digits, your fingers and your toes. Both of my parents are insulin-dependent diabetics, and their quality of life is not the quality of life that I wish to lead. And I am so grateful. I can't tell you how grateful I am to the state of Colorado for covering this medication, because my life has changed. I am no longer looking at becoming an insulin-dependent diabetic as long as I can keep my insurance. And I will tell you, when my time comes to be done here in the legislature, I will only work for a company who covers this medication because my life is dependent on it. And so many people in Colorado are not having access to it. And they're not having access to it because there is a belief that this disease can be cured by lifestyle change alone, and we know it is not true. It may be true for a small handful of people, but we have the medication that can change people's lives, and we want our community to have access to it. And so I ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 54, and it's my honor to be co-prime sponsor with a good senator from Commerce City. This is an extremely important bill, if not one of the most important bills that we could pass this session. Increased weight gain is probably the greatest healthcare challenge that we have right now. It's been growing substantially since the 70s and 80s, but now it's been determined that over 2/3 of our population are labeled as obese. 20% of that population are adolescents. And I've heard it called a healthcare crisis. I do believe it's a healthcare crisis. I do believe that this bill is doing something to help this healthcare crisis and help people to get well, to have a better quality of life as they move on the continuum of life. But obesity does cause type 2 diabetes, but it also causes cardiovascular issues, heart attacks, stroke. It's equal with heart attacks and stroke. Cancer, GI tract cancer especially, chronic kidney disease, pancreatic disease, and in fact, it's been shown in numerous studies that obesity decreases life expectancy by 5 to 10 to 15 years, depending upon the study that you look at. And if it starts earlier in life, the physiological, the neurological, and all of the other endocrine issues start a lot earlier. And that's when younger people have to go see a healthcare provider, whereas if they didn't have that extra weight, they might be able to have a great life and be a little bit more active. It also affects the way one feels. If one is obese, how many times do they want to get up and speak? Do they want to go out? Do their clothes fit okay? It has a mental effect to it, a behavioral health effect. And the financial burden of obesity on healthcare right now has been estimated to be $190 billion in the United States. I think that number is kind of low. But the other factors that have contributed to this through the years are physical activity. We're in front of our computers, kids are in front of their iPads, caloric intake, the type of food we eat, and doesn't apply to this body, but sleep deprivation. Like I said, obesity is a chronic degenerative disease. It's really a metabolic syndrome. It can lead to all types of issues medically, cardiovascular, neurological, and chronic kidney disease. Those are not pleasant things to have. And that increases the cost of health care down the line. We need to stop thinking about this as how much it will cost us now, as far as the medication, but how much is it already costing us, and how much can we change the ways of treatment and change the status quo? As you've heard the good senator from Commerce City say, right now, they want you to look at lifestyle changes and changes in eating as well as exercise. Let's not stop there. Some people need help, a lot of help. This medication isn't for everybody. Some people can tolerate it, some people can't. But I think they deserve to have that chance, whether they're on Medicaid or whether they have private insurance. This is a very important drug to help people lose weight, keep it off, and save us in healthcare dollars in the future. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to commend the bill sponsors for working on this very critical disease state, which is diabetes. Absolutely, it's an epidemic. As a pharmacist, we deal with diabetic patients every single day. My issue that I wanted to speak on when it relates to Senate Bill 54 is what is happening with the cost of these drugs. This was just announced that the chair of U.S. Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions is launching an investigation into one of the companies that makes the two drugs, Ozempic and Wegovy. And the reason why is because of the exorbitant price cost of the drugs. This, colleagues, it's crazy what's happening with price gouging. Ozempic and Wegovy are the exact same ingredient, semaglutide. They do have different strengths, and they do have different doses. But why do they cost so widely? Why is their price so different? Ozempic is $969 a month in the United States. Do you know how much it is in Canada? It's $155 in Canada, and it's $59 in Germany. Wegovy, same drug, same manufacturer, is $1,349 a month in the US. That's a big difference. Why? Why is that going on? And in Germany, it's $140. In the United Kingdom, it's $92. We are going through all of this to try to get these drugs paid for when they're already paid for in other countries. But the pharma manufacturers take it out on the Americans to pay for their profit margin. Excuse me. The manufacturers, let me say that again, the manufacturers take it out on Americans to pay for their profit margin. That is unacceptable. We cannot have, if these are the life-saving drugs that we know them to be, why can't they lower the cost of these drugs? And I'm glad that the U.S. Senate is going to do an investigation on the cost of these drugs. I will also add, in the state of Connecticut, they pay for these drugs also. They are now having to restrict these drugs in their criteria for their state employees because the amount of money that it costs the state of Connecticut has ballooned past their estimate. And North Carolina just announced last week that they are going to curtail paying for these drugs because of the cost. What we need to do is get these companies to quit being so exorbitant on their prices, charge Coloradans, charge the United States, the same price that they charge other countries. That is what we need to do. Thank you.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and colleagues, thanks for giving me a minute here to talk about Senate Bill 54. Senate Bill 54 is one of the more interesting bills we've seen on the healthcare side, and for those who are in the healthcare committee, you know why. It's because and the good senator from Denver joined us as a guest star, doing a cameo appearance in Health and Human Services, which was both enlightening and inflammatory all at the same time, which was... You can't hear me? How about that? Wish I sounded like Barry White, but so the interesting thing, what you've heard here earlier today, I don't really disagree with a whole lot of it. Actually, when you hear that that there's a drug out there that does great things for people or has the potential to do great things for people, or does do great things for some people, I suppose would be the more accurate way to phrase all of this. I think is all true. They wouldn't be selling, train loads of this medication if that wasn't the case. And similarly, you've heard how expensive this medication is, which I also agree with. It's expensive, but not unlike lots of other life-saving medications that we've seen over the course of the last certainly 15 or 20 years, but maybe even longer, is very often these medications start off extremely expensive while the manufacturer gets their research and development costs back, gets their initial marketing costs back, right? There's a lot of sunk costs that go into this. So very much like how we saw Sovaldi, Harvoni start, very, very expensive as cures for Hep C, and then ultimately come down. A lot of the best HIV management, AIDS management medications started off very, very expensive and have come down tremendously in price. My prediction is, which we all know comes true only some of the time, is that this will happen also with these weight loss drugs. And what I hope doesn't happen is what we do see happen with, and I brought this up in committee, with all kinds of medications, both prescription and over-the-counter, with a lot of supplements, is that something seems amazing, and so lots and lots of people start taking it, only to find out things like, I don't know, anybody heard of Johnson & Johnson lawsuit over the course of the last year or two? Anybody hear? I mean, baby powder, right? Like what we saw with opioids, where, you know, there was something, oh, don't worry about this, we can prescribe a whole lot of these. And when it comes to weight loss medications like these, as I mentioned in committee, like I come from the generation that remembers things like Dexatrim, right? Or Metabolife. Anybody remember Metabolife? Right? These were medications and or supplements that worked extremely well. People lost a lot of weight taking Dexatrim. People lost a lot of weight taking Metabolife, including yours truly. Right? I don't know if you knew, I used to be about 2 of me. Metabolife worked great, and maybe because it was speed. Maybe that had something to do with it, right? So basically we were had TV commercials on telling people that, hey, shocker, if you take enough speed, you'll lose weight. So that's my worry with medications like this, right? These were developed to take care of a certain medical condition. They have a side effect that they appear to have a very, very potent appetite suppressant in them, and I don't know what else is going on biologically. But let's face it, none of us, I don't want to say none of us, I would wager that very, very few of us had heard the word Ozempic 6 years ago. I would wager that. I think I would probably win a fair amount of money. So that's not exactly an eternity from a pharmacological perspective, right? These are still relatively new drugs, and it's hard for me on one hand to get behind it and say, yeah, we should do an all-in push after just a few years of what appears to be market success. But I also, and this is what I told the bill sponsors, right, when the bill was dropped, was, hey, if this is something where we can prove what you are alleging, which is, yes, this is an expensive medication and costs a lot of money, but just think of all of the positive effects that we will see in society if this really does work the way that we do. We hear a lot about type 2 diabetes, right? If you can get rid of type 2 diabetes with a medication and all of those comorbidities that come along with that, I think you heard at the microphone, right? You heard about the need for amputation, loss of eyesight, right? That wasn't them inventing that. Like that stuff really does happen. And it'll kill you also. Let's not forget that part. So when you hear the sponsors say, yes, it's expensive, but it's a good investment because the healthcare system over time will recoup all that money plus some, I think that's a pretty compelling argument. So a very long and circular way of saying what I said was, show me the results of the actuarial study that we are highly encouraged here in the state of Colorado as lawmakers, as policymakers, to use, a tool that the senator from Westminster and I think, carried that bill together, if I remember correctly. I don't know if she's here. I think she and I carried that bill. The idea was, and the speech that I think I gave at this very spot was, hey, won't it be nice if we can invest a little bit of money to give lawmakers who maybe don't live and breathe in this space, to give them a little bit of information so that they can make a determination when something just like this comes up. We're asking you to invest some money, might be a little, might be a lot, but it might be okay to spend some money today if we're going to see a huge financial reward. It doesn't have to be financial. The bill was very clear with that, by the way. Financial is kind of top of mind right now because of things like the Office of Saving People Money in Healthcare. We created a whole office around the concept of saving money. But it's also, societal impacts and just you know, how do you put a price tag on well-being, right? It might not have a actual dollar figure attached to it. So the idea was that when we passed that bill, the actuarial review bill, is that not only lawmakers who don't spend a ton of time in the space, but certainly the layperson even, would be able to look and see both sides of the ledger. Say, yes, we're going to drop in this case, $40 quadrillion, or was that the fiscal note, 40 quadrillion? Yeah. Something like that. It was more digits than I'm used to seeing in a fiscal note, I know that. It looked like the budget of a small country, or in this case, maybe a medium-sized country. So when the original fiscal notes came out, we're talking like $250 million in a fiscal note. So when we see a quarter of a billion dollars, right, everybody's attention is like, oh, right, $250 million, that's like a lot. But to the sponsor's point, who cares about spending $250 million if we're going to save long-term $25 billion, right? We get a 10x return on our money. I'm okay spending $250 million if the healthcare system is going to see a $25 billion decrease over time. Actually, sounds like pretty good arithmetic to me. Which leads me to my frustration in that when we saw the actuarial report, my colleagues know this, I'm not making this up, anybody who was in committee knew this, is we clearly got one side of the ledger, this is how much it's going to cost, but we didn't, and this is my opinion probably, I don't feel like we got even an attempt at the second half of the equation, at the other side of the ledger. I would very much have liked to have seen something that says we think that there might be this much in savings or that much in savings, just with the fact that we can eliminate, you know, X amount of amputations for folks with type 2 diabetes or what have you. This amount of emergency room visits, this amount of ambulance rides, this amount of days in the hospital. I feel like you can't possibly vote on a bill like Senate Bill 54 without seeing both sides of the ledger. Anecdotally, this sounds really good to me. And the senator from Westminster probably knows this better than anybody else. We would see bill after bill after bill where people would say, yes, this costs a lot, but trust us, you're going to see a financial return. And we were like, well, show us the financial return. And they came back and said, oh, well, it's really time consuming, it's really expensive, we don't know where to start, all of this. So that's why we passed that actuarial review bill that said, here is a process, here is money that is appropriated towards this. So you don't have to worry about the money. Here is the vehicle to do this. Here's the time frames that we would give you to do this. So to see that we've gone through all of that and then to get a report back that says, this is going to be really expensive. And to figure out if it's going to save money over the long run, well, and I'm paraphrasing and maybe not being fair, but my colleagues will probably jump in and either agree or disagree. How I read the actuarial report is, for us to give you the information in the second half of the ledger, it would be really, really expensive, it's really complicated, it would take a really long time, to which, you know, I threw a fit and stamped my feet and raised my voice and said, that's why we have these. So if the answer is we need a lot more time, great. Let's take more time. Don't give me a report that doesn't give me the other side of the ledger saying we don't have time to give you the full report. Come back and say, no, to give you what we know you need, we need 3 more months. We need 3 more weeks. We need 3 more years in order to actually properly evaluate this. We can't do that report for $40,000 or whatever the number is for the report, $30,000, $40,000. We can't do that for $40,000. We would need, because it's so complex, we would need $80,000. This is like twice as hard as most other reports. Or we need $400,000 because this is 10 times as complicated. And honestly, colleagues, if that was the case, if that's what they came back with, I could live with that. I might not be doing cartwheels and be really excited about it, But I could live with that. It'd be like, wow. And we could all look at each other and go, wow, we had no idea that this was so complicated, that there were so many, comorbidities to deal with, and that this was such a big maze. So I say that because I was not the only one to share these thoughts in committee. It was shared on both sides of the aisle. Both parties said, look, this is not helpful. And I think that we were heard. And that's my point, because as you keep hearing from me in this spot, big announcement, I'm not going to be here next year. Yeah, wanted to let everybody know that. And because of that, somebody else is going to need to sort of carry the flag to say when actuarial reports come, they need to be helpful. They need to provide both sides of the ledger. And I would rather spend $100,000 of taxpayer money to get results that will benefit the taxpayer exponentially over the years than to spend $30,000 or $40,000 and get basically absolutely nothing, and that's probably being a little harsh. We did get something. It wasn't absolutely nothing, but it was half of the ledger. And having half of the ledger is like having half of a motorcycle, right? It doesn't get you very far. Because of that, I can't vote yes on Senate Bill 54, even though there's a huge part of me that thinks that this very well might work, that what you heard from the bill sponsors very well may be the case. And I want to be extremely clear when I say that, because far too often you hear me up here saying, I think you're wrong. I think you're making a mistake. I think this is how it's going to work out. That is not the case with this bill. I think very possibly this is something that could work long-term, save not only the health system as far as the commercial clients are concerned and premium payers in general, that it might actually lower premiums over time, but I would say the same about our Medicaid population. This is such a huge part of our state budget that if there is a way to go into the expenditures in Medicaid, and shouldn't say for the state, right? This is where a huge portion of your federal tax dollars go also. It's your federal tax dollars and your state tax dollars are going to support a Medicaid system. And if this does work the way that I think it potentially could, then this is something that I am all for. And I voted yes on lots of bills that, I shouldn't say lots, a few bills that raised health insurance premiums for people, that raised the cost to the Medicaid system because we had data that showed that it would save money long term. Reason why I can't support Senate Bill 54 is we don't have that today. So it would be my best guess. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's going to be all of our best guesses. Because unless you have data that you're withholding from me, all I've seen is how much it's going to cost. I haven't seen how much it's going to save yet. And I know it is going to cost money. The private insurance companies, just so you know what we're talking about, the actuarial report said this is going to cost a couple of bucks a month. It's like, okay, well, if we do this, how much is it going to cost? Is this going to bankrupt the premium payer? Is it going to triple premiums? No. The actuary said this is going to raise costs by a couple bucks a month. The insurance companies themselves said it's going to raise premiums by more like $7 to $12 per person per month. If you talk to the private insurance companies in our state, for-profit and not-for-profit. So for all of not all, for the handful of people in this room, they're like, oh, that's just a big insurance executives, fat cats making all that money and exceeding shareholder expectations. No, I'm even talking the not-for-profit insurance companies in the state have said that this is going to raise premiums by significantly more than just a couple of bucks a month. So there is a risk to this. We've seen what the fiscal note said. It's going to cost the Medicaid system, which apparently won't happen now if they're going to do it within existing appropriations, which I can't wait to see, knowing that the carriers say it's going to be more expensive. So I want to give a little tip of the hat to the sponsors for at least thinking outside the box. It's this kind of thinking that that moved things forward in the world of Hep C. It's the kind of thinking that moved things forward in the world of HIV and AIDS. These are medical conditions that used to be either incurable, fatal, or certainly cost a ton of money, and now that hasn't happened because of advances in the pharmaceutical industry. So thinking that this may be a bill like that, I think is forward-thinking, and would hope that it's something that we put on the shelf. And if for some reason this doesn't make it past the governor's office, that what the lawmakers who are here next year kind of demand is a study that actually tells us the numbers. Because doesn't matter what political party you're in, what chamber you're in, if you see hard data from specialists that say, yes, it's very, very expensive, but you're going to get a multi-fold return on your money, I think it's something we all could support. So, but for today, I'll be a no vote.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do want to thank the sponsors for coming up with this bill. I certainly waffle about whether this is a good idea. My brother suffers from diabetes. So does my sister-in-law. But these drugs are not working for them. And it has created a whole nother set of healthcare issues. My sister-in-law, I just got a call on Saturday that she just got out of the hospital after being there for 4 days, having passed out and having internal bleeding, and and she's still not recovered from this. I know that this works for a lot of people, but it seems to me that there's still a lot of risk involved. And I think I feel like the senator from Parker, it might be a great idea, but some people are not going to survive this. She's never going to be the same having taken one of those two drugs that we talked about today. Never going to be the same.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the good senator from Grand Junction, all of my thoughts. To your family as they navigate these challenges. I appreciate the conversation that we've had thus far about this policy. I appreciate the sponsors for bringing forward the bill for our consideration. And I'm also grateful to the good senator from Parker for his lengthy discussion and critique of the actuarial analysis that we received regarding this policy. I happened to be subbing in on the Healthcare Committee the day that this bill was heard. And as a layperson, as somebody who doesn't spend a lot of time in the weeds of our healthcare policy, I must admit that I was stunned. I was appalled that the actuarial analysis, a 50-page report, had about a paragraph of potential cost savings associated with it. That then carries through and is reflected on the fiscal note. That then is carried through in HGPUF's critique and concerns with this bill. And they brought forward a series of amendments that they asked the sponsors to adopt in order to get them good with the bill. What those changes would have entailed involved stripping out medication and only covering lifestyle changes. Now, apart from the other, just I don't understand how this works, is how does one prove that they have, that they would qualify? Another amendment that they sought would have involved taking a blood test to measure the level of A1C in order to then qualify. Quite frankly, I don't even know how that would work, so I'm glad that the committee did not adopt that amendment on the front end. But the second part of the question, when asking the department, in what world do we tell a person with a particular health condition other than obesity, other than diabetes, that will cover lifestyle medication, or will cover lifestyle changes, treatment, but not medication? The response from the department was, well, that would then interfere with our equity goals. And I'm sorry, what? So I went to HIGPUF's Health Equity Plan. And I quote from it now. Health equity is both an outcome and process. Health equity happens when everyone has equal opportunity to be as healthy as they can be. No one's race, ethnicity, disability, age, sexual orientation, gender identity, socioeconomic status, geography, or preferred language should negatively affect their health care. Health equity work includes removing obstacles to health care access and positive health outcomes. Now, to me, moving forward any policy that brings forward a set of options for folks who are navigating either obesity or diabetes, or often, and increasingly more commonly, both at the same time, seems like it would be right in line with advancing health equity, as far as I'm concerned. So as a layperson, will I take up the challenge from the good senator from Parker to carry forward the work to figure out whatever's going on with the Division of Insurance and how they do their actuarial analyses? Challenge accepted. I respect the nuance. But let us not say that we shouldn't also move forward this bill. I've seen the devastation that diabetes can have on families. My mom died at 53. I get it. This year marks longer that she has been gone than the time I had with her. I know that firsthand. And if there are emerging treatments, if there are emerging medications, why would we say, well, yeah, you can access it, but not if you're poor? Give folks that opportunity, advance health equity by passing this bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 54? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 54. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 54 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 80?
Senate Bill 80 by Senators Fields and Hawkins Lewis and Representative Young concerning health insurance carrier price transparency requirements.
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 80 and the accompanying Health and Human Services report.
To the HHS report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In HHS, we had 4 amendments. The biggest one is we aligned the data that was being requested by DOI. We aligned that data from the carriers with the data that they are already giving to the federal government. And we also gave more time for the carriers to comply with the data request.
Further discussion on the HHS report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the HHS committee report to Senate Bill 80. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That HHS report is adopted. To the appropriations report. Senator Fields.
Madam Chair, the appropriation report assigns the funds needed to fund Senate Bill 80. Ask for an aye vote.
Will you please move the report?
I move the appropriation report.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the appropriations report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the appropriations report to Senate Bill 80. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That report is adopted as well. To the bill. Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill will give us more transparency for consumers about their health care costs from their insurance plans. It will also create a more consumer-friendly website and database that they can access that data. So we ask for your aye vote on Senate Bill 80.
Further discussion, Senator Smallwood.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 80, colleagues, makes me absolutely crazy. Like, if you thought I wasn't already there, Senate Bill 80 makes me crazy. And this has nothing to do with the bill sponsors. This is not a personal attack or something where, and let me take a step back. I think if you were to question the proponents, let's start with the bill sponsor. If you were to question the bill sponsor, say, hey, tell me a little bit about how you thought of this idea and what was the event? What town hall meeting were you in, or what brainstorming session were you in where this came up and you were like, yeah, you know what? Here's what we need to do. We need to do X, Y, and Z. I think they would confess to you that we are carrying this bill as a body. This is not policy that we're driving forward. Would be my guess. And again, I'm not foolish enough to try to put words in anybody's mouth. But the reason why Senate Bill 80 makes me crazy is. Here we are spending another $300,000, hiring another full-time person into government that could actually be doing something productive in society. We could have a human being who we're adding as staff under this, who could actually go out and do something, bring value into the world. But instead, what we're going to do is take this person and pay them a salary and charge the taxpayers of the state of Colorado almost $300,000. And what you did not hear from this well, and what you're not going to hear from this well, is how is this going to benefit the consumer? How are you going to benefit from this as a premium payer? If you're a person on Medicare, if you're a person on Medicaid, if you have private insurance, because I vote yes on anything that says healthcare transparency, right? I am all about healthcare transparency. When it has a point. But transparency, just to use the word in a sentence, in and of itself, is valueless. For example, if we take cars, for example, if you purchase cars, would you like to know how much that car costs and what the manufacturer's suggested retail price is? I'd like to know that. Would you like to know how much you should expect to pay in gas or in electric charges if you own that vehicle for a year, for them to be transparent about things like fuel economy? I'd like to know that. I think that'd be great. Colleagues, how many of you would like to know what the unit cost on one of the 6 spark plugs in that Chevrolet Blazer that you're about to buy used from 1999? How many of you would like to know how much GM paid for that spark plug back in 1999. That's right. None of you would want to know what that costs because it doesn't matter. Therefore, you don't care and you shouldn't care because it's irrelevant. But Senator, it's transparency. We should be more transparent and show people what it costs. No. We should be transparent when we are providing information of value, like costs that you have to pay, like fuel economy. That's what people want to know. People don't want to know granular, esoteric, ridiculous facts that don't matter in their life at all. Senate Bill 80 brings forth granular, esoteric facts that nobody cares about and nobody can use when I'm speaking from the consumer's perspective. So when we're talking about, this is going to provide more price transparency for consumers. It's going to help with a website that's going to be available to all of you. Quick show of hands. And I'm asking everybody in the state of Colorado this. So everybody, for those of you listening at home, how many of you have logged on to a state of Colorado website so that you can determine how much a medical procedure is going to cost you? Quick show of hands. How many of you logged on to a state of Colorado website? Not your insurance company website, not the Medicaid website, the state of Colorado website. Nobody did. To the senator from Centennial, I am looking and not a single one, 5.9 million people, 0 hands went up with that question.
Senator Smallwood, back to the bill.
The senator from Denver's hand didn't even go up, and she's behind me. I couldn't even see that. But
Back
her
to the
hand didn't
bill.
even go up.
All right.
Because there is no practical website at the state of Colorado that we are now going to be providing all this transparency data for. That website doesn't really exist, and even if it did, colleagues, you couldn't use it, and you shouldn't use it, because it doesn't tell you information that you care about. For example, let's say you are one of the 50% of the people that I'm staring at right now who's covered under a plan with Kaiser Permanente, okay? Half the people I'm looking at right now are covered under Kaiser Permanente. If you're covered under Kaiser Permanente and you go to the state of Colorado's imaginary website and it tells you the cost for an MRI that United Healthcare contracts with at Health Images in Centennial, Colorado, costs $471 if you're getting an MRI of your femur. If I were you, I would look at that and go, well, I don't care, because I'm not with United Healthcare, so I can't go to Health Images in Centennial and get that MRI. I care about how much it costs me under my Kaiser Permanente plan when I go someplace that's covered under Kaiser Permanente. And you should care about that. But that's not going to be the information on this make-believe website. It's not going to tell you that. That if you look in the bill and see what data has to be transmitted to the state, it's simply not distilled to the point where it's usable for the consumer. So why would anybody care? And conversely, if it's going to tell you how much it costs to get that MRI at Kaiser Permanente, and it's not $471, it's $431, you're thinking to yourself, wow, that'd be great. I'd rather pay $431 than $471. But you're one of the other 50% of the people I'm staring at who are covered under Cigna. You're not covered under Kaiser. Therefore, having information about what Kaiser is charging a patient doesn't matter to you at all. Furthermore, colleagues, wouldn't you actually care about what your cost is going to be versus what the cost is? Like, let's say, for example, you're like me, where you've had a lot of medical conditions over the years, brought on primarily by the agitation unduly placed upon me by 34 other people who torment me for fun. Let's say that because of you live in that world like me, that you have already spent your deductible for this year. And you've already spent your coinsurance percentage for the year. So you've reached your out-of-pocket maximum for this year. And therefore, unbeknownst to you, that MRI is going to cost you $0 as long as you stay inside the network. It'll cost you nothing. That's the situation I'm in right now. I've met my out-of-pocket maximum for the year. That's a HIPAA violation, but if you violate your own HIPAA rights, it's perfectly acceptable. In fact, it's encouraged. So, am I going to take the time to go to a website invented at the state of Colorado that tells you, hey, if you go to Health Images in Centennial, you can get an MRI on your femur for $471? Or perhaps, colleagues, alternatively, would it be more valuable for you to go to a website from your own insurance company, novel idea, that tells you exactly which facilities are in the network that you're allowed to go to, which ones are out of the network that you're not going to be covered if you go there, and more importantly, how much are you really going to pay as the patient? The difference between the senator from Boulder County, let's say, hypothetically, who's met $0 of her deductible, I'm sure she'd like to know that this is going to cost $471, whereas I'd like to know that, oh, I've met my out-of-pocket maximum for the entire year, therefore it's going to cost me nothing. So I don't have to drive from Parker, Colorado to Westminster to get that done to save $3. I can instead go to the place that's right over by my house because I've met my out-of-pocket maximum anyways. It's free for me. Wouldn't that be more valuable to you? And colleagues, there's only one entity that has all that information, and it is your insurance company. You have an app available for you right now. I don't care if you're with United Healthcare, I don't care if you're with Kaiser, I don't care if you're with Cigna, I don't care if you're with Aetna, I don't care if you're with Blue Cross. There is an app on your phone, or that can be placed on your phone. There's a website you can go to that you can have a login that has your personal, customized, personalized information available to you at your fingertips. Right now, it's available to you. So what we're faced here with, colleagues, is a binary choice. Do we want to tell the citizens of Colorado, you've got tools provided by your health insurance company that will give you transparent, meaningful information? It's available to you right now. Let's encourage you to do that. Or would you rather take $300,000 worth of taxpayer money, place it into a toilet, flush it all down, and go to the citizens of Colorado and say, yeah, what we were going to do is create this website that you won't be able to use. It's not going to know who your insurance company is. It's not going to know who's in network. It's not going to know who's out of network. It's not going to know whether or not you met your deductible. It's not going to know whether or not you met your out-of-pocket maximum. But we think that is the right solution for the citizens of our state. Because again, as sure as I'm standing here, I would say there's not a single person who has gone to the state of Colorado transparent health care cost website to determine what any medical procedure that you might be contemplating is going to cost you. That none of you have done that, and none of you will do that in the future. And in fact, for any of you that might, in a misguided way, think you might ever want to go to a website like that, I implore you, do not do that. If that website is created, whatever you do, don't go to it, because it is not going to be personalized for you, for your plan, for what's in network, for what's out of network, for what your deductible and out-of-pocket has been met and what has not been met. So the idea of demanding this transparency, demanding this information from insurance companies, again, I am all for transparency when you can use it. Transparency of the cost of the spark plug, that the unit cost that GM paid for that spark plug back in 1999 as information for you to know right before you make that purchase of that used 1999 Chevy Blazer. Sure, is it transparency? Absolutely. Is it transparency that's worth anything at all? Absolutely not. And this is, in my opinion, what Senate Bill 80 is. So, if we want to just waste 300 grand, great, we can do that. We can waste 300 grand. If we want to take a person that could be doing something wonderful in this world, like working for, processing claims for HICPUF or for going out and helping fix our bridges or, actually contributing to society, yes, we should do that. But should we have a person, a full-time person, sitting behind a desk, compiling information that's absolutely, positively worthless and putting it into a format that is worthless to give to people in that ostensibly is supposed to help them, but in reality will actually harm them if they pay any attention to it, because it's not going to have data that is meaningful to them. I would say, let's give that person, that one FTE, a chance to actually have a life full of entertainment and joy and meaning versus taking data from Section 1 and dumping it into Section 2 that nobody's ever going to look at. And again, hope you don't look at it and would encourage a no vote on Senate Bill 80.
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to correct the record. I didn't want to give the impression this is a new website for consumers. There are two pieces to the bill. There is a consumer transparency component that's very important. But where that data is going to be stored is on carrier sites. So I wanted to make sure that I did not say that incorrectly. And the reason why this bill drives down healthcare costs is because if you have the ability to see what all healthcare costs are, what a knee replacement is happening with the cost for one carrier versus another, or if another surgical procedure, MRI, or a lab value, if one of those, if one carrier it costs a certain rate and then another, that actually helps keep costs lower, because the more we understand about cost for consumers and what they're paying for their copay, the more we can understand what those procedures cost. That actually reduces the negotiated rates. Last but not least, colleagues, this is a bipartisan issue. So the former president of our country actually issued an executive order that would actually improve price and quality transparency. Then that was built upon by Health and Human Services, Federal Health and Human Services, and now we are taking that federal data that is required here in Colorado, and we are going to make it available for Coloradans. So we're basically following the lead of where we've been heading for federal initiatives in transparency and healthcare cost, and we are translating it to make it more user-friendly for Colorado. That's what Senate Bill 80 is all about, and we ask for your aye vote.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that enthusiastic recognition.
It was enthusiastic. By all means, go on, proceed.
Thank you,
Further
Madam Chair.
comments on Senate Bill 80?
Yeah, so I just want to parrot back what I think I just heard. Is A, I need to defend the prior president, which, colleagues, I'm not going to do. But that if information is out there, that it will lower costs. If information is out there, it's going to lower costs. I guess I I don't know the basis of making an allegation like that, but I certainly don't believe it. I don't believe that if the state of Colorado finds out that Health Images is charging after discounts United Healthcare $471 for that MRI, that once that data is out there, that if you're a different insurance company with a fraction of the enrollment, meaning fraction of the clout from a market perspective, your market share is a fraction of what it is, that if tiny insurance company B goes to imaging clinic A and says, hey, I see that, you know, the organization that's bringing you all your patients, that's bringing you all your business is charging $471. You're charging us $481. And we want to get the same pricing here as a little guy that the big guy is getting. I don't like your odds. I don't like your odds of a hospital system or a group of imaging clinics or labs for that matter to say, oh, you know what, you're right. We're charging somebody else less, so we're going to go ahead and charge you less also. I mean, to use the senator's point, if that's what was happening, we'd be paying the same price for drugs in the U.S. that they're paying for in Canada or in Myanmar. That doesn't happen. That's not the way the world works. And we know that. We know that. Pricing is not equal in anything. You know, just ask a small roofing company or a small drywall company if they get the exact same materials cost as their largest competitor. We could probably draw analogies across 1,200 industries if we wanted to say market share matters when determining what the supplier charges to the distributor. It matters. So I appreciate the sponsor's enthusiasm about the possibility of that happening at some point in time. But I am 53 and 1/3 years old, and it hasn't happened so far. Like, not even a movement in that direction. Every time we pass health insurance legislation in our state, and this certainly is a piece of health insurance legislation because we're layering on more mandates onto health insurance companies, more requirements onto health insurance companies. And one thing that you can absolutely take to the bank, you might think that I exaggerate sometimes or don't stick to the point, but one thing for sure, every single time we pass a piece of health insurance legislation in this state, what happens is we have fewer people we have more people with fewer choices paying higher rates. That's the only thing that we've proven to be really, really good at when it comes to health policy in the state of Colorado, is that as sure as I'm standing here, when the rate filings come out for 2025 showing what health insurance rates are doing in the state of Colorado, there will not be new carriers and the rates will have gone up. Those are the two things that will have happened. We will not have expanded choices and we will be costing people more money. And is, like I've said with all these other topics, is Senate Bill 80 in and of itself going to bring the world of health insurance crashing down upon us? No, of course not. But here we are with one more thing, one more annoyance, one more pestering that we're doing as a state to those last few remaining insurance companies that are there torturing them a little bit more, giving them all one more reason to not want to be here. For what purpose? For what purpose? If there was a purpose, if there was a reason, I probably wouldn't be spending this much time. But Senate Bill 80 makes me crazy because it solves no problem. It brings no value to the patient. It brings no value to the customer. And for that, would ask for a no vote again on Senate Bill 80.
The motion is for the adoption of Senate Bill 80. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 80 is adopted. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 181?
Senate Bill 181 by Senators Priola and Hansen and Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Amable concerning the creation of the Colorado Alcohol Impact and Recovery Enterprise.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 181 and the Finance and Appropriations Committee reports.
Any discussion on the Finance Appropriations or Finance Committee report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Finance, we made a large amendment, reduced the amount of the fee quite substantially, as well as it made a number of other technical amendments to improve the bill. Ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of the Finance Committee report to Senate Bill 181. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Appropriations report, Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, members in Appropriations, we made a number of other amendments to the bill. Ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Priola. Oh, there is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L028?
L28, amend printed bill, page 2, lines 2 and 3, strike 2 to title 44 and substitute 83.
Senator
to title.
Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L028 to Senate Bill 181. Members, this amendment moves enterprise from revenue to behavioral health requested by the governor's office. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing Senator Smallwood.
No, it's not.
Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted. The Senate will come, the Committee of the Whole will come back to order. Further discussion on L28. Senator Van Winkle.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I just couldn't hear you. Is the Senate back?
The Committee of the Whole is back to order. We're on L28.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I may have just been out of the room. It would be good to get explanation as to why we're moving it from Department of Revenue to the Department of, is it Behavioral Health, I believe?
Senator Hansen.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. So the original version of the bill had the enterprise underneath the Department of Revenue. We'd like to move that to the Department of Behavioral Health, which is what L28 does. And the reason for that is that department has a much better understanding of sort of the treatment topography of the state, like how are these programs being brought forward by nonprofits, and we think that's a much better place to house the grant program that is one of the main purposes of the enterprise. And the same folks at the BHA are already involved with substance abuse disorder treatment and alcohol abuse disorder treatment, so we think that's a better fit than Department of Revenue.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that may very well be the case, just trying to understand how it will work. So the Department of Revenue will still be involved in the collection of the new fees. And then it will go over to, this is just the grant program, the outgoing grants will be coming from the Department of Behavioral Health. Is that how it's working? And nodding heads, yes.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that's close. I just want to be clear, this is creating an enterprise to do the grant making. So it's not the department itself, but that department would be housed underneath BHA, and we think that's a better fit for the reasons I just shared.
The motion is the adoption of L28 to Senate Bill 181. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L28 is adopted. To the bill, there is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L33?
L33, amend printed bill, page 6, after line 8.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L33 to Senate Bill 181.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, L33, very simple one. It basically just makes sure we have clarity on how products like apple wine and pear wine, so fruit-based alcoholic beverages, are treated in the bill. We work this out with the cider and apple wine industry, make sure that they're covered by the exemptions or thresholds for small manufacturers, which is part of our design in this bill, to exclude kind of the craft brewers or the craft producers on all the different categories. And so L33 just makes sure we have that correctly in the bill for cider and apple wine.
The motion, Senator Smallwood.
Hi, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So question for the sponsors on the apple wine product. So apple wine, first of all, first question, is this the first time we're defining this in statute, what apple wine is? It means alcohol beverage containing at least 0.5% of 1% alcohol and not more than 22% alcohol by volume. So this is potentially a high alcohol product compared to, let's say, wine itself, table wine. And wanted to know, under this definition, does this change as far as the volumes themselves? When we had seen the amendment in the Finance Committee that carved out the smaller distillers, smaller breweries, smaller wineries, would the same limitations then apply? And is this then being tucked in under wine or spirits? Thank you.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the good senator from Douglas County. This clarifies how cider and apple wine are treated, which was assessed in a fee in the bill, but there was no exemption for small manufacturers, wholesalers for these products like there was for other small manufacturers, requested by the cider apple wine industry.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I do suppose that raises a question then, why are we exempting out the small manufacturers? Because whether you drink, well, I guess in this case, an apple wine from a small manufacturer or from a large manufacturer, if you drink a Budweiser versus a local craft brewer, you can get drunk the exact same, whether you're drinking, no matter what's on the label of the bottle. So it's the same level of drunkenness, it's the same level of potential, and according to the bill itself, in the introduced version here in the legislative declaration, it implies that basically the problem is people have a tendency to drink too much, and so we need this bill to come in and help solve that problem. But people will be drinking too much of the local small brewers as they will the big brewers. So why exempt out the small brewers when a beer is a beer?
Senator Hansen.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm certainly happy to entertain an amendment if you'd like to bring all the small producers back into this construct. Our thought here is that we're not trying to get people to drink less. That's not what this bill is about. This bill is about paying for treatment and prevention. I want to make that very clear to everybody in the Senate. This bill is about paying for treatment and prevention. That's what is designed in this enterprise. That's what the enterprise will give grants around. And we are mirroring the small producer approach that you see in the federal excise tax approach. We think that makes sense to mirror that same construction, and L33 simply applies that to the cider category.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that raises an additional question for me, which is, so those people paying into the enterprise will be those that are drinking the large distributors, the Buds and the Coors of the world, and not those that are drinking the smaller, more craft breweries and wines and liquors. Well, actually, I'm not sure about liquor. I can ask that question later. But the smaller, more craft won't be paying into it. Will they still be eligible to receive treatment and things like that from the enterprise and from the grant program?
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm surprised not to get an answer to that, 'cause it seems rather like it's just a yes or no question. And the yes or no question I'm asking, I'll just phrase it once again, which is, those paying into the enterprises are only those that are drinking the larger, more nationwide companies, so the big beers, not the little beers, not the Caro beers. But those that drink those Caro beers and the Caro liquors and the Caro wines, the smaller, more craft, they'll still be eligible, I assume, for the treatment options, even though they're not paying into the enterprise.
The motion is that Senator Majority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much. I rise in ambivalence to Amendment 33. The idea of carving out, I like that. I'd just keep carving out and carving out and carving out and carving out until we don't have a bill left, but I don't suppose the sponsors would go that far. The question I have is, I'm trying to understand this. This is about behavioral health and support for addiction challenges associated specifically with alcohol. But this bill narrows the dollars, or the pool from which the dollars may be taxed, and I use that word intentionally because it's very clear, and we will get deeper into this as the discussion around this bill advances, that it's not a fee, because as we pick and choose who we're taxing, it becomes very, very clear to this broad industry that in fact they are not paying a fee that is associated with support of that industry. And if it is, then this particular amendment, which I don't oppose because I want to, as I said earlier, keep carving out, it simply makes clear that the bill itself is not about a fee and therefore not appropriately lodged in an enterprise, but about a tax. And I rise to speak to 33 simply because the process we're using and the offering of, and I presume the ultimate passing of 33, begs the question of, is it a tax or is it a fee, which is fundamental to the discussion we will have.
The motion is the adoption of L33 to Senate Bill 181. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L33 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L34?
L34, amend the Finance Committee report dated April 18, 2024, page 3, line 7, strike January 1,
Senator
2025.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L034 to Senate Bill 181.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment moves the general fund loan date from January 1st, 2025 to July 1st, 2024, so the enterprise can start staffing and board activities when the enterprise is scheduled to start operating. This addresses technical issues noted by the JBC analyst in the Canary sheet. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and you can stay here because it's a quick question. What is the loan from the general fund? What is the amount of the loan from the general fund?
650. 650. 1,000.
Senator Priola.
650,000.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to be clear, to start this enterprise, the general fund will have to pay $650,000. I assume that that will be reimbursed to the general fund down the line once the enterprise is up and running?
Correct. To the good senator from Douglas County, this is standard practice in the ramp up of many enterprises. Ask for an aye vote on 34.
The motion is the adoption of L34 to Senate Bill 181. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L34 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L35?
L35, amend printed bill, page 8, strike lines 2 through 5, renumber succeeding subsections accordingly, page 15, line 3, strike further.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I move L035 to Senate Bill 181.
To the amendment.
Yes, this amendment eliminates the definition of priority populations because the enterprise is moving to the BHA, which already has a definition for this in their statute. The bill will continue to require the enterprise board to further define priority populations for the purposes of distributing the enterprise funds requested by Governor's Office BHA. I ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the adoption of L35 to Senate Bill 181. All those in favor say aye.
This one's for you. Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L35 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L36?
L36, amend the Finance Committee report dated April 18, 2024, page 3, line 39, strike
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L36 to Senate Bill 181.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Members, L36 basically just adjusts the fee level so that we hit our target of $20 million as prescribed by state law to meet our current approach to enterprises and urge the adoption of L36.
The Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm not sure how many members heard that. The sponsor of the bill and also the amendment said that this simply adjusts the fees so that the targets can be hit. Now, this is the first time I'm seeing this amendment. It's the first time it's been offered publicly to anyone. And if we were to pass this amendment, it appears like it's dramatically increasing. Actually, it looks, is that doubling? No, not quite doubling. Maybe increasing by 50%. The fees in the bill. So it appears as if what this amendment does is it dramatically increases the fees that will be charged to the people of Colorado. It increases it from, well, I need to get into the bill to see what this does. Perhaps the senators from Henderson.
Senator Hansen.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I'd be happy to explain the levels that were drafted in L36. Keep in mind that the current excise tax regime in Colorado has not been adjusted since 1981. Right now, we charge 0.7 cents per can of beer, 0.7 cents per can. The fees for this enterprise would be at 0.4 cents per can of beer. So that give you a sense of the magnitude of what we're looking at with L36. Again, these were, we sort of triple checked our math to make sure that we were getting to the right level for this enterprise that's been designed to give grants at $20 million a year. And if we implement this amendment, we're going to be, again, at 0.4 cents per can of beer.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it seems as if what we're doing kind of on a broader picture here with the amendment that was just passed previously plus this amendment is we're exempting out much of the industry from being applicable to the bill, from having to pay taxes, the new fees. And then those that are remaining to pay the new fees are getting them dramatically increased. So we're going to a smaller group of people paying into the enterprise, and then that smaller group that's will be paying into the enterprise are going to be paying dramatically more than the original bill. Is that, I believe I'm getting that correct?
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out that, fundamentally, what are we trying to do here? We're trying to pay for treatment and prevention. And right now, these areas of the budget are being cross-subsidized by things like healthcare and education parts of our budget. We're spending somewhere between $250 million and $400 million a year on various treatment programs that are necessary in this area. And that is really the reason why we urgently need this enterprise, is to help start to address that need for treatment, that need for prevention programs that are being badly underfunded in our current state budget. And so, I guess you can use whatever adjectives you want, but I don't think 0.4 cents per can of beer to help people with alcohol use disorder is too high. I don't think it's exorbitant. I think it's very reasonable. It is way below what would have been required if we had just adjusted this for inflation over time. And I think this is a very reasonable approach to start to address this urgent problem. We've seen some significant reporting in the Denver Post over the last 6 months about the impacts of alcohol use disorder on the state. People dying, lives being ruined because we do not have what we need in place to help people in this area. And that's what we're trying to address with Senate Bill 181. So again, 0.4 cents per can, 0.4, not 4 cents, a tenth of that. Very reasonable approach to addressing this very important part of our treatment systems here in Colorado.
Senator Van Winkle.
Hey, Mr. Chair. So 0.4 cents is what's been repeated, but here in the amendment, it's $0.04, not 0.4 cents.
Per gallon. It's per gallon.
Oh, it's per gallon. It's not per beer. So I got mistaken when you said 0.4 cents per beer. The amendment is 0.4 cents per gallon.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the good senator from Douglas County, the current methodology taxes per gallon. A serving or a can of beer is 12 ounces. So the good senator from Denver maybe didn't make that abundantly clear, but the fact still remains that with this amendment, it would be 0.4, actually probably less than 0.4, but I'm not going to get, probably 0.357 cents per serving, which is 12 ounces. And keep in mind, in the finance, we took the fee down, thinking that we were cutting it in a sixth to comply with 117, but the fiscal note came back and said that would only bring in 12 million in revenue, so we're trying to dial the fee back in so it can do the most good to help people struggling with substance use disorders, of which 2/3 of people struggling with substance use disorders are struggling with alcohol use disorder, and this money will go directly towards alcohol use disorder recovery and so on and so forth. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Van Winkle.
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's my last question on this particular amendment, but so from the big perspective, what we're doing is we're carving out many of the smaller producers, which I'm totally in favor of, and that leaves fewer people paying into the enterprise. And because of that, I believe the bill sponsor said that we still want to hit the goals of the original piece of legislation. So I guess my question is simply, what is the ultimate goal of, it would probably be the annual income into the enterprise, is I believe when you say goal.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so creating a new enterprise, we are complying with current state law on creating a new enterprise, so that's why we set this approach. We're just following the current statutes and setting up this important new enterprise. Hopefully that answers the question.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it actually doesn't, but that's because I think I asked it in a very confusing way. What is the ultimate, I believe it said the reason we need to increase these fees using Amendment 36 here is to reach the ultimate goals of the enterprise, which makes sense. And that's very logical. It's very reasonable that when you create something, you want to know specifically what the goal is of the enterprise. And so to increase these fees to match the intended goal of the enterprise. So what is the ultimate income hoping to be, I guess is the question.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think we have done a thorough look at the state budget and found that we are spending hundreds of millions of dollars in this area. But what we're designing here is an enterprise that can fund the highest priority treatment programs and prevention programs in the state. That's why it's designed as a grant program. They'll pick the most promising of those options, the ones that have demonstrated the most success over time, and prioritize helping the most people that we can. So I don't know that I can put a number on the exact amount we might need to hit every treatment request in the state. That's probably an unknowable number. What I do know is that $20 million a year can make a massive difference in addressing the significant requirements that we're seeing in Colorado.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And that did answer my question. So it sounds like the goal, how much the enterprise hopes to bring in annually, it sounds like $20 million. Apologies for asking it in a kind of a roundabout way, but that's what I was trying to understand is what the ultimate goal is, and it sounds like it's $20 million annually into this program. Thank you.
The motion is the adoption of L36 to Senate Bill 181. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L36 is adopted. There may be an amendment to that. There is
37.
an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L37?
L37, amend the Finance Committee report dated April 18, 2024, page 6, line 12.
Senator
Strike
Priola.
10.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I move L037 to Senate Bill 181.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment was pointed out by the governor's office concerned about appointing slots on the enterprise board, so suggestions were changed to make provisions more flexible and reduce the board size. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, here we go. I have a lot more to say about this bill, but let me, because this is amendment. So here we're going to create the voting members appointed by the governor who serve at the pleasure of the governor. So the legislature has just sent a bunch of power to the governor over alcohol abuse and recovery here in Colorado. At least 3 members with experience in as many of the following areas as possible. I don't know what that means. If you only have experience in 2, does that mean that there was no one else in the entire state who had the experience as possible? I mean, what kind of language is that? I mean, with respect to the drafter, I'm sure that was what the drafter was asked to write. Alcohol use disorder prevention programs and services, including school-based prevention efforts, alcohol use disorder treatment programs and services, alcohol use disorder recovery programs and services, providing youth mental health services such as a social worker a child and adolescent psychiatrist or other professional specializing in caring for youth with expertise in youth alcohol use prevention, treatment, or recovery. That sounds like the last phrase sounds like parents of teenagers in this day and age. Impaired driving prevention and deterrence, including experience in law enforcement. At least 3 members who meet as many of the below criteria as possible. Have experienced an alcohol use disorder. Okay? Have a family member who has experienced an alcohol use disorder or fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, or represent an advocacy organization for people with mental health conditions and alcohol and related substance abuse disorders, and at least 3 members who represent the alcohol industry, including 1 member representing the venuous liquor industry. Do you know what the venuous liquor industry is? That's wine and cider, actually. Some people think cider is a malt beverage, but I've learned in all the many, many alcohol bills that I've done here that, no, venuous means from the vine, and apples come from the vine, so they're venuous. 1 member representing the spirituous liquor industry, whiskey, vodka, tequila, and 1 member representing the malt liquor industry. So we got them all. Got wine, whiskey, and beer, all appointed by the governor. Now, I went through that to read it, not because I have objections to the types of people, but I haven't seen this amendment before, and it sets up the board. Not 9 members appointed by the governor for some, and the legislative leadership and the legislative minority for others, so that we might get some differing views of this problem or some different representatives of this state. 9 to the governor. With the authority over all that money. There's a lot wrong with this bill. This will be 1 more. Vote no.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I just might make 1 recommendation on the amendment, I don't have a problem with it whatsoever. Our boards that are often too big that we pass out of here. There was one bill they're just often too big, so I actually do appreciate this. The only suggestion I would make is the very last thing. It says 3 members representing the alcohol industry. Because much of the Colorado alcohol industry has been exempted from this bill and aren't impacted by it, it should probably say representing the liquor industry who are impacted by the payment of these new fees or something like that. So it's what I don't want to see happen is that 3 members on the board from the liquor industry are 3 members from companies or the industry that's not impacted whatsoever by this bill. So further knowing that those 3 members would be advised, but besides that, have no issue with the amendment.
The motion is the adoption of L37 to Senate Bill 181. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L37 is adopted. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L038 to Senate Bill 181.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L38 to Senate Bill 181?
L38, amend the proposed floor amendment, Senate Bill 181_L.028, page 1, line 7, strike 2783-110 and substitute 2783-111. Page 2 of the amendment, line 5.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I believe I already moved L38. but now I will explain.
Not in the proper order, so if you could please move it, that'd be great,
Okay.
Senator Piola.
I move L038 to Senate Bill 181.
To the amendment.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment adds a new grant program requested by the Governor's Office to allocate 2% of the funds to provide alcohol-related health services to federally recognized tribes with jurisdictions within the state and urban Indian health clinics in the state of Colorado. I ask for an aye vote on L038.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You can keep your stuff. It's okay. It's good. There, you're safe. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, if you're not paying attention, these amendments are very, rather dramatic, actually, to this already bill that's gone through dramatic changes, especially at least in my committee, which is the Finance Committee. We went through big changes. So far, just in the last couple of amendments, we've moved the entire thing from one department of government to a different department of government. We've dramatically increased the fees on those remaining companies and those remaining consumers in Colorado that will be paying into the new enterprise. And now it appears we're creating a brand new grant program within the enterprise. And looking at the amendment here before us, it's a whole new section of statute, it's a whole new grant program. So the grant program actually probably very well-meaning, very thoughtful, and probably should be portion of it, of this enterprise that's being created. But again, it's a rather another dramatic change in what's happening here by creating a whole new grant program within this bill. Just didn't want it to pass by without anyone noticing that. It's just, we have so many amendments in this body that are, changing a reference, changing a cross-reference, changing this word to that word, or changing a comma to a semicolon, so many amendments like that. But these aren't the amendments we're getting today. The amendments we're getting today are rather dramatic, and this is yet another one to create the Colorado Tribal Alcohol Impact Grant Program. So I'm not sure if Colorado has anything like this already. It will create it in the new enterprise, the Colorado Tribal Alcohol Impact Grant Program, to begin providing grants no later than January 1st, 2026, unless adjusted by this section. The enterprise shall use approximately 2% of the money. I don't know how that 2% was determined, if that's perhaps the population of those in Colorado who are impacted by, who could be impacted by this, by the Indian tribes and tribal organizations. Maybe that's 2%, and that's how it was determined. But essentially, just want to point out to the body that this isn't a small amendment. It is a big amendment. It creates a brand new grant program. And just like all things in government, every grant program starts out at this level, will next year be this level, and the year after that will be this level. So we'll see what happens with this one, but it is a rather large change to the bill to create a brand new grant program in addition to the other grant program that is already in the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L38 to Senate Bill 181. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. L38 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, please read L39 to Senate Bill 181.
L39, amend the Finance Committee report.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move L39 to Senate Bill 181.
To the amendment.
Thank you. This was an amendment brought forward after some continued discussions with the governor's office on how to best implement the programs and target the areas that are highest priority. This would move us in the direction of creating a drinking and driving prevention and deterrence grant program, which of course is one of the main points of the overall effort here with this bill. It also allows local public health agencies to apply for those grants. And so I think this is a really great step forward in the overall approach of the enterprise, and I urge the adoption of L39.
Further discussion on L39? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not trying to be a stickler here, just seeing these amendments for the very first time. And again, they're very large amendments. This one creates yet another grant. I believe it's creating another grant program, or is it changing the current grant program into is it rename? I'm not sure if it's a brand new grant program or if it's renaming the renaming the current grant program envisioned in the bill to the Drinking and Driving Prevention and Deterrence Grant Program. And then I guess the real question is, well, two questions. One will be, is it creating a brand new grant program, just like we did with the local Indian tribes? Or is it just changing the current grant program in the bill to something new? And then the second question will be, so it's for local health departments to apply for this to the enterprise for grants, then what are the local health departments going to do with those grants?
Further discussion, Senator Hansen.
Thank you. Very happy to answer those questions from the good senator from Douglas County. So it should be clear, this is a new enterprise and therefore all new grant programs. So they're all new. What we are doing with this amendment, though, is instead of what was in the original draft of the bill, which is a harm reduction grant fund, we are now refocusing that, again, after further discussions with the folks who will ultimately be implementing this, and turning that into the Drinking and Driving Prevention and Deterrence Grant Program. That is, of course, one of the main purposes of the bill. There's kind of the two big parts of it, which is helping on the drinking and driving prevention and deterrence, and then the other part, which is helping to give grants for treatment programs for alcohol use disorder. And then to your second part of your question about local public health agencies, they will be using this for treatment. So that is the idea in L39 is to make sure that they would also be eligible to apply, because there's some incredible work being done by local public health agencies as well as nonprofits, and we wanted to make sure that they were able to apply for these funds. And so L39 puts that into the statute.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L39 to Senate Bill 181. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L39 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I just want to ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 181. It's been a long road, many years of stakeholdering and discussion and drafts, and I want to thank my co-prime sponsor from Denver, who has really worked diligently, dug in on this, looked at the facts and figures with the JBC of just how much cost-shifting alcohol has burdened the state budget. AUD is growing in this state, unfortunately, especially post-COVID, as well as other use disorders. Senate Bill 181, assuming it's signed into law, will go a long way to help improve health outcomes for Coloradans that are struggling with addiction to alcohol. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, as I said earlier, there's a lot to unpack in this bill. I think I counted 8 or 9 amendments in addition to the Finance Committee report. And, you know, people say nothing good happens in the last 2 weeks of the session, and there's a lot of truth in that. You see bills brought forward like this one, they pop 8 or 9 amendments on because those all reflect, in my view and my limited experience in this building, they reflect lack of stakeholding on the front or a need to make some adjustments at the very end, or, oh my goodness, I may not have the votes to get it by. And there's a particular tactic that's used in this building, again, in my limited experience. It's called the peel off the objectors, buy them off, so to speak, with an amendment. Seen it happen over and over again. In this bill, for where it sits now, the buy off is let the little guys out of the deal. Let the little guys out of the deal. And so then we've neutralized them, and we'll only go against the large alcohol producers, because it's only large alcohol, apparently, that's the problem. It's not small producers, it's not craft brewers, it's not craft distillers. Their alcohol apparently doesn't cause the same problems that other people's alcohol does. A lot to say about this bill. You know, this bill is about sin. This is and it's about Coloradans and Americans' relationship to sin and substance abuse and addiction. I looked at it, and my first reaction when I heard about the bill and I took a look at the bill, I said, well, if alcohol is that bad, you know what we need to do? We need to prohibit its usage. We need to prohibit its usage. It's bad stuff. And by the way, before you think that I'm making light of everything, if you have not had a family member or a close friend literally drink themselves to death, then you don't know the pain that comes from alcohol abuse. So, despite my taking some over-the-top rhetoric about this bill because of how wrong-headed, in my view, it is to deal with the problem, recognize or understand that I know, as I venture, that all 35 of us know someone, have a family member. I've had clients over the years that could not control their alcohol problem. It's an addictive substance, folks. So, here we go. We tried prohibition. Didn't work. Didn't work. It's kind of like gambling, and this is on the bill, Madam Chair. It's a similar kind of a thing. These ads come on the TV about gambling. They're selling me online sports betting or something, and down at the bottom in small letters, which I have trouble reading anymore, but I used to could read those really clearly, it has a whole number that I can call that if I have a gambling problem, I can get help, and the casino people pay a tax to take care of that. That's what this is. And I'm puzzled about why we're exempting one category of folks. And I'm further puzzled by why, well, I can't say I'm puzzled, I'm just astounded that we're going to create one more enterprise and create one more cottage industry. We ought to just give grants to families to pay for their loved one to take a 28-day inpatient program. That is, if they've decided that they want and need help, because my experience with addiction is that when someone doesn't think they have a problem and doesn't think they need help, then you can try to send them to all the programs you want, and it won't work. But we're going to set up a $20 million enterprise. I thought when I read it and I saw the sponsors, I thought, at least one of the sponsors is the enterprise king. Every ill in the world, at least in Colorado, calls for the creation of an enterprise with 9 people appointed by the governor are responsible to no one other than the governor, at whose pleasure they serve. And how do you get yourself appointed? I imagine by being an acquaintance of the governor of a particular party, and that goes back and forth, although not much in Colorado does it go back and forth. And we create this enterprise. Now, I'm going to have to read from the introduced bill, and there's probably some things I'm going to have trouble picking up here, but the bill says, be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, and you know from my discussions here before that without that line, the bill is not law. Section 1, Colorado Revised Statutes, add Article 2 to Title 44 as follows. Now, I remember we had an amendment here, 28. Let's see here. Says amend printed bill, page 2, lines 2 and 3. Oh, that's where we are. Strike 2 to Title 44 and substitute 83 to Title 27. So on the penultimate day that this bill comes to the floor of the Senate, we suddenly are going to move it from one department to a wholly different department. Now, maybe that's a good choice, maybe not. But who has time to decide intelligently? Not I. It runs on for 2 pages removing all this. So you'll just have to, as you follow along with me, kind of cross-reference, because I have a hard time standing here and doing it back and forth. L28. I mean, you all got a copy, right? Oh, maybe not. Several pages. Radically changes the bill. The short title of this Article 2, and page 2 of the bill, line 4, we strike 2, and so you're going to, when you read these things, you're going to need to read Title 27, Section Article 83, not Title 44, Article 2. The short title is the Colorado Alcohol Use Impact and Recovery Fee Act. That's not much of an acronym. In the U.S. Congress, they have people, I think, who sit around, staff people who sit around day in and day out dreaming up acronyms for bills. So this one isn't. But here we go. Your passage of the bill, you're going to be finding and declaring things, folks. You're going to be finding and declaring. And this is going to go in the CRS. This is not going to be one of those legislative declarations that's just in the session law. So you're going to find and declare. So you, all of us, the 100 of us, we're going to pronounce to the world. The world didn't know any of these things that we're going to find and declare. What didn't they know that we're going to tell them? The excessive use and related harms of alcohol contribute detrimentally to public health and impose high financial costs to the state systems for physical health, behavioral health, social services, public safety, and education. I would not have known that without this bill declaring that. Annually, an average of 2,623 deaths in Colorado are attributable to excessive alcohol use. I'm guessing that number is not correct. I don't know where that number came from. It probably came from somebody's study or something, but I'm guessing it's low. I'm guessing it's low. Colorado taxpayers spent over $5 billion as a result of excessive alcohol use in 2010. Adjusted for inflation, this is equivalent to $6.9 billion in 2023, or $2.89 per drink consumed. Now, I have to say, if that's an accurate number, $2.89 for every drink consumed, I owed somebody nearly $3 last evening before dinner. And we're not collecting nearly enough. I mean, I'm not particularly advocating, but I'm observing. I mean, one way to deal with this problem might be to let the product bear the social cost all the way around. Because prohibition doesn't work, we know that. So if we added $2.89 on top of every bottle of beer, I don't know what how many shots you get out of a fifth, but it depends on how heavy you pour them, I suppose. It'd be a lot higher, I think. In 2021, both the per capita alcohol consumption and the percentage of adults who reported binge drinking in the past 30 days in Colorado were higher than the national average. Well, I should say so. The way the economy is in Colorado, people are driven to drink. If you wanted to help with this problem, colleagues, you might do some things to make the economy more affordable. Although maybe if you have a lot of money, you have money to drink and party like it's 1976 or something. It's a conundrum, isn't it? In 2019, prosecutors in Colorado filed over 26,000 cases with at least one charge of driving under the influence. Of cases with a conviction for driving under the influence, 37% of the defendants had at least one prior arrest for driving under the influence. Yeah. No wonder it costs nearly $3 on every drink. I don't think my drink was the one that cost the money, at least not the one I had last night, because I went to bed after dinner. But when someone is served in excess and has a DUI, is in an accident that does serious death or injury. You know, I'm thinking the case for prohibition's getting a little better as I talk here. Would that it worked. In 2021, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration reported that 216 people were killed in Colorado on Colorado roads by alcohol-impaired drivers, an increase of 32% from 2019. It's a growing problem. And by the way, some of those were mixed with cannabis as well, which is something that our General Assembly has been resistant to treating like alcohol. So, and rather than having certain levels of alcohol being a per se offense, with cannabis, it's just a rebuttable presumption. So it's very hard to deal with cannabis, but it's pretty easy to deal with DUI in relative terms. Those cases have to be brought and they have to be prosecuted, as the senator from Frisco can tell us. Data from the 2021 Healthy Kids Colorado survey found that what? Over 23% of youth reported using alcohol in the previous month. So that's nearly 1 in 4, just in case you want to wrap your head around it. And when you think about it, it says 23% of youth. I suppose youth includes middle school kids, but you know that increases. So when you pick up your child or your grandchild from high school, I think you're looking at a much bigger number than that. Over 14% of youth reported binge drinking 1 or more times in the previous month. And over 53% of youth felt it would be easy to obtain alcohol if they wanted to. I don't know, it might be easier to get cannabis, but it's estimated that 1 in 20 school children in the United States have fetal alcohol spectrum disorders, which can lead to, we need to declare this, by the way. We need to put this in the declaration because you can't find it in any text anywhere, apparently. Problems with the heart, kidneys, and other organs. Behavioral health and intellectual disabilities, increased risk of developing a substance use disorder. Alcohol is the most prevalent, potentially damaging substance used by pregnant women, increasing the risk for fetal alcohol spectrum disorder and associated health impacts on infants. I'm thinking prohibition's a better idea the more I read this. The highest number of substance use treatment admissions in Colorado from 2022 and 2023 were for alcohol use disorder, with over 65% of all admissions including alcohol use disorder. And on it goes. I wonder if anybody other than me will ever read that far into that legislative declaration, or whether it'll just be flipped past. I don't know. If somebody thinks it's useful for their court case, they'll lock onto that legislative declaration and try to make something out of it. But so how are we going to combat this problem? That's what this bill's about. The creation of the Colorado Alcohol Impact and Recovery Enterprise. That's always the way that I think we ought to solve problems, he said sarcastically. Create an enterprise. You know, we might try to figure out how to change the culture. Of course, that requires a wholly different commitment from all 100 of us and all of our constituents. But here we go. As used in this article, and I think it's now Article 8, unless the context otherwise requires. In other words, unless the context otherwise requires. So lawyers love that, because if they don't like what the definition says, they say, Your Honor, if you look at this in different contexts, it doesn't apply, or it does apply, or whatever. Alcohol means fermented malt beverages or malt, vinous, or spirituous liquors, except that alcohol does not include confectionery containing alcohol within the limits prescribed by Section 25.5.410. That's those little liqueur candies that you love to get at Christmas, and you ask yourself whether it's okay to let your 10-year-old have one. Depends on whether it's bedtime or not. Behavioral Health Administration, or BHA, means the Behavioral Health Administration in the State Department of Human Services, and on it goes. $20 million we are going to produce. And yet, what have we done? I think this is in the Finance Committee report. We exempt the smaller producers. We don't exempt the smaller producers of ozone. We go after them. We don't exempt the smaller producers of almost anything. And maybe the marginal cost added on by this fee is not going to be enough to make the difference, but really, every marginal increase in price of any product results in a marginal shift of consumption to a less expensive product. It's just the way it is. So what are we going to do with all of this money? Well, you get on over here to Section 104 of what I think is now 27-83-104. Says the Colorado Alcohol Impact and Recovery Enterprise, creation, powers, and duties. The Colorado Alcohol Impact and Recovery Enterprise, let's see, CAIRE, I guess, leaving out an A for the and, I guess you could call it CARE, is created in the department. Now that's now the Department of Revenue, I think. The primary business purpose of the enterprise is to reduce and mitigate the adverse impacts of alcohol beverages manufactured or distributed in the state. Well, how would we do that? Maybe we would require the product to bear its social cost, $2.83 a drink. I mean, if people really have the courage of their convictions about this, then they ought to increase the cost by $2.83 a drink. And then we could start an entire impact fund so that everybody who's involved in a DUI where the drunk driver injures them, the victim impact fee can take care of that. You could give some of that money to the victim impact fees. So I'm kind of liking this idea. Now, I don't know whether people would drink less or not if you raised the price. I would. I would drink less, as, knock on wood, I haven't been driven to drink by my service in the General Assembly yet, and I've only got 10 more days, but there are 10 more days. So this enterprise is going to provide business-related services for alcohol and related substance abuse disorder prevention, early intervention, treatment, recovery, and harm reduction. I think that means we're going to establish a bureaucracy. And it will have a sustainable source of money to pay for the programs and services described in subsection 1A1 that are not otherwise covered by public or private insurance or another governmental program or service. Wow. Now, there's a policy choice, not one that I necessarily agree with. A sustainable source of money to pay for the programs and services described in subsection 1A1 of this section that are not otherwise covered by public or private insurance or another governmental program or service. So instead of being the principal alcohol impact and recovery program after we collect all this money, it's going to be a secondary or tertiary payer. That's really interesting to me. Because, you see, I have private insurance, private health insurance, as many of you do through a state plan. And by the way, you only, I think, have one more day to do new enrollment, but another topic for another day. And if those plans of which you are a member are paying out, and they have to pay out first, you're paying that bill. I guess that's where we get $2.83 per drink. The enterprise is and operates as a government-owned business within the department for the purposes of charging, collecting, spending money, utilizing the money collected from the fee to equitably distribute the money to support treatment, recovery, and harm reduction program services, increase the enforcement of laws prohibiting driving while under the influence. Well, that's good. You'll have more highway signs that tell you, don't drink and drive. And probably, with any luck, and I hope so, we will have more funding of overtime for officers to enforce DUI laws during the peak times of abuse. Then we finally get down to support programs that help prevent alcohol and related substance use disorders. I kind of think we should have not put that as the third thing. We probably should have put that as the first thing. This is an enterprise, all right. We have a pretty interesting relationship with sin and substance abuse and recovery and taxation here in Colorado and the United States generally. We use taxes on cannabis for education, supposedly. We use gambling revenues to prevent gambling addiction. We use alcohol revenues to prevent alcohol addiction. And the reality is the existence of the substance and psychological and social factors. I mean, alcoholism, we have a great name for it now. We call it, this is probably from DSM 5 or 6 or whatever. We have the term of art, if you will, of well, I can't find the substance use disorder. Can't call it addiction, I guess. I don't know why not. Members, this bill started out in a way that I suppose is well-intentioned. It has all the marks of we're going to collect revenue from the producers of the abused substance, and we're going to use that money, but it's far less money than the problem causes. And we're going to create a government board of 9 people who are going to have a very influential role then in how that $20 million gets spent. And I suppose in another 10 years, if you do a legislative declaration, you'll find that the numbers are not any better. The dollars are higher. And prohibition didn't work. So, I think I'll give my colleague here an opportunity to tell you about other things in the bill that may not be useful or right or helpful to deal with the problem, because it's a cultural one, it's a social one. And I think unless we change that context, we'll continue to have the problem and it will grow. Thank you.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Colorado Springs for taking us through that. It's a very important bill. It's very important and expensive bill to the people of Colorado. And to be clear, that was not a Toby Keith red Solo cup. That was a blue Solo cup filled only with water. But Madam Chair, I do have an issue with the bill that lies before us now, and the issue is, this comes from, let me put my hat on as the fiscal, the Finance Committee. Put my Finance Committee hat on, but we have 2 fiscal notes here before us, one dated April 5th, one dated April 24th, and they are dramatically different. Now, there's actually several issues with the most recent one, which is dated April 24th. That was only a couple days ago. But the one dated April 24th lists a general fund expropriation of $454,000 of general fund. In fact, today, in an amendment, we actually appropriated $650,000, so that's not reflected in the fiscal note at all. And of course, we made several big amendments here on second reading. The big amendment we made first was we moved it out of the Department of Revenue to the Department of Behavioral Health. Now, I'm not sure if the Department of Behavioral Health can do the exact same task as Department of Revenue for the exact same dollars. I assume the answer clearly would be no, because Department of Revenue has expertise in the taxation of alcohol, beer, and wine that the Department of Behavioral Health Administration doesn't have. So the grant program has been moved from Department of Revenue to Department of Health Administration. And if you read the fiscal note, it actually talks to both the Department of Revenue and Department of Health Administration and Department of Law. But in that fiscal note, it leaves out, it's talking to them essentially about a different bill than we're hearing today. We also then, after we moved much of the grant program from Department of Revenue to Behavioral Health, we then, as a body, passed 2 amendments that created not 1, but 2 additional grant programs. One to the drunken driving prevention, and another to our friends at the Indian Reservation, which, I don't know, it seems like that would advance the myth of American Indians' predisposition towards alcoholism, but it's in the bill now. And then, of course, in Finance Committee, we exempted out many of those craft brewers, craft distillers, much of the smaller companies. But then here on second reading, those that are left in the bill, we almost doubled, if I need to go back and check the numbers, but we dramatically increased the fees left for the remaining people because so many folks were taken out of paying into this enterprise. But the goal of $20 million per year annually to the enterprise remains the same, that the fees had to be increased on those remaining companies left in the enterprise, and the consumers of those beer, wine, and liquors that are left in the bill will be paying more per beer, wine, and alcoholic drink. It was stated the goal was to raise $20 million from the people of Colorado, and that's not seen here in the fiscal note. And then finally, we changed the board dramatically, which is also not seen in the fiscal note. And so, Madam Chair, what I have done here is I have asked our good secretary for this form requesting a new fiscal note, and myself, along with several of my good colleagues, have signed it. And so allow me, Madam Chair, to submit this to our secretary now. And Madam Chair, what that request has done is asked the good secretary to now move the pieces, to call the folks necessary to get us a new fiscal note, which would reflect all of the things that we have done to dramatically alter this bill, including dramatic increase in the fees, fewer people paying the fees, a new department, 2 new grant programs, and so on and so forth, which has already been described. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your patience.
We'll stand in a brief senatorial 5. We are back. Assistant Majority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we lay over Senate Bill 181, one bill, and take up HB 1270.
The motion is to lay over 181, one bill, and to take up instead House Bill 1270. All those in favor say aye. Laid over, to correct the motion, to lay over Senate Bill 181 as amended, one bill, and then thereafter to take up House Bill 1270. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will lay over Senate Bill 1811 bill. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title too, House Bill 1270?
House Bill 1270 by Representatives Woodrow and Joda and Senator Hansen concerning requirement that firearm owners maintain liability insurance and in connection therewith, requiring insurers to make coverage available in homeowners and renters insurance policies for damages resulting from accidental or unintentional discharge of a firearm.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1270 on second reading along with the SVMA committee report.
To the SVMA report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The SVMA committee made one small technical correction that we found after the bill came out of the House and urged adoption of that report.
Is there any discussion regarding the SVMA report? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the SVMA committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that committee report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members, House Bill 1270 is, I think, a very straightforward bill in the way that it approaches a very important topic in the state of Colorado, which is making sure that we've got the correct approach to liability insurance when it comes to things like accidental discharge of a firearm. This is something that, for the vast majority of gun owners, is already covered under their existing policies. But we want to make sure that folks are getting this coverage in place if they don't have it, and making sure they store their firearms in a safe way to be a follow-up to previous legislation that we did. I do want to mention we did clarify in committee that there are very clear pathways for folks to be able to demonstrate either inability to cover this financially, and we've got a procedure in place to cover those situations. But for the vast majority of gun owners, this, as I said, is typically included in their existing liability policies as homeowners, and this will help increase our safety in the state of Colorado and reduce problems with accidental discharge of firearms. And so with that, I urge the adoption of House Bill 1270.
Further discussion? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this bill is much more straightforward than our last one. That is appreciated, but no less potentially harmful for the people of Colorado, at least when it comes to the affordability for the people of Colorado. Affordability, I know for my constituents, is a top issue, and we keep now seeing bill after bill to increase the cost on the good people of Colorado, and this is another one that aims to increase the cost specific, not on the whole of Colorado, but specifically on those who would exercise their Second Amendment constitutional rights, as, of course, has been outlined over and over again by the U.S. Supreme Court and all lower courts, that is not a second-class right, it is a fundamental right, and it's treated the same as all others. Now, you don't have to pay an additional fee in order to vote in the United States of America, but for the Second Amendment in the state of Colorado, you will have to be paying an additional fee to exercise that right. That's a bit on the bill itself, but to get specific, there is actually an exemption section of the bill. It's found on the re-engrossed bill. We're not on the introduced any longer. We're on the re-engrossed version. That means it's been through the House, been in-house already here in the Senate. And what the bill does on page 5 is it actually does have a section that exempts certain people from the regulations found within the bill. And currently exempted from this piece of legislation is any person who is a federal firearm licensee, any person who holds a valid order issued pursuant to Section 8 of the subsection declaring the person is excused from the requirement to maintain the insurance coverage, and that's a subsection that we can get into later, but it does exempt certain people from it. And then C, the third and final, is a person who has filed a petition with the court for an order declaring that the person is excused pursuant to this subsection of this section, if the petition shows on its face that the person is eligible to be issued an order until the court makes a determination of that petition. So those are folks that are exempted, and I have an additional list here of folks that I think should be thoughtfully and duly exempted from the bill, and that takes the form of this amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L16 to 1270?
L16 amendment.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what this does is it
Please move the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very wise. I move L016.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so what L016 does is it expands this list. I just explained who already is exempted in the bill, and this expands upon that. It would add a section D, E, F, G, H, I, and J. And it would expand those exemptions to any person who holds a valid permit to carry a concealed handgun pursuant to Part 2 of this article. Now, we just had a bill pertain exactly to that passed out of this chamber last week. What that bill did is it raises their threshold, it raises the standards for a person to achieve the ability to get their concealed handgun. So those people that have gone through the higher threshold to receive that concealed handgun permit, they would be exempt from this. And then a peace officer certified by the Peace Officer Standings and Training Board. So our law enforcement, you're a Denver sheriff, you're a Douglas County sheriff officer, you're a police officer, you would be exempt from having to get additional. It's actually a little known fact for most police officers, such as those in my family, that they have to pay for their own firearm. That's not a piece of property owned by the city and county of Denver. That is a piece of property owned by the individual law enforcement officer. They work very hard to keep up their standards. They work very hard to make sure that they are constantly up to date when it comes to things like their aim and things like that. So that would allow a peace officer, certified peace officer, that's not retired, it's just active police officers, to be exempt from this bill. It also would exempt out a person who is an active member of the United States Armed Forces or the United States Colorado National Guard. So that's, again, that's not retired, it's just if you're an active duty member of the military, you would be exempt. And then a person who holds a valid resident or out-of-state hunting license. So you've already gone through the steps of getting your license. It's presumed that if you are a hunter in the state of Colorado, you probably have a firearm and would be using the firearm for those purposes, which, of course, would be exempt under this amendment. And then it goes into a few additional things. We want to make sure that if someone's been convicted of a crime of violence, things like that, that they wouldn't be included in this. And then a person that does not have a documented history of mental health disorder, behavioral health disorder. We're just being a little extra safe here, that making sure. Now, if someone were to have a conviction of a crime of violence, or they do have a history of mental health, of course, when they go to purchase their firearm, that would show up in either the FBI or the Colorado database, and they would be exempted. They would not be allowed to purchase that firearm or carry it, because once again, going back to the very first point here, which is concealed handgun permit holder, if it doesn't matter when the concealed carry permit was issued or when it expires, if you fall into one of those categories as in a mental health disorder, behavioral health disorder, or you've been convicted of a violent crime, you lose, the local sheriff of your county would remove your concealed carry permit, and so you would lose it at that time. And then finally, a person who has completed a firearm safety course, that also goes back to the bill that we just had last week. We've set standards for those courses. The instructors have to be certified by the state of Colorado, have to be approved by the state of Colorado, well, actually by their local sheriff, I believe it is. So these are not just willy-nilly online courses or anything. It's been put into, it will be put into statute exactly what those courses entail, and they are very detailed, and even have thresholds as to how many rounds you must prove yourself by shooting in a live fire and things like that. So with that thorough description of this amendment before us to exempt out these folks from having to purchase additional insurance in order to carry out their constitutional rights, I would ask for a yes vote on the amendment, which is L016.
Senator Hansen.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, and members would ask for a no vote on L016. This is an incredibly broad amendment. Subsection J, any person who's completed a firearm safety course, that is a massive loophole that would be created with L016. Very happy to discuss some of these other pieces that are being suggested here. I think some of them might even be friendly amendments, but L016 as drafted would basically make the bill non-functional. I think the idea here is that we have liability insurance in place for gun owners to cover situations like accidental discharge of the firearm. Again, most homeowners already have this covered in their policies. This is not a big change. It just is trying to improve safety and making sure that we've got insurance matching certain risks. But L016 as drafted, way too broad, ask for a no vote.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I come up in strong support of L016, and I do want to address the Part J of this, where it says a person who has completed a firearm safety course. Anyone in the state of Colorado that hunts has to have a hunter safety card, firearm safety card, if they were born after January 1st of 1949. And we talk about safe storage. We've talked about that bill before many, many times last year, about safe storage and safe handling of firearms. People that have completed the firearm safety course go all through the firearm safety storage, all of that. Safe handling of firearms, you know, there's the 10 commandments of firearm safety. Part of that is storage. So I think this amendment fits really well with that, along with the peace officers. And I can tell you, not all peace officers are firearm safety qualified. They haven't completed a firearm safety course. So Part J of this, where it says a person has to have that firearm safety course, I agree with 100%. I can also tell you that I taught those courses for over 40 years, and I can tell you that the people that I taught know about safe firearm handling, and they know about safe storage of ammunition. They know about safe storage of firearms. And so I think this amendment really fits, and I'll be back to talk about the liability part, so thank you.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I want to speak in support of this amendment. It seems very reasonable that within the requirement to carry insurance, there's certainly quite a measure of folks who would not need to have such protections for liability through their insurance. Those who have a valid permit to carry concealed, these are folks who have taken the training. They practice their concealed carry right, and these are careful folks. And certainly peace officers who carry openly, pardon me, and are certified and on whom we rely, these are not folks that ought to be required to carry that insurance and incur that personal cost. Likewise, our armed forces, members of the United States Armed Forces, members of the National Guard, these are folks who also have extensive training and know how to handle a weapon, handle it properly, handle it responsibly. Liability is just very, very small, and no requirement for holding insurance makes any sense. A valid resident out-of-state hunting license, as was described by the good senator from Newcastle earlier, these folks, that is a special slice of our society here. Those who hunt and to do so responsibly, they're the ones who really take care of their weapons seriously, of their firearms seriously, and we can probably trust them more than everybody else on the list here. But this does account for folks who have been convicted of a violent crime, or those who suffer mental health disorders. They're exempt from this amendment. So This makes a lot of sense, and I would urge a yes vote on L16.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just wanted to reiterate a little bit about the, in the amendment L016, about the person who holds a valid resident or out-of-state hunting license. As I stated before, anyone that hunts in this state has to have a completed firearm safety course if they were born after January 1st of 49. So actually, G and J portions of this amendment make all kinds of sense. So the person that holds that valid license, they don't have the license, and the license is not issued to them unless they show proof of firearm safety course. So G and J go together really well in this amendment, and I strongly support it.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 16. Amendment 16, as you look at your bill, would drop in the section where we're making exceptions. It is Section 6 of the bill, not Section 6 of the bill, sub 6. This section does not apply to, it says, a federal firearms licensee, a person who holds a valid order issued pursuant to subsection 8 of this section, declaring that that person is excused from the requirement to maintain the insurance coverage. In that section, when you drop down below and look into it, has to do with indigency, somebody who can't afford it. I would say that might be vague. Pretty much anybody could say, yeah, I've checked, I've gotten quotes, and I can't afford. And then it goes on in sub C, it defines a person who is filed with the court for an order declaring to be excused. This amendment would drop in then D, E, F, G, H, I, J, additional exceptions. And we're kind of talking about what those exceptions may be. The exception that Amendment 6 offers up that I think might be the most likely to be received is a peace officer certified by the Peace Officers Standards and Training Board. I think we are developing universal support of that as we debate this bill and amend this bill. I, of course, would argue that the item in Amendment 16 just above that, item D, is a person who holds a valid permit to carry a concealed handgun issued pursuant to Part 2 of this Article 12. And my experience with regard to the permit to carry a concealed handgun is a very high bar. It required a significant amount of proficiency, understanding of the law, understanding of how to handle the weapon, circumstances under which you would use the weapon, and it bumped up against things like this, what this bill is about, and that is liability coverage. Are you appropriately insured for this? And so, in my experience, my ability to get a concealed carry permit got me across a threshold that is higher than what this bill would require, and in that, I would argue, obviates the need for the bill itself. And so we just get rid of the bill altogether. But since we're not getting rid of the bill altogether, let's continue to identify people that should be excluded from the bill, and a person holding a valid permit to carry a concealed handgun would be one of those people. Another individual that I would argue on behalf of, even though they do not necessarily, not all, some might, specifically military police, of course, would. They do not necessarily carry a duty weapon, but I believe that a person who's an active member of the United States Armed Forces or the Colorado National Guard has crossed a threshold of responsibility with regard to the handling of the weapon and so forth that would obviate the need for them to be scooped up into this requirement, this bill as well. As kind of a nod of a tip of the hat, if you will, to an incredibly important part of the culture of Colorado, and quite frankly, to state revenues and local community revenues, especially in the rural communities, is a person who holds a valid resident or out-of-state hunting license. A lot of our rural communities absolutely rely on the engagement of hunters, specifically non-resident hunters that pay a higher fee to come in and hunt the beautiful game and walk the beautiful woods and backcountry of Colorado. I think that exempting them is a good thing for the world of tourism and hunting, that we ought to consider that as well. As you travel, if you get out on the roads of Colorado at all, late August, September certainly, October obviously, into November, you see bright collision orange, hunter orange signs throughout the smaller communities that say, "Hunters, welcome." Well, I think this amendment, Amendment 16, says, probably not in that fluorescent hunter orange, but it could say, if we accepted Amendment 16, "Hunters, welcome." And that's exactly what we should do, and is another argument on behalf of Amendment 16. And then sub-item A, or I here, says a person who does not have a documented history of mental health disorder or behavioral health disorder, including a substance use disorder. I'd say this is, we're creating categories of exemption. This is someone who said, "I'm stable, I'm a dependent and dependable member of the community, and therefore I should be exempted." And so we offer this up as well. But the best answer, and the bill sponsor thinks it's too broad, I don't think that when you are in fact saying to someone you have a constitutionally guaranteed right, and we're going to create some thresholds and impediments for you to access your right, that when we find ways to make that impediment to an individual's right smaller, we should make it smaller in every chance we possibly could. And item J of Amendment 16 would do exactly that. It's a person who has completed a firearms safety course. So this is somebody who has demonstrated a basic responsibility and basic capacity around this issue, and which is ultimately the insurance is for an accidental discharge. Part of, and it does happen, unfortunately, but part of what this bill is all about is ensuring against a liability result coming from that accidental discharge. My argument is that a person who has completed a firearms safety course is going to have a much lower possibility of an accidental discharge than somebody who hasn't had that level of training. So, page 5 of your bill, it's already got 3 exemptions. We're asking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more. I'm confident, based on conversations I've had within the past hour, I would say, that we'll get at least one of those, but I would argue for all 7 of those and urge your support of Amendment L16 to House Bill 1270. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of L16 to 1270. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L16 is lost. The motion before the body is the adoption of. I will invite folks, if you'd like to speak to the bill, to be ready and in the well. Senator Will.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize, I thought I was in line. So I've looked this bill 1270 over pretty close. And, I've researched quite a bit of it too. And, it's talked about homeowners insurance and your homeowners insurance covering this liability. I can tell you that my homeowners insurance covers the value of my firearms if they're stolen, but it doesn't cover the liability if there was an accidental discharge on one of them. But if it's, I have all my firearms. I don't share that with the insurance company, but they're all videoed, they're all photographed, and I can prove the value of each and every one of them in case there's one stolen or lost in a flood or whatever. But the most insurance companies don't cover this. I had and if you think so, you might want to check your policy. Talk to your insurance agent about accidental or unintended discharge of a firearm on your property. You better check your insurance and make sure, because I know mine doesn't. You know, I think most agents that I know of don't, and this bill is going to require insurance agents to do that. Who knows what the cost of that's going to be? And then I don't know what the premiums will be, and I'm sure that it depends on how many firearms you have on your property. Maybe you have one, maybe you have 100. But I'm sure it's not just a blanket policy that it's the same charge for if you have 100 guns or one gun. So there's all kinds of things that are going to be played out in this bill. You know, I don't think gun control measures, you know, that they're sold to our voters as the only solution to enhancing gun safety, and history teaches us that that's really not the case. But regardless of any political promises, or, you know, an armed society is not armed society is a polite society. But the main reason, I think 72% of firearm owners in this state, and probably nationwide, about 72% of them have firearms for self-defense. That's why they have the firearm. Myself, I have firearms for that, but also most of them are sporting firearms for hunting and those type of things, that enjoying the outdoors in Colorado. But we've seen what happens in other countries when you take away the guns, and this is a deal where I see this bill as, you know, law-abiding citizens. We're not going after a criminal here. These are law-abiding citizens, and my colleagues here that have firearms, I mean, we're not the problem. And this kind of bill goes after those law-abiding citizens that aren't criminals. Trust me, criminals aren't going to be acquiring liability insurance for their firearms, and likely the criminals didn't acquire their firearms the same way that we do. Might be he was stolen or bought off the street or whatever. They're not down to federal firearms license dealers and getting the background checks and everything that us law-abiding Colorado citizens that love and own our firearms, they're acquiring them in a different manner. So I see this bill doing absolutely nothing. I think it's, you know, that we have all these unlawful entries into homes, into vehicles. We were just talking last week about the safe storage in a vehicle. The people that own these guns and that you're requiring to have this liability on, they're not the ones out there breaking into vehicles and getting those guns, or they're not breaking into homes to get those guns. You know, we're pointing the finger at the wrong place. These are law-abiding Colorado citizens that own these firearms, and we need to be going after the criminal part of this, not the law-abiding citizens. And I'll speak a little bit more a little bit later about some of the liabilities. So, thank you.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm disappointed in the previous amendment not passing, but I do have another one here, and I will submit it with little discussion.
There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L19 to 1270?
L19, amendment in Gross Bill, page
Senator
5.
Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L19 to Senate Bill 1270.
House Bill 1270, yes.
House Bill 1270.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what this does is, remember the previous amendment I ran, it actually listed out 7 different groups that would be exempt from the bill. That may have been trying a bit much in one effort, so I now move Amendment L19, which limits it specifically as exemption from the bill. Peace officers, those would be police officers and sheriffs who are required as part of their job to carry their firearm and then store it at their home at night. That covers pretty much every law enforcement officer in Colorado and beyond just sheriffs and police officers to any law enforcement peace officer who is required as part of their job to carry that firearm on their side as part of their duties. So I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Further discussion, Senator Hansen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and very glad we could get L19 put together with some conversation that was spurred by the previous amendment. Definitely see this as a friendly amendment. We've been discussing this with the Chiefs Association. My understanding is that they will move to support with this amendment, so that's really great news. This has been an ongoing conversation for the past week, and I'm really glad to be able to support L019.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the... Is there further discussion on L19? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of L19 to House Bill 1270. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. That amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was not in committee, and so I just had a few questions about the insurance that some people from my district were concerned about. And I looked through the bill. I didn't locate it anywhere. What the expected cost would be for any citizen that might be required to purchase the insurance, and hopefully the sponsor will respond to these questions. I didn't know if anyone talked to how the premiums would be determined, whether it will be determined based on who the person is, or will it be a flat rate regarding someone's circumstances? And do the sponsors have any idea of the amount of monetary burden they are trying to place on the public? And that would be, you know, law-abiding citizens, because I'm pretty sure the criminals aren't going to purchase the insurance. But if you could tell me what the expected cost would be to a citizen for the purchase of this insurance, that would be great.
Senator Hansen.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. As I stated in my opening statements, the vast majority of gun owners in the state already have this covered under their home owner's policy or their renter's policy. For the folks that would need to add this, it is $10 a month on average. I certainly can't speak for every situation, but relatively low-cost coverage. And I just want to remind everyone in the room, why is this needed in the first place? Well, because this relatively low-cost coverage means that there's less public expense when there's an accident. And that's the whole idea. Why do we want to underfund other parts of the budget by having the public cover the cleanup costs for accidental discharge or accidents that happen? And that's really the point of this bill. So hopefully I've answered your question directly and also given you kind of that larger context for why this is important for the state of Colorado.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for clarification, because I think in a homeowners association or a homeowners insurance policy, it's based on the value of the firearm. I don't think that right now it's based on anything else. So I was hoping if there was any conversation during the committee, or if you know what the expected cost would be, not because of the value, but you know, to have this insurance because they actually have a gun.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, I spoke earlier about my particular policy, and it's about the value and the replacement if they're stolen or lost in a fire or a flood or whatever. So one of my constituents actually emailed me about his liability insurance for gun liability, and this is from his carrier that says that he can't speak about anything that hasn't been placed into law yet. But if Colorado were to make changes that influence gun liability insurance, which is the bill we're talking about, our carriers would provide additional information to the next steps required for your policy, right? And as of now, gun liability insurance is not something that's offered through your policy. This is talking to my constituent. He has insurance on his guns, but not liability insurance. It's not something that's offered through your policy. Only an option to insure firearms at their appraised or purchased value, which is the same policy I have. So, and that no additional information has been provided yet for these potential updates, but we'll keep an eye on it as this legislation either moves forward or doesn't. So, I just wanted to say that was from one of my constituents. Thank you.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just wanted to in the great words of our minority leader, redirect here a little bit. I just want to make sure everyone's cognizant of the difference between liability insurance and risk insurance, and property value insurance, or if a theft happens. Right, so the insurance that I believe the good senator from Grand Junction was talking about is if somebody steals your gun, like if they steal your TV or they steal your jewelry, you're covering that under your homeowner's policy for theft. What we're talking about here is liability of an accident. So very different parts of your policy. Think of this more like the insurance you would need at your house. If you had different features in your house, of course, there'd be different risks involved. And that's really what we're trying to make sure is covered here under liability for that risk. This does not have any impact at all on insuring, say, a very valuable antique firearm that is appraised at $10,000 or something, right? You're going to want insurance on that, just like you would your diamond necklace or any other valuable thing in your house. Just want to make sure we're talking about the right thing here. This does not have anything to do with property value.
I kind of want to make a joke about my husband's sneaker collection, but I'll refrain. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I heard the bill in State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, and the way it was described was that this would be like auto insurance. Now, how many times have we been told all our lives since we were teenagers looking forward to driving one day that driving is a privilege and not a right? So I just wanted to object here at the well to the notion that this is akin to requiring auto insurance to drive on public roads, public access roads, because that is not a right, that is a privilege, as is oft repeated. But this is a requirement towards a right that we have in both the United States Constitution and the State of Colorado Constitution that we are all obligated through our oath to uphold. So I see this kind of a requirement of cost personally in order to exercise our constitutional right as closer to a poll tax than could be compared to auto insurance. And I'll also remind that while the cost could be caught up in the more general cost of homeowners insurance, if one is found to not have the firearm coverage through insurance, then their first penalty would be a minimum $500, and second violation would be for $1,000. So aside from having a monthly fee that's going to add up to you in order to maintain your constitutional rights at the state and U.S. level, if you're caught without it, you are fined for not maintaining that insurance. So, at any rate, I strongly urge a no vote on 1270.
Senator Will, followed by Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this kind of dovetail in what the good senator from Woodland Park just stated about the fine. But we're talking about if you go to page 4 of this bill, but when we're talking about the require a resident in Colorado who owns a firearm to obtain a new insurance policy, hit the person maintains in full force and effect a policy that complies with requirements. So then down under a violation under 5A, a violation of this subsection of this section is a civil infraction punishable by a fine as described in this subsection, but upon a first conviction for a violation of this section, the court shall impose a minimum $500 fine. And I spoke before, these are our law-abiding citizens that are going to try to find insurance or get their policy holders to give them insurance for this liability or this risk. And, you know, we're not talking about criminals, we're talking about our law-abiding good citizens of Colorado. So with that, I would like to offer an amendment, Madam Chair.
There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read L17 to 1270?
L17, amend re-engross bill, page 4, line 25, strike $500 and substitute $100.
Senator Will.
And thank you, Madam Chair. So what this amendment does, it's, well, let me move Amendment L017.
There you go. Proceed.
Thank you. So what this amendment does is on page 4, line 25, and it strikes the $500 fine and substitutes a $100 fine. I think that $500 is pretty hard. That's a pretty hard hit for somebody. You know, we're talking about other aspects of the bill where if you can't afford the liability insurance, and that's an exemption within the bill, and we're going to let people that can't afford that liability insurance to skate. But if they have a violation, we're going to ding them with $500 the first time and $1,000 the second. So what this amendment does is just, I think, align it a little more for what maybe the crime or the penalty fits the crime a little better than dinging somebody $500 for that. So I would ask for a favorable vote on L017, going from a $500 fine to a $100 fine.
Further discussion on L17. Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And members, I would ask for a no vote on L17. We actually thoroughly covered this idea of what happens if you do not have the means to get this coverage. And there's a very clear process for somebody to go through if they don't have the financial resources. Then all they have to do is make that claim, and the requirement is waived. So I think this is the wrong direction. If you think about not having insurance for other risks, we have very similar sort of fine structure in place. And so I would ask for a no vote on L17.
Further discussion. Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That begs the question, though, if you can't afford the $500 fine, can you petition the court? Same as the rest of the bill. I mean, this makes no sense to me. I think it's, let's make the crime, and the fine fit the crime. So $500 for making that mistake is outlandish.
Further discussion. Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much. I rise in support of the amendment. I want to remind everybody we're talking about a constitutional right here. We're putting impediments in between people and a constitutional right. We're saying you've got to get 2 insurance quotes, and if you can't afford that, then you got to submit to the court. And then if you don't follow that pathway but find yourselves crossways with the law, that you've got a $500 fine. So I just struggle with this concept that we're getting in between people and a constitutional right in our effort to try and micromanage society in a way that we could never successfully do. I urge support of the amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Senator Hansen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'd also want to point my colleagues to the parts of the bill that establish an affirmative defense on affordability. This is a really straightforward process with the courts. If there is an incident and there's no coverage involved, the courts can look at the financial situation of the defendant, just like we do in lots of other situations in front of the court. But I think having a fine that is similar to other places where we have people that don't have proper liability insurance makes sense. That's why we went with this approach. And we've got adequate mechanisms already built into the bill if someone is unable to afford that fine, just like we have similar processes for other types of criminal or civil fines. So I think this is unnecessary amendment, and I again urge a no vote on L17.
Further discussion on Amendment 17? Yes, Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the senator from Denver bringing up the affirmative defense. And now, as you've heard me say a few times from this spot, we're dealing with Title 18, which is not my favorite title when it comes to those statute books. I mean, I know certain parts of Title 18 really well. There are other parts of Title 18 that I struggle a little more with, but yeah, no, I don't. I have a copy. I brought it here. So I think, so if we take the bill sponsor's comments to heart and we look at the re-engrossed bill, by the way, I'm rising in support of the amendment, because the affirmative defense, as I read it, and I'm happy to listen to clarification, is not only that a person is indigent. There's caveats to that. So as I'm looking at page 5, line 17, it is an affirmative defense to a violation of subsection 1 of this section that the person, now I'm on line 19, A1, was denied the insurance coverage required pursuant to subsection 1 of this section by 2 or more insurers, or is indigent, and we'll talk a little bit about the definition of indigent, because the bill sponsor makes it sound like, oh, you just say you're indigent. And when you're indigent, then you're indigent, and game over. Then you're free and clear. It ain't that easy. It's not that easy. Would love to have anybody who's had experience through that determination come up and tell us exactly how somebody goes to the court and have themselves determined to be indigent. We'll talk about that. But in addition to being indigent, so now I'm on subsection, on line 22, number 2, is indigent and has applied for and been offered the coverage required pursuant to subsection 1 of this section, but cannot afford the coverage, which is subjective. And now we go into the ands. And is likely to behave prudently and safely in the storage, carrying, and use of a firearm. So you tell me, colleagues, am I likely to behave prudently and safely in the storage, carrying, and use of a firearm? Do you believe that I am likely to behave that way? Because my guess is some of you think that I'm likely, and some of you perhaps think that I'm unlikely. So who is making the likely or unlikely determination? Because again, being indigent in and of itself does not qualify for the affirmative defense as I see it. It's being indigent and being likely by the spirits must determine that one is likely to behave prudently and safely in the storage, carrying, and use of a firearm. But that's not it. But wait, there's more. And possesses a gun safe or other secure container to store the firearm in the person's home. So this is where I get so confused with this assertion that, oh, if somebody is fallen on hard times, they don't need to worry because they'll be deemed indigent. And now we don't have to worry about House Bill 1270 anymore. And that's where I think we're missing out. It's either I'm not reading the bill correctly or we're hearing half the story of the bill. That's how I see it. Because the way I'm reading the bill directly from the re-engrossed version is that in addition to being deemed indigent by the courts, that's step one. Now you have two ands afterwards. So the court has deemed that you're indigent, which isn't easy, And if that happens, then we move on to step 2. It's not an or, it's an and. So you're deemed indigent. Now, the spirit world has to determine that you're likely to behave prudently and safely. I don't see where it says who determines that. Do the courts determine whether or not a person is likely to behave prudently? And let's say that happens. So you go through the courts, you go through a 24-page document, by the way, to determine whether or not you're indigent. I think that part might have inadvertently gotten left out, that there's a 24-page document that determines whether or not you're indigent in this state. So you somehow are able to get in front of the court. You go through the 24-page document that determines whether or not you get your score to determine whether or not you are indigent enough according to the court. Then we move on to step 2. Okay, this person's indigent. Now, somebody is making the determination whether or not this is a human being that is likely to behave prudently. Who's making that determination, colleagues? What if you have a prior conviction for domestic violence? Are you likely to behave prudently and safely with the storage, carrying, and use of a firearm? What if you got relief from civil disabilities from that conviction? Then are you more likely, less likely? What if the conviction wasn't a conviction of violence? What if you have a DUI offense? Is a person with a DUI offense likely or unlikely to behave prudently? I don't know, it's a pretty big question as far as I'm concerned. What if there's outstanding parking tickets? Okay, so it's not a DUI, but you've got 3 outstanding parking tickets. Does that sound like a person to you that's likely to behave prudently? I could argue that someone who behaves prudently pays their parking tickets. But if the court says you haven't paid those 3 parking tickets, I think that court could just as easily make the argument that you're a person that doesn't behave prudently. Because there's an expectation in society that we pay our parking tickets. So, and let's not forget, that's step 1. So you're indigent, you've moved on to step 1, and let's say you cleared that hurdle, even with your 3 parking tickets. Now we move on to 2. Now you have to, I didn't hear the sponsors talk about this part, you have to possess a gun safe. How many homeless people have gun safes? Persons experiencing houselessness, they carry a gun safe around? Mine weighs about 600 pounds. That'd be really unfortunate to have that requirement on the unhoused in our state, to say, yes, you're indigent, congratulations. You can check that box. And not only are you indigent, but we have deemed you to be a person that is likely to behave prudently. Check the box there. Now, we have the expectation that you possess a gun safe. You don't even possess a home. How are you supposed to possess a gun safe? Or let's say that we're going to overlook the gun safe part and say, or other secure storage container to store the firearm in the person's home. Period. End of section. I want to let that detonate in your brains for a second. You have to be indigent. Number 1, once you're deemed to be indigent, you have to be likely to behave prudently. Number 2. Number 3, and these are not ors, these are ands. And person experiencing houselessness, or person couch surfing, or person who's staying at the parent's house or a buddy's house. But let's say a person truly is indigent, as far as I'm concerned. Somebody living in their car. You check number 1, you're indigent. You're in your car. Number 2 says you're likely to behave prudently. Number 3 says, and I'm going to repeat this slowly, possesses a gun safe or other secure container to store the firearm in the person's home. not the person's residence, not the person's car, not the person's parents' home, not the person's buddy that they're couch surfing with, the person's home. So, what if they don't have a home? Well, colleagues, if you don't have a home, you can't have a gun in the state of Colorado. Period. You can't. Because in Colorado, if this bill passes, in order to have a gun, you have to have liability insurance. And they're not going to sell you liability insurance. It's attached to one of two things, your renter's insurance or your homeowner's insurance. Remember, one trick pony insurance? I should take a 17C on this bill, by the way, if it passes. If you don't have a home, you can't have the insurance, and even, let's say you can't afford the insurance because you're indigent. Well, sorry, indigent person, because you don't have a home, you can't have a gun in the first place. Because unless you're going to tote around a gun safe, well, sorry, even if you can't tote around a gun safe, because that section says possesses a gun safe or other secure container to store the firearm in the person's home. You can't have a gun safe in your car. You have to have a gun safe in your home. You can't have a secure container in your car. You have to have a secure container in your home. And if you don't have a home, you don't get the gun safe or secure container exemption. And the exemption is not an or, colleagues, it's an and. You have to have the gun safe or the secure container in your home, and oh, by the way, be deemed by the spirits to be likely to behave prudently, and to have gone through the process with the courts in order to be deemed indigent, because there is no single one-page form that you go to the courts and check the I am indigent box, and they're like, yep, you're right, you're indigent. Nope, that's not the way it works. And anybody who's gone through it, I encourage any of my colleagues who have walked somebody through the process of determining whether or not they're indigent to come explain that process. Because it's a 24-page document. I've got it right here. I'm happy to share it with you. You have to go through the process. So you might be a person that doesn't want people to have firearms, and I get that. We've had that discussion. I am not one of those people. I think the world's a safer place, especially if you're not the strongest, most aggressive human on the planet. I think leveling the playing field by having a firearm is a good and important thing, right? And colleagues, I'm not going to have a problem getting this insurance. Are you kidding me? The only people who are guaranteed to be able to meet all the provisions of House Bill 1210 are rich people. Rich people, trust me, rich people are not going to have a problem with House Bill 1270. They're going to look at that and be like, oh, you have to have insurance. Rich people will be like, yeah, okay, I already have insurance. I have a $5 million liability policy, plus $1 million on every line of coverage underneath that umbrella policy. $1 million on the house, $1 million on the boat, $1 million on the helicopter, $1 million on this, $1 million on that. Rich people don't care about this stuff. Rich people already have this. Which is why when I saw the bill, the first thing I thought about was, well, glad it doesn't apply to me. Not that I'm a rich person, but I'm rich enough to where I don't have to worry about this. So I'm never going to have to worry about it, because it is baked into every decent homeowner's policy in the United States of America. Then I started thinking, well, what about people that maybe aren't so privileged? Maybe people who haven't had the best luck in the world. And sure enough, I hear from this very spot, oh, don't worry, Senator, we've got a provision for the indigent in here. Ooh, but we left out the details. It's not just the indigent. Unless the bill's changed, unless they ran an amendment when I was grabbing a caffeine-free Diet Pepsi, unless there was another amendment. There's not another amendment being indigent is part of the affirmative defense. So with that, it is even more important that we adopt amendments like what my colleagues are putting forth. Unless you don't think poor people should have the right to have guns. And I'm glad to take that as an argument. If anybody here would like to come up and say, yeah, no, you don't understand. The point of the bill is we were trying to make sure poor people and the unhoused can't have firearms. Then I'll say, yeah, you've got a heck of a bill here. Because you are, for all intents and purposes, going to make absolutely positively sure that a person experiencing houselessness is not going to be able to possess a firearm under House Bill 1270. But either way, I support the amendment. I think it's a good one. We'll ask for an aye vote. So I appreciate the senator from Newcastle.
Any further discussion on Amendment L017? It's a sitting Majority Leader. Winner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this point in conversation, at the request of the sponsor, I move to lay over this bill until tomorrow, April 30th.
Okay, the motion before us is to lay over. Lay over.
As amended.
Okay, gotcha. Lay over House Bill 1270 as amended until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1270 will be laid over as requested. Are we going back to?
Senatorial
We'll take the
5.
Senatorial 5. We're back. Assistant Majority Leader Winner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we lay over Senate Bill 181, one bill, and now take up House Bill 1124.
Okay, the motion before us is to lay over Senate Bill 181, one bill, and take up House Bill 1124. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. We will lay over Senate Bill 181 until one bill. And now we will take up House Bill 1124. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to House Bill 1124?
House Bill 1124 by Representatives Soper and Mabry and Senators Will and Gonzalez concerning discrimination in places of public accommodation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we move House Bill 1124.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is a very simple bill in that it clarifies existing statute and clarifies that the a nonprofit organization who rents out space does not engage in political activity when they rent out said space to an organization or individual that is affiliated with a political entity or organization. The bill also updates the fines to CADA. We ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give you a little bit of background on this bill, but the main issue was some nonprofits who hold themselves out as event rental venues and discriminating against people who are political actors or political entities when renting fair market value. But what kind of precipitated this bill was we had a Republican town hall over in the Grand Valley area, and in one of the particular locations at the town, decided they didn't like the Republicans having a town hall, so they wouldn't allow us to use their venue because it was Republicans, and we ended up having to move it. So that's kind of what precipitated the bill. But it's if the entities were for nonprofit, they'd not be allowed to discriminate in this manner. And like there's organizations like Club 20 or elected officials like myself or Senator Gonzalez, and we want to rent space for a town hall, we should be able to do that despite the party. And there's there's been some stories over there of discrimination by local nonprofits against faith-based organizations also wanting to rent space. So this bill kind of solves this bill solves it, that it increases the fine, as my co-prime said, which is align all the discrimination statutes to having a $3,500 fine, and we changed the current law to make it may award a fine, and added that specific performance results, and it could possibly waive the fines. But this bill is a clarification and restatement of law with harmony of fines with the rest of the discrimination statutes, as you said. So, obviously, I think discrimination is always wrong, and but that's where we're at with the bill. It's I don't necessarily like going from $50 to $500 to $3,500, but that's where we're at with that.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion. Yes, Senator Van Winkle.
To the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the good intentions of the bill sponsors. And as described here, that makes total sense. The one issue I do have is that in Judiciary Committee, we did hear from several witnesses, such as the Alliance Defending Freedom, the Colorado Catholic Conference in particular, was very troubled by the bill. And it comes down to the question of a religious organization, while they're not acting as a church, but they're acting as a charity. So, for example, a Catholic-run homeless shelter, for example, or a Christian-run homeless shelter for that, for those purposes, is that, and it's a question, it's an open question, I'm not saying it is one way or the other. In fact, there is actual constitutional questions whether the government can even determine what a religious purpose is or is not. But just taking this one example, and there you could put it into dozens of ministries, dozens of things, hundreds and thousands of charitable organizations and activities, as to that charity, when it's not being run as a church, is in terms of it's not a priest or a pastor giving a sermon to a church or worshiping as a church, but it's actually out in the community in action. It's a homeless shelter. It's exclusively a homeless shelter, but it's being run for religious purposes in the practice of a religious institution. The question at that purpose is, do they fit under these public accommodation statutes, which puts them under a whole different realm of government influence and enforcement versus just a standard church, which is defined as principally used for religious purposes. The bill itself, I don't think, goes that much further, but it does entrench and expand upon what we were told in committee, and these are by very smart people that do these cases. These are the folks that were the lawyers, for example, in the Jack the Baker case or the 303 Creative case. These lawyers are saying it does expand discrimination against religious institutions and their ability to operate as a religious institution in the state of Colorado. And therefore, I was a no vote based on the idea that it's not just the homeless shelters. There's all kinds of things, like there's a Catholic-based school us think of that. But because it further entrenches and expands upon discrimination against religious institutions, I was a no vote in committee and urge you to be a no vote here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Van Winkle. And we are on the bill. Senator Rich, House Bill 1124.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in opposition to this bill for a couple of reasons. If it's passed, House Bill 1124 would require all 501c3 organizations and individuals to be penalized with a fine for every violation of the state non-discrimination law, which includes protected classes of sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression, as written in House Bill 21-1108. House Bill 1124 contains a limited religious exemption for places principally used for religious purposes. However, that exemption will be interpreted to not apply to religious affiliated institutions like schools and hospitals. Similar to what the good senator from Highlands Ranch said, this means Catholic schools, Catholic hospitals, Catholic homeless shelters, they will all be subject to prosecution and heavy fines. This means Catholic schools could be penalized daily for their teaching on human sexuality. Furthermore, I believe that House Bill 1124 violates the First Amendment by forcing religious institutions and private individuals and businesses to conform to government-mandated beliefs on human sexuality or face prosecution and fines. Our First Amendment rights protect freedoms of conscience and expression. House Bill 1124 does not. I urge a no vote.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, this is an interesting bill. Interesting in that, as introduced, and we're on the re-engrossed version now, but as originally introduced, the bill had some, what I would call, alarming language, because it purported to rewrite, and this all got changed, but it's important to discuss the history of this bill and how we got here in order to decide whether you should vote yes or no. Originally drafted, it made a critical change in Colorado law with respect to discrimination in places of public accommodation. Now, place of public accommodation is an important term of art in the whole discrimination jurisprudence, because you're only required to not discriminate when you're a place of public accommodation. So your home is not a place of public accommodation, assuming you don't operate a business there. If you had if you had any other kind of a private hunting lodge, and I mean, it really has to be private to you, that's not a place of public accommodation. So you can choose who to invite, who to exclude. For any reason, no reason at all, you could even use discriminatory reasons. The government is not going to inject itself into that. So, but when you become a place of public accommodation, then you cannot discriminate on the basis of protected classes. Now, what the bill did as originally drafted was to deal with a problem of adding things that were places of public accommodation. So it started out on page 2 in introduced bill. Place of public accommodation means any place of business. And then it added, including a nonprofit's place of business, engaged in any sales to the public, any place offering services, facilities, privileges, advantages, or accommodations to the public, included but not limited to any business, including a nonprofit. Now, there's a lot of question and jurisprudence out there about whether a particular nonprofit is a place of public accommodation. It almost opened up the question of whether churches, when being used for other things, were places of public accommodation. And there continues to be a split of opinion about that. And then the bill had operative things about a nonprofit meant anything that was listed as an exempt organization under the Internal Revenue Code 501C, and exempt from taxation under the Internal Revenue Code Section 501A. And then it said something that was troubling. It says, notwithstanding any other provision of this section, it is not a discriminatory practice or unlawful to restrict an individual's or group admission to a place of public accommodation based on viewpoint if the restriction is based on a bona fide concern for safety and well-being of the nonprofit. So, as originally drafted, you know, you could have a club. Well, I'll give you an example of the kind of the real world. You know, we have certain fraternal organizations in Colorado Springs or veterans organizations as well that are 501c3 kinds of organizations or something tax exempt under 501c. And they rent out their halls from time to time. Now, they have some internal rules about renting out their halls. And viewpoint discrimination is not something that in general is a protected class. So if you were a veterans organization, you might not want to rent your hall out to an anti-war group. You'd say, well, we rent our hall for $100 a night or $250 a night, but, you know, you need to subscribe generally to our point of view. Now, it says in the original bill that you could discriminate on viewpoint if it was based on a bona fide concern for safety and well-being of the nonprofit. But if that anti-war group says, well, we're just going to meet, we don't have any history of violence, we're the Peace and Justice Commission, the anti-nuclear war group, and we'll hire security guards to ensure that we don't have problems. Then I think you get this question that gets litigated about whether or not that viewpoint discrimination was based on a bona fide concern for safety, because that group would say, and they might do this just to make difficulty and problem for the American Legion or the VFW or maybe the Elks or some other group. Because then it'd be saying, well, your concern for well-being and safety is just not well-founded. I mean, you're just making it up just so you can discriminate. Now, what's interesting, and then the other thing the bill did, which was kind of a sleeper, but it sneaks in at the end. Right now, under the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act, the penalty and civil liability 1A says any person who violates it shall be fined not less than $50 nor more than $500 for each violation. The original version changed it to $10,000. That ought to raise your eyebrows a lot, take your breath away, because that included not just this nonprofit issue, but that increased the fine or penalty for all of these civil rights violations. Now, that was a really pernicious bill, in my view. It worked a lot of mischief, or a lot of things there you didn't want. But it got amended in the House, and then it became something else, kind of. I mean, it was interesting. The whole business about nonprofit got taken out of the definition or description of places of public accommodation. They left the description of a nonprofit, which is helpful, frankly. And then it says a nonprofit does not directly or indirectly participate or intervene in a political campaign merely by renting out space for a political event at the nonprofit's customary and usual rates. Well, what's that all about? Well, it turns out what this bill, the genesis of this bill is one of our legislative colleagues had difficulty renting a space for his, I think it was of my party, group at a nonprofit because they didn't want to get involved in politics. And so that was all about that. And, you know, if they didn't like Republicans, I guess I'd have met under a tree. I'd have pitched a tent, whatever you needed to do, because I frankly believe in a lot of freedom. And if they had concerns, it's just in the way that I wouldn't want my organization renting out to people of the other party, generally. I'm not saying I'd never do it, but if I had a nonprofit, I don't know, maybe they'd want the revenue. Problem with this statement is it's the law. It's the law. Now, a lot of 501c3s particularly have confusion. They think that they cannot engage in politics at all. And that's actually not the law. The law is that a 501c3 cannot intervene or engage in the election or defeat of a candidate for office. Now, maybe they would do that or not, but there are holdings out there that say if you rent space out to that political party that advocates for candidates, and maybe that's what that meeting was about, that if you just rent them the space and you do so at the same rate you do to everybody else, you don't say, oh, well, you're an R or a D and we agree with you, we'll give it to you for nothing. If you actually charge them the same rate as you charge everybody else, that's not engaging in politics. That's just allowing that. But then what happens on the last penultimate thing, we do get a reduction in the fine or penalty. It's from $10,000 down to $3,500. But that's a healthy sight more than $500. And there are other provisions in 2434-602 about civil liability, which can be considerable on these Anti-Discrimination Act cases. All of that to say, this is an interesting bill because it seems to be a bill looking for a purpose, unless, of course, the purpose is just to increase the fines and civil penalties that the Colorado Division of Civil Rights is able to impose, in which case I really am very opposed to the bill, and so I ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1124. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1124 is adopted. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I regretfully request that I'd like to have my name taken off as a co-prime, and I want to thank my co-prime sponsor for all the work she's done in this bill, but at this time, I would like to remove my name from the bill. Thank you.
I'm going to take a senatorial 5. We are back. Assistant Majority Leader Winner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we lay Senate Bill 181 over one bill and currently take up House Bill 1099.
Thank you. The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 181, one bill, and take up House Bill 1099. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no.
Where's my thing?
The ayes have it. We will lay over Senate Bill 181 and now take up Senate or House Bill 1099.
Right.
Mr. Hubler, please read the title to House Bill 1099.
House Bill 1099 by Representatives Lindsay and Soper and Senators Buckner and Pelton B. concerning procedural requirements and evictions and in connection therewith prohibiting certain fees for a defendant, directing courts to serve certain documents on a defendant's behalf, and making an appropriation.
Thank you. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 24-1099 and I think it's the appropriations report.
I don't have no appropriations, so to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what House Bill 1099 does is that when a landlord files an eviction against a tenant, that tenant may file a document called an answer. This gives the tenant an opportunity to explain their perspective on the matter or dispute the claim of a lease violation. Most importantly, it allows the tenant to participate in the eviction proceedings rather than face a default judgment and automatically lose their home. The cost to file an answer is $80, which can be prohibitively expensive for some tenants. There is a waiver process for indigent tenants, but requesting the waiver can be stigmatizing and it may still discourage tenants from defending themselves in court.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill benefits everyone involved in the eviction process. Tenants would be spared the indignity of asking for the $80 or $84 to be waived, would be more likely to file an answer, and would be less likely to face a default judgment and lose their housing. And landlords would be more likely to receive back rent if tenants are not spending their limited money on fees, which could be a significant portion of eviction filings for small donor amounts as low as $4. So this bill benefits many people, and we're asking for an aye vote on this bill.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1099. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1099 is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Winner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we lay over Senate Bill 181, another bill, and currently take up House Bill 1105.
Motion before the body is to lay over Senate Bill 181, one bill, and take up House Bill 1105. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. We will lay over Senate Bill 181. Mr. Hubler, please read the title to House Bill 1105.
House Bill 1105 by Representative Hernandez and Senator Gonzalez concerning the creation of a special license plate to support the Chicano community and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor and a joy to move House Bill 1105 and ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1105? Seeing none, the question before us, or the motion before the body, is the adoption of House Bill 1105. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1105 is adopted. And we will take a senatorial 5. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1175.
The motion before us to proceed out of order and take up House Bill 1175. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. We will take up House Bill 1175. Mr. Hubler, please read the title to House Bill 1175.
House Bill 1175 by Representatives Basenecker and Sirota and Senators Winter and Huckes Lewis concerning a local government right of first refusal or offer to purchase qualifying multifamily property for the purpose of providing long-term affordable housing or mixed income development.
Assistant Majority Leader Winner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is much different than the version that we debated and voted on last year. In fact, the first right of refusal...
Senator Whittle, will you move the bill first?
Yes, thank
There
you,
go.
Mr. Chair.
Mhm.
I move House Bill 1175 and the Local Government Committee report.
To the Local Government and Housing Committee report.
We made some updates to ensure that this can be implemented at the department, and I urge a yes vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Local Government Housing Committee report to House Bill 1175. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Local Government and Housing Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Assistant Majority Leader Winner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is much different and reduced than the bill that we debated and voted on last year. The first right of refusal provision gives a local government or housing authority the ability to acquire and maintain the long-term affordability of publicly subsidized multifamily properties, enabling renters to affordably stay in their homes and communities. Members, we've been working on our housing crisis all session, and what is factually cheaper to do is to preserve our current affordable housing units. And we created these affordable housing units by already investing in them as the government. And many of these housing units are looking at losing their affordability provisions. And in order to maintain these units and keep them in our community, and at least keep the affordable housing stock we have, and protect our public investment that we've already committed to these properties, this seems to make a lot of sense. And then if you have not been publicly subsidized, if you aren't under affordability provisions, there's a right of first offer simply so that the local government can know that it's time to make a market-based fair offer and compete.
Thank you. Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I became involved in this at the end of last session, but the beauty of this new version of 1175 is it really addresses, it targets the properties that are already listed as affordable and keeps them in our stock. So in Longmont, we had over 600 units that were going to expire, no longer be affordable, and this bill will help communities try to hang on to all of those units. Did you list these here? Okay, and wanted to just give some numbers around that. We have 1,600 subsidized affordable properties, and that actually adds up to 111,000 rental units. So this bill really does help renters who are living in affordable housing stay in affordable housing.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Senator Kirkmeyer. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Members, this bill does go a long ways from what we had last year. I would not disagree with that. To me, though, there are still a couple of things. Again, just clarifications. Just clarifications. Thank you. Who said that? Oh, thank you. Okay, so members, just starting over. 1175 does go a long ways from where we were last year with regard to local government's first rights of refusal. And I appreciate the good sponsor from Thornton? Westminster, sorry. From Westminster, making all of the changes that she has made from last year. I think they are a tremendous improvement. And I know I've talked with several others that would agree with that as well. But with that in mind, as I read through the bill, there were just a couple areas of concern that I would like to see if we can address. And I did just start reading through the bill today, so sorry, but just didn't have time. Anyways, in the bill, there is, as you read through it and you start looking on pages, actually page 3 where it starts in with regard to definition. And it does speak to affordable housing, financial assistance, means loans, grants, equity, bonds, or tax credits provided to a multifamily rental property from any source to support the creation, preservation, or rehabilitation of affordable housing that, as a condition of funding, encumbers the property with a restricted use covenant or similar recorded agreement to ensure affordability. And then it says affordable housing financial assistance does not include properties for which all restricted use covenants or affordable requirements have expired as of June 1st, 2024. And I appreciate that it says, that have not expired as of June 1st of 2024. I suppose for some people that would make sense. But in this case, I just want to point out to you that maybe some of those 111,000 rental units that are in some local government or some affordable housing units, that perhaps there are some grants, loans, equities, bonds, or even credits that have been provided to a multifamily rental property from any source, that we are going to impose those. We're imposing a right for local government that wasn't present at the time of conception of the project, at at the time of the loan or the grant was taken, at the time when the tax credits may have been in, the equity, the bonding may have occurred. There are projects, at least through the Division of Housing and other areas, and probably CHAFA, that are coming forward that are affordable housing projects that are getting grants and loans. They're doing it pretty quite regularly. Remember, we had Proposition 123 that brought forward money, and local governments are out there trying to figure out how to work with private developers to create more affordable housing and more affordable housing units. And so I just want you to start thinking about this. If, let's say their project just got approved for a grant in March of 2024, or in, let's just say, last November of 2023, and their covenants or their requirements, restricted use, aren't set to expire for like 20 years. Well, now all of a sudden, when they didn't know it, when it wasn't present 6 months ago, or even 3 months ago, or even 2 weeks ago, when they were getting a grant, a loan, or a tax credit, now they will have a right of a local government of first refusal imposed upon their project that they weren't aware of. Or what if they got the loan, oh, I don't know, 10 years ago or 15 years ago, or they got the grant 10 or 15 years ago. And now all of a sudden, they've got this right of first refusal. It wasn't a condition that was imposed on that grant or loan when they first received it, and now all of a sudden they've got this, and they're gonna have to go through this whole process. I mean, I appreciate if you go further through the bill, there's a section that talks about that if a local government's, or not, I'm sorry, not local government, but if a property owner, if their restricted use covenants or their affordability requirements are about to expire, like within 2 years, they have to give notice to the local government and to CHAFA. Okay. But again, to impose a condition on a housing, affordable housing unit after the fact is not fair. That's not fair. I mean, I'm not asking to have the section of the bill that speaks to, you know, if your stuff is expiring, you came in, you had an affordable housing project, you went to the Division of Housing back in 2003, you got a loan, you got a grant, you agreed to the conditions on the grant, and that grant said that you had to keep it in an affordable housing unit for 20 years. According to this, a local government would get first rights of refusal. It's a condition imposed on your project that you weren't aware of at the time. Maybe it's something that you wouldn't have done had you have known that there would be this first rights of refusal. Maybe it still is. But I don't think it's fair to come retroactively and impose a new right for the local government that wasn't present, again, at the time of the conception of the project, or at the time that the tax credits were given, or at the time that the loan or the grant was given. I don't believe that that is to be fair, so it's 21.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read the title to Amendment L021?
L21, amend the Local Government and Housing Committee
Senator
report.
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L021.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so what this amendment does, it strikes the words "have expired as of" and substitutes "were created prior to." So what it would do is it would say, right now it says again, I'll just repeat this for you. Affordable housing financial assistance does not include properties for which all restricted use covenants or affordability requirements have expired as of June 1st. And what this would say is that affordable housing financial assistance
assistance does not include properties for which all restricted use covenants or affordability requirements were created prior to June 1st of 2024. So if you created a project 15 years ago, went out and got a grant for it, or a loan, or a tax credit, or a bond, your project wouldn't be considered an affordable housing financial assistance. You would, however, and I'm going to try and find it here in the bill, you would, however, be required, and it might take me a bit to find it, so maybe I'll just tell you what it said. You would, however, as a seller, as the owner of the property, you're the owner of the property, and let's say you got a grant 15 years ago, you would have to notify the local government jurisdiction where your building is, where your units are, your affordable units are. You would have to notify that local government, and you would also have to notify CHAFA. You would still have to let them know that your affordable housing requirements, your restricted use covenants are about to expire within 2 years. You still have to let them know. But you don't, with this amendment, you do not end up having an imposition on your grant, on your facility, on your building. Now, a new condition that was not present when you created, preserved, or rehabilitated your affordable housing units. When you went and got that grant from the Division of Housing, you wouldn't have this condition that says, well, first rights of refusal to your local government. That's not right. That's not fair to come now retroactively and impose a condition on private property. It's one thing that you put in a deed restriction, that you put in a restricted use covenant. That's one thing. You know, when they got the grant from the Division of Housing 15 years ago, and it said you have to put a deed restriction on, that your rents are going to be at this level or market level or whatever it is, and you have to do that for at least 20 years. At the time of when they were conceiving the project or getting the grant, makes sense. But to come in retroactively and say, no, now, guess what? Guess what, guy? You got a grant 15 years ago from us, so therefore, the right of the local government, now they get a first right of refusal on your property. So again, I want to be clear. There is still a provision in this bill that requires a residential owner, the person who owns these units, to notify within 2 years of when those restricted covenants are up. I'm fine with that. That makes sense. You're giving the local government a heads up and you're saying, hey, here's where it is. In 2 years, our restricted covenants are up. You may not be saying you're going to sell your building or anything. You're just letting them know. That's okay. That's a heads up to your local government who maybe gave you a grant. Actually, they probably didn't, but it came from the Division of Housing. That's probably fine. But to say now, after you've already had your project in play, that now we're going to impose another condition on you and give a first right of refusal, and granted, it's improved dramatically this year in this bill, but still, the local government would get a first right of refusal now on your property because your restricted use covenants or your affordability requirements haven't expired as of June 1st, 2024. That's just in like what, five weeks? Not even that, 4 weeks? 4 to 5 weeks. So I ask for an aye vote on L021.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L021, as you can tell, would change the timeline, and it would actually have a negative effect. It would take out thousands of units that this bill would apply to. So we ask for a no vote on L021.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment L021. I want to begin broader than the amendment and acknowledge that last session, the first right of refusal bill missed the mark by a country mile. This bill only misses by a quarter mile, so you're making significant progress. But the problem is it still misses by a substantial amount. Anybody who's ever bought or sold real estate, specifically if you're selling real estate, and you're trying to get a deal closed, you work and work and work and work and work to eliminate condition after condition after condition after condition after condition to get the deal closed. Of course, the deal isn't done until the check clears the bank. This is a new condition that you didn't know about. You're heading into the sale, and all of a sudden, the state of Colorado has said, oh, by the way, we've added a whole new blanket condition, potentially, across all the properties that sit in this class of property across the state. And you didn't know about it until just now, because it didn't exist until this law put that condition in place. This amendment simply says, hold it, time out. Let's at least let the people know going forward, you've got this circumstance you're going to have to deal with if you get in this particular element of real estate. Going backward, and we've had a lot of conversations about retrospective legislation. The reality is this creates a condition that nobody knew about. And you maybe wouldn't have bought the property had you known this was going to be a condition, because it didn't exist. So all this does is just makes the bill that last year missed, as I said, by a country mile, and even now today still misses by a quarter mile. You know, maybe it only is missing by an eighth of a mile or something with this amendment, because it significantly improves knowledge of what's going on. You can't ask people to risk money, engage in the productive economy, all for the benefit of trying to create value and pay your taxes. Don't ever forget, all of these things we do constantly have friction on the real economy that probably reduces not only the value created, but the taxes collected by virtue of conditions. So not speaking at this moment to the inherent policy values as to whether we want these properties to remain held the way they're held or move on to something else or not, simply saying this is just an absolute impossibility to create a condition after the fact on behalf of somebody who's already involved in a property, owning a property, and with a condition on it they didn't know they had if this bill should pass. I urge your support of Amendment L021.
Thank you. Further discussion on Amendment L21. Senator Pelton B.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I totally agree with the minority leader when he was up here. I rise in support of L021, and it's because we're putting another condition as behind as possible. Retroactively, right? Retroactively, something like that? Retroactively, thank you. I was saying the other word, which is wrong. So retroactively putting on something, this goes from now, dated April 25th, 2024, forward. So now people will know what they're getting into. So going forward from now on, people will know what they're getting into and not getting something surprised on them right now. It's very hard when you're in these real estate deals to know what's coming up, because the laws change all the time, and we need to stop doing that. So I ask for a yes vote on L021.
Further discussion? Yes, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, there's this little thing you have to go through when you're selling property. You have to go through like your title, and you have to get everything cleaned up, and you have to go through all these final signings and all this kind of stuff. This kind of condition is the kind of thing that puts a cloud on the title. There is now a condition. Now the seller, the owner of these units, but the person, now they wish to sell them, they now essentially have a cloud on their title, because there is yet another restriction. This could impact the sale of their property. it could impact the value of their property. Because now, 15 years later, 19 years later, there's a condition that is imposed by this law, by 1175, that says if your stuff didn't expire by June 1st, 2024, then a local government has a first right of refusal. And granted, the number of days in here cut down substantially from the bill last year. Granted, it doesn't basically assume that the local government has your private property right holding in their hand and doing whatever the heck they want with it, assigning it off to a bunch of other people possibly that aren't even over in your area. That was last year's bill. This year's bill, they cleaned that up. But this, putting this restriction, this is an additional restriction being imposed on your property that wasn't there at the time of the project's commencement, at the time you decided to rehabilitate your project. It's now after the fact. And here's what's in the bill that is not changing. So again, maybe they don't have this absolute first right of refusal, but they're going to get a lot of notices that these covenants, these restrictions, these restricted use covenants or affordability requirements, they are going to have to notice the local government and everybody else apparently. So I'm going to draw your attention to page 11, and I'm on the re-engrossed bill. Granted, there was a very long, substantial amendment in the House or in the Senate committee, like 1, 2, 3, 4 pages. So I don't believe, I was trying to look through here, and I didn't see that this was changed. Mostly because in the committee, they still have, in the committee amendment 001, it still talks about expired as of June 1st, 2024. So here's what's still required in this bill. Notices by a residential seller. Not less than 2 years before the final expiration of the last remaining existing affordability restriction incumbent to a qualifying property's funding sources, a residential seller shall provide notice to the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority, so to CHFA, and the governing body of the local government in which the qualifying property is located of the expiration of such restrictions. The notice must include the date of expiration of the last remaining affordability restriction and contact information for the residential seller. Notwithstanding subsection 3A(i)(a) of this section, whether notice is provided pursuant to this subsection, 3A(i)(a) of this section is not relevant to determining a residential seller's or local government's compliance with the requirements of this Part 12 and is not subject to any other provision set forth in this section. It's not, this notice, 2 years in advance, is not a triggering event. Here we go again. Not less than 6 months before the final expiration of the last remaining existing affordability restriction incumbent to a qualifying property's funding sources, a residential seller shall provide notice to the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority and the governing body of the local government in which the qualifying property is located of the expiration of such restrictions. So 2 years. So 2 years before your restrictions are expired, you're the owner, you have to give notice. Notice. I guess people can't read deeds, I don't know, but whatever, you have to give notice. 2 years to CHFA and the local government and the regional entity. You have to give notice to them and let them know that your restrictions on your property is expiring. And then you have to do it again, not less than 6 months before the final expiration of the last remaining existing affordability restriction. And in that notice must indicate whether the residential seller anticipates that it will recapitalize and continue to operate the qualifying property at affordability levels at least on average equal to what has been provided at the qualifying property, retain ownership of the qualifying property, and let affordability requirements expire, or sell the qualifying property upon expiration of the restrictions. So not less than 6 months before, you're supposed to be making all those decisions and notifying the local government and CHFA. I'm looking to see what qualifying property means, and I believe it just means if you got a grant, loan, bond, tax credit, that you become a qualifying property. So again, those notices are still in the bill. This amendment does not remove the notices. It's your property. You got a grant 15 years ago. You got a loan. Didn't even cover that much of the property, but you got a grant or a loan. Didn't even cover a majority of it, of what it cost you to build this unit or to purchase these units. But you got a grant or a loan, and for that grant or a loan, they put a deed restriction on your property. It said you had to keep it affordable for 20 years. Your 20 years now, at that time you did not know, but now, this bill would impose yet another condition saying that now you have to give a first right of refusal to your local government. It doesn't matter that this bill cut down all the timelines from last year. You now are getting an additional condition put on the title of your property. A condition that you didn't know was there, that wasn't there when you got the grant or loan, or when you decided to start this project, or maybe rehabilitate your project, or fix it up. It wasn't there then, but it would be there now. And it will put a cloud on the title. This is a common sense amendment. I'm asking for an aye vote on Amendment 21, right? Thank you. I didn't have it with me, I gave it away. On Amendment 21, again, all it simply does is say, instead of expiring as of June 1st, that existing affordable housing does not include properties for which all restricted use covenants or affordability requirements have been created prior to June 1st. That would be fair. That would be fair to the property owner and the person who owns these residential units. It's not fair to yet impose another condition and put a cloud on their title and make it more difficult for them to possibly sell or get the best price possible for this. Because let's face it, if somebody knows that, gosh, before I can go buy that property, I have to wait for the local government. Maybe they just move on. Maybe they just move on to a unit that they didn't go get a grant or a loan for. So I'm asking for an aye vote on L021.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L21? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L21. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L021 is lost. Assistant Majority Leader Winner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we lay 1175 over until tomorrow.
The motion before us is to lay over House Bill 1175 until tomorrow, April 30th. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it.
181.
House Bill 1175 will be laid over until tomorrow. Assistant Majority Leader Winner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we proceed, we do have a fiscal note now, so I move that we proceed out of order, take up Senate Bill 181.
The motion before us is to proceed out of order. Okay. All right, we will move back to Senate Bill 181 as amended. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 181 as amended and ask for an aye vote.
Hold on just a second, Senator Priola. Okay, Mr. Hubler, please read the title to Senate Bill 181.
Senate Bill 181 by Senators Priola and Hansen and Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Amabile concerning the creation of the Colorado Alcohol Impact and Recovery Enterprise.
Now we're ready. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 181 as amended and ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion? Yes, Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my thanks to both the bill sponsors and especially to Ms. McLaughlin, who was able to give us a revised fiscal note so quickly here on second reading to reflect many of the amendments that had already passed. And as was revealed to us, is there are several differences in the fiscal impacts of the bill that came today, or right now as it is before us, versus how it came to us at the beginning of second reading today. Many of those amendments really are seen here, and it's, I think the biggest one impacting us is going to be the expenditures portion, but mainly something of interest to us in our budget before us today is the fiscal impact and the takings from the general fund to get this enterprise up and running continue to increase. When the bill was introduced to us here in the Senate, the impacts on the general fund was just, I believe it was very minimal. And then it increased after the first committee to $454,000 that was taken from this year's general fund. And now we see before us here, officially in the fiscal note, at the $650,000 level. And if you check your committee report from the Appropriations Committee, the Appropriations Committee did verify that, and they changed it from $454,000 of this is, again, the general taxpayer money coming into the state of Colorado being put towards this, to $650,000. And then it shows also in the fiscal note that that money sum will be repaid to the general fund over the next 2 years as these new large fees kick into gear here. And then it goes through it goes through a lot of the details, but here we get, I gotta make sure I'm on the right one here, 24th, it's April 29th, not April 24th. And I do want to point out here that on page 4 of the fiscal note, it might scare members of the Joint Budget Committee, it might scare all of us. At the top, it says bill increases expenditures by $80,000 in this next fiscal year. That, I do believe, is a typo. I was able to talk to the fiscal analyst, and that was confirmed that that is a typo. I'm not sure what that number should be in that place. My guess is that that should be $240,000, 430 from my conversation with the excellent fiscal analyst who was able to update us here. So there is one question I have for the bill sponsors, and that's really, where is it here? And we just got this minutes ago, so forgive me, but here, it's table 2 here on page 3, and it shows who's going to be paying into this. Which consumers in the state of Colorado will be paying this new fee, this new tax, as I call it. The bill calls it a fee. And from malt liquor, apple wine, hard ciders, it's going to include beer. Beer's the big category there. It's going to raise an additional almost $3.6 million on a regular basis in its first year. from wine drinkers of Colorado, it's going to raise $1.84 million, just rounding up here. And then for the liquor industry, and this is interesting, so it's $3.6 million for beer, $1.8 million from wine, and $14.4 million from liquor. So the question I have, so let me get that percentage for you, but essentially $14.5 million of about the $19.8 million going into this fund are going to come specifically from the liquor industry. So I'm not sure what the amendments passed did, but it does appear as if the bill is now targeted almost very heavily towards the liquor industry over the beer and wine industries. Again, drink enough wine, drink enough beer, drink enough liquor, it's all going to get you drunk, which is the purpose behind this bill, is to get fewer consumptions. And so I guess my question for the bill sponsors is, why are we targeting to such a hefty amount the liquor industry versus the other two? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this is absolutely not targeting. We established this approach because it mirrors the current approach in this area, and it's based on alcohol content. So just to be really clear to everyone, our current approach to excise is based on alcohol content. Senate Bill 181 takes the exact same approach, and we apply it based on alcohol content. That's why you're seeing the results you do in Table 2.
Further discussion? Yes, Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just doing some quick calculations here. Now, unlike our Finance Committee chair, actually, my grades in algebra were probably about the same as our Finance Committee chair. But anyhow, Mr. Chair, just some quick calculations here using just a little calculator I have here on the cell phone. It shows that 72.72%, so 72.72%, we could call it 73%, of the taxes, of the new fees that will be coming in are coming from just the liquor industry. And so when I said targeting an industry, I guess that's not the proper term. I guess a more proper term would be relying heavily upon one of those three categories to raise funds. So 73% of the funds coming in will all be coming from the spirituous liquor industry, while the wine and the beer industry pays dramatically less for this. Now, again, the question of fee or tax comes into place here because it's going to be paid heavily by a very small group of users of the big liquor, probably multinational liquor industries, but those in Colorado that drink liquor like the vodkas, the Tanquerays, 15 others like the Tito's vodka, they're going to be paying 72% of the new fees for this new enterprise. And yet it's going to be available, of course, for anyone in the state of Colorado, whether they're drinkers of the big spirits, wine, beer, local beers, craft beers, or anyone. So that again raises the questions that were raised earlier about what is a fee versus what is a tax. And I think it is clear to me what the answer is. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, colleagues, the honorable intentions here about trying to raise money to have an impact on alcohol use disorder. Very honorable. I challenge the use of an enterprise in this space to try to get to that end. A note from a memo from Ledge Council. This is 2 years ago, but just to summarize, enterprise status shifts the responsibility of paying for a government-provided product, these services, or service away from the state to the users who benefit from the product or service. Again, we've narrowed that group of folks that are paying into the enterprise pretty narrowly. And now the bill was introduced on March the 13th. The first committee hearing was on April the 9th. So 20 days into this, we now have 3 fiscal notes. I just wanted to highlight some of the key points from the fiscal notes. The very first one, from the introduced bill was going to raise about $120 million with no loan from the general fund to get it up and started. So that was pretty problematic. I thought it overstepped the bounds of Proposition 117 from years ago that said we would limit enterprises to no more than $100 million over 5 years. The next fiscal note from April the 24th, after the Finance Committee hearing, now reduced that down to about $13 million and included a $454,000 loan from the general fund to help get the enterprise up and running. And so today, again, from the hard work of the fiscal analyst to produce this rather quickly, we've now structured it to generate about $19 million a year, but with a $650,000 loan from the general fund. And you think about how we do this, the good senator from Highlands Ranch touched on this a little bit, but we do that by assessing a fee on just 3 parts of the alcohol business: malt liquor and hard cider. Originally, in the introduced bill, was going to be assessed a fee at 16 cents per gallon. Then we went to $2.67 a gallon, and now today we're at $4.09 a gallon. And the units that were being assessed against that went from over 145 million units of malt liquor and hard cider to a drop from the Finance Committee to just 87 million units, and that number stays the same. But I was thinking we moved through so many amendments this morning, I thought there was another amendment that narrowed who was going to be wrapped up in paying the fee. Likewise, in the introduced bill, we were at 15 cents per liter for wine. Then we went to 2.4 cents per liter per wine, to now we're at 30.6 cents per liter of wine. So I appreciate it's a challenging effort to try to figure out how many units are out there, how much you want to assess per unit. The very first introduced bill wasn't as challenged because we just blew past the $100 million limit on enterprises, and again, we were going to raise $120 million in the very first year. And then for spirituous liquor, the introduced bill was $1.21 per liter. After Finance Committee, it went to 20 cents per liter, and now we're at 3.67 cents per liter. So it's a bit of a moving target, and I appreciate what the sponsors are trying to accomplish, but it is challenging to keep up with. And again, over 20 days, we now have 3 fiscal notes trying to figure out where we're going to operate in this space. And I did want to touch a little bit on one of the good senators from Colorado Springs spoke earlier today and went through the legislative declaration. And I wanted to highlight some of the same language in the legislative declaration. Again, this is us, the General Assembly. We find and declare that the excessive use and related harms of alcohol contribute detrimentally to public health and impose high financial costs to the state systems for physical health, behavioral health, social services, public safety, and education. Colorado has a problem. I'm not sure this is the right avenue to try to address the problem. At this magnitude and at this scale, why would we try to do this through an enterprise that went from 120 million to 12 million to 20 million, and go to the voters and say, we have a problem. Here's whatever tax mechanism we think is most appropriate that the state of Colorado is willing to adopt and pay into to solve the problem. Annually, an average of 2,623 deaths in Colorado are attributable to excessive alcohol use. Again, this is a statewide problem. We should be targeting a statewide solution instead of this narrowly focused effort to raise money on a small portion of the industry. Colorado taxpayers spent over $5 billion as a result of excessive alcohol use in 2010. Adjusted for inflation, this is equivalent to $6.9 billion in 2023, or $2.89 per drink consumed. If you take the $6 billion $900 million in 2023. There's somewhere between $2.5 and $3 million, or $2.5 million and $3 million taxpayers, filers in the state of Colorado. That's $2,300 using the 3 million taxpayers. That's $2,300 a taxpayer. Seems like you could make a pretty good argument to the taxpayers that we contribute, again, figure out what the number is, that what the need is, and maybe it's $5, maybe it's $10 a taxpayer to really raise the kind of revenue we think we need to really address this problem. At $20 million a year, I'm not sure we're going to get the kind of results that the sponsors are seeking. The $120 million in the very first version was probably closer to the real necessity and need if you're going to fundamentally change this outcome and produce, safer, better outcomes for Coloradans going forward. I just argue the point that doing it through an enterprise is probably the least effective way to accomplish this. I think you could make a reasonable argument to the taxpayers and they would fund this. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 24-181. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 181? Yes, Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the bill, I've got several arguments where I'm continue to struggle with the bill, and some of these arguments may not be perfectly salient given the fact that we put 7 large amendments on earlier today, and I don't know that I perfectly or completely rationalized all of their effects. My first argument against the bill is very similar to what you just heard from the good Senator Alamosa. If this is a matter of public policy we care deeply about and is a matter of statewide interest, we should probably pick it up in the policy conversation. To a certain extent, we are doing that through the fiscal note, which is a secondary argument. I'm concerned that it might be appropriate that this bill actually goes back to appropriations or figures out a way to pick up an extra couple of $100,000 in House appropriations in the second chamber out of a budget that is, $34 million overdrawn as of this morning. So let me unpack those 2 points. The first point is, if we want to make it a matter of statewide interest, it should be a matter of policy in which we pick it up and take it. Instead, the effort is to create a false tax, to call it a fee, and try to implement statewide policy through an enterprise, which kudos for creativity, but it is, I think, challenged in terms of its potential performance in the long run. The next argument against the bill is the unfairness of how that tax is falling. We've heard that across the various classes of alcohol, malt liquor, wine, spirituous liquor, that it is echoes or mirrors or is informed by federal tax policies. But then when it gets to Colorado's boundaries, we pick and choose who among the various categories will actually be required to participate or not. The vast majority of beers that are hit with this fee are below 5% ABV, alcohol by volume, while the breweries that have been exempted from this, and again, keep in mind, we're talking about alcohol dependency or efforts that we're trying to attack here. The breweries that are exempted, and I love my craft breweries. I have argued for them, I patronize them, and support them in the policy environment as well, tend to have a higher ABV across the alcohol products that they produce. And yet they're exempted, which then begs the question, well, who's paying? And who's paying is the large breweries that have elected to build major plants here in Colorado over the years, Molson Coors and Anheuser-Busch. They are the ones who are going to end up carrying the burden of this tax that is being called a fee, because you have to call it a fee if you want to put it in an enterprise. This game we play with ourselves as we try to pursue an objective, and we don't challenge motives, but there are certain questions that are just drawn out of any individual who's watching the policy develop and seeing what happens. This seems to be a bill that has a statewide policy concern, shared. I think that is a shared concern. But then it proceeds to pursue taxing a certain narrow strata of enterprises in an effort to raise money to create an enterprise. When I say enterprises, I should say breweries, because they're not enterprises in the Colorado government 2.0 sense. They're actual enterprises. They're breweries that have said, look, we're going to create a value for our customers and thereby create profit for ourselves so we can reinvest in the value that we produce for our customers, so we can make a profit, so we can reinvest in the value we create for our customers. That's a real enterprise, as opposed to the enterprise created by this bill, which is government just raking off the back of productive enterprise. And as I've argued, narrowly targeting, and the word targeting was objected to, because you get ejected from the game for targeting. We're all sensitive about targeting. But the reality is, it narrowly places the financial burden upon a specific sector that it is perceived, you know what, we can get enough money out of them, let's just get the money from them. And that is what happens. It's not, you know, we, the state of Colorado, have a state matter of statewide interest. The taxpayers of Colorado are paying their share of taxes, and we are going to use those taxes in a judicious way. And one of the ways that we're going to use them is to deal with this question of substance addiction, which, again, begs the question, where does this conversation go? What are its complete motives when fully exposed? Comments have been made on the mic that kind of make you wonder, well, you can't tax illegal substances, but I'd like to get at them too. Well, we're taxing those we can get a handle of, and in this particular instance, it's the breweries of Colorado and the folks selling spirituous and vinous alcohol in Colorado. I've got just pages and pages of information. I read earlier today when we were looking at this, an opinion piece written by somebody whose business is going to be potentially substantially affected by this. And it, to me, it seemed like it was making very, very cogent arguments in opposition to the bill. I won't take your time to read that, but there are many arguments against this. My primary first argument is it's just incorrectly lodged. It's a tax, and we should own that that's what it is and respond to it in that way instead of putting a burden on the back of a narrow segment of society, asking them to pay for something that we think, as a matter of policy, should be done. I urge your opposition to Senate Bill 181.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too rise in opposition to Senate Bill 181. And it's because of a lot of reasons, but the main reason for me is this. Proposition 117 was passed in 2020. Voters said that it was a statutory citizen initiative measure specifying that a new enterprise that collects or that is projected to collect more than $100 million over the first 5 years be approved by the voters. So they said, look, if you're going to go put a new tax in place, new fee, AKA tax, and you're going to collect more than 100 million over the first 5 years, you need to come back and ask us if that's okay. You should come back and say, okay, we're going to put a new fee on that alcohol, that, you know, pre-made margarita mix that you're drinking stuff with the tequila in it. Or, you know, the bourbon that you like to have, or whatever it is that y'all drink. You know, we just go back and ask them. This is what it says in the fiscal note. The bill increases revenue to the new enterprise by approximately $20 million per year, beginning in 25-26. Over the first 5 years, the enterprise is estimated to collect about $100 million. It'll be just shy of $100 million. It'll be maybe about $500,000 shy of $100 million. Yet instead of going to the voters and saying, God, we're close, let's just ask you, this bill says, no, we're going to just keep moving forward. We're going to go impose this new fee tax on alcohol. And even in the fiscal note, it talks about how, again, over the first 5 years, the enterprise is estimated to collect about $100 million. Fee revenue is estimated based on the amount of liquor that has been subject to the current liquor taxes in recent years, consistent with the March 2024 LCS forecast. So it's a really recent forecast that they're saying in the first year and thereafter, every year thereafter, it's $19,824,437. And they're guesstimating, and I'm guessing they're guesstimating it to remain the same year after year for the first 5 years so that we stay below the $100 million. That doesn't even make sense. They're saying that the same amount of alcohol is going to be purchased over the course of the next 5 years that has this fee on it. It's not going to increase, it's not going to decrease, but it's going to be right about $19,824,437. Just shy of what voters voted on and said, you hit 100 million, you've got to come back and ask us. Just shy of that. So folks, you want to know what happens if we go over? They go over. Let's just say year one, it is 19,824. And in year two, let's just guess that maybe it goes up to 20.1 million or 21 million. And it just kind of slowly starts increasing. And in year three, you know that you're going to hit the 5-year 100 million mark. Here's what happens. First of all, revenue collected for enterprises created simultaneously or within the 5 preceding years serving primarily the same purpose shall be aggregated in calculating. So it's not 100 million a year. It's 100 million over 5 years, in 5 years. So it's 19.8, then maybe it's 20.1, then maybe it's 20.4, and then maybe it gets to be 21. Pretty soon it's 22, and now we're over the $100 million. The first 5 fiscal years of the state enterprise for the purpose of calculating the $100 million amount set forth in subsection 1 are the first 5 state fiscal years since the creation of the first qualification of the enterprise. If you go over that 100 million at any point in that first 5 years, the state enterprise shall stop collecting fees and surcharges. They have to stop. And if you go over that, you have to go to a voter approval. So then we're off to a vote. Meantime, we just hold on to it. They got to stop collecting fees. No more fee gets to come in. We've got to go to a vote. Let's say the voters say, this is ridiculous. You just keep taxing us way too much. It's just one more tax we're not willing to bear. It's just one more tax. And they say no. Just like they did on Proposition HH. They said no. No more taxes. You've taxed us and taxed us and taxed us. And you knew you were close, yet you went ahead and did the tax. And here we are in year 3. We had to stop the fee. We got to go to a vote, and the voters say no. That becomes a liability against the general fund at that point. Then what do we do? Then how do we handle that? So instead of saying, gosh, we're this close, we are this close to 100 million in 5 years, and let's just take it to a vote. Let's just ask them. We're so sure that voters are going to say, oh yes, please tax us some more so that we can pay for more services for someone else. Please tax us more for that. And if you're so sure they're going to do that, then we should just take it to a vote instead of just sitting here skirting it. Just getting this close to the line and thinking, oh, nobody's going to pay attention. Because what happens if in year 2 we realize that the annual amount coming in is $24 million? And we know by year 2, by year 3, or God forbid you decide to wait till year 5, and we're way over. We're going to have to refund that money. We don't get to just hold on to that money. This is the bind we find ourselves in right now on a different situation. The Joint Budget Committee just found out on Friday we didn't count Tabor money right. We said something was exempt from Tabor, and it's not. And it's a $34 million hit to the general fund. This could be just as bad. There's no reason to try and just skirt by. It's one thing when we were saying it was 12 million, which was the other fiscal note. It's going to be 12 million or so. It's like, okay, great. You're going to be under it. We feel pretty confident. It would take a while before we get to that over 20 million a year mark. But not now. We just got a new fiscal note. A new fiscal note that, by the way, says we have to loan you $650,000 for this enterprise. Instead of 454, is that what it was before? We increased it by 200,000. Where the heck is that 200,000 coming out of? So we basically increased it by about 200,000 bucks. We're giving them a loan out of the general fund in 24-25. So instead of funding your projects, instead of funding some of our other bills, we're giving them a loan. $650,000. This isn't what we heard in the Appropriations Committee. This is not what we heard. This is not responsible. This is not how we should govern. We're just going to kind of skirt by. We're going to eke underneath it. We're going to say for purposes of a fiscal note that revenues are going to remain constant at $19,824,437 because that just barely gets us under that thing that the voters said. Let's just disregard the voters one more time. What the heck? Why not? The voters, God, they're stupid. They won't know. Right? Is that what we're thinking? They won't know. You don't think, nobody will be watching this. This is exactly why we have a state auditor's office, by the way. They're the ones who caught that other snafu back last year, put it in their audit report in February of 2024. Joint Budget Committee doesn't find out about it until April 26th, 3 days before the budget's signed. Now we have to go find money. But in this case, voters said, look, you're going to go put a huge tax. We want to vote on it. We want to vote on taxes. That's what they said. Somehow, we miraculously got a fiscal note that just says, gosh, guess what? Out of $100 million, we have figured out how to skirt just underneath that. And in 5 years, it'll be like $99,500,000. We'll just be right underneath that because we're going to keep in the fiscal note. Who actually thinks that the same amount of revenue is going to stay the same for 5 years on alcohol sales? Who actually thinks that? No inflation. No increase. Nobody's going to buy any more alcohol. Who actually think that's going to happen? That somehow $3.67 per liter, another $4, they're just going to think that's inflation. They're going to think, well, that's inflation. That's that supply chain crap everybody keeps telling us about. We can't get our alcohol here, so they just put a bigger fee on it because supply is less. The public's not going to understand that you just put a huge fee on them. How many people do you think sit there and look at their receipt? And they look at it and they think, oh my God, this bottle of wine cost me $10 and the taxes on it are $10. I mean, how many people think that? And so what are we going to do? Just wait after 5 years and then increase the fee? Is that the plan? Because that's just kind of deceitful. But this is deceiving. This is not good government. This is not how we should operate as a government. You told us voters $100 million in 5 years. We figured out how to get to 99.5 million. We figured out how to stay just under it by putting out a fiscal note that says for every year, these fees are going to drive $19,824,437. I mean, it's in the fiscal note. How many of us have gone and argued fiscal notes and said they're not right? How many of us actually believe that there won't be 1 penny increase or $1 or $500 or 100, any kind of increase on alcohol sales over the course of the next 5 years? I don't think anyone believes that. We didn't even have the opportunity in the Appropriations Committee to really address this. We should have. We should have had the opportunity to address this in the Appropriations Committee. We should have. But thinking we're too cute by half by putting in fees that equal $19,824,437 and that it's going to remain the same for 5 years is unrealistic, and that is deceiving the public. That is fudging. If your children did this in school, I don't think you'd stand for it. I just don't think you would. There's no way. It's even in here. The imposition of fees at the level in this bill is not expected.
Senator Kirkmeyer,
I'm sorry.
please do not impugn the motives of the bill sponsors.
Okay, I
Thank you.
apologize. I apologize.
Thank you.
I wasn't intending to do that.
Thank you. Please proceed.
But I'm just saying, a fiscal note that says that the fee is going to remain the same for 5 years is unbelievable to me. It's unbelievable. And even in the fiscal note, it says that, I did say it was deceiving, and I apologize. And I do think this calculation is not right. But it says in here, the imposition of fees at the level in the bill is not expected to decrease consumption relative to the levels expected under current law. So we have this fiscal note. This analyst says we're not expecting a decrease in consumption. But to say that we don't think it's going to increase from year over year, there isn't going to be an increase of sales 2 years from now. The result is, it freezes it, got to go to a vote, and if we lose that vote, we're on the hook. There's nothing in here that says how we have to pay it back or what we do with it. It just says we have to freeze it, and then you have to go to a vote. I would just ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 181.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 181 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Senate Bill 181 is adopted as amended. Assistant Majority Leader Winner.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Assistant Majority Leader Winner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to hear House Bill 24-1294.
Thank you. The motion before the body is... Okay.
That's in order.
All right. Mr. Hubel, please read the title to House Bill 1294.
House Bill 1294 by Representatives Basenaker and Velasco and Senator Cutter concerning mobile homes that are located in a mobile home park and in connection therewith, specifying legal rights and responsibilities relating to this sale, lease, and purchase of such homes and making an appropriation.
Thank you. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move House Bill 1294 and the local government and housing report.
To the Local Government Housing Report.
So we ran several amendments that collectively incorporate some friendly suggestions from the Maine Mobile Park Homeowners Association in the rent-to-own section of the bill to make this policy more streamlined and easy to administer, and took care of a couple of technical changes. And yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the adoption of Local Government Housing Report to House Bill 1294. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Local Government Housing Report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So House Bill 1294 provides some basic protections for mobile home park residents. It provides transparency in the rent-to-own agreements. It provides efficiencies in the dispute resolution and enforcement program. It provides clarifications on the enforcement of park rules and regulations, and ensures notices and park meetings are accessible. So it ensures that park-wide meetings, written notices of potential evictions or rent increases are provided with access in both English and Spanish. And it provides more equitable remedies when a park violates the law. This legislation clarifies the circumstances when a park is temporarily prohibited from raising rents due to noncompliance with the law or complaints around unlawful consumer violations. And it makes some technical corrections to the Mobile Home Park Act. So this bill has been really well stakeholdered. They worked on this extensively for several weeks in the House, if not months. And we heard some pretty moving testimony about people trying to rent to own their mobile homes and some of the things they'd been through. And this just clarifies a lot, in a pretty good place with most of industry, and I hope we can get your support.
Further discussion on House Bill 1294. Yes, Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the bill sponsors bringing this bill forward. I have worked with a lot of the mobile home parks in my district, Senate District 14, especially the ones that involve the senior mobile home parks that are really having issues. There's one thing that I'd like to bring forward, and I'd like to move Amendment L018.
There's an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubel, please read the title to Amendment L018.
L018, amending Grove
Senator
Philippines,
Janal.
Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1294 basically enacts...
Please move the amendment, Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L018 and to House Bill 1294, and
Thank you. To the amendment.
thank you, Mr. Chair. What this bill does is it is enacting rent control on mobile home park owners by imposing rent freezes in 3 circumstances. First, the bill imposes an indefinite rent freeze if a mobile home park owner has not fully complied with any government order. The term government order is defined broadly to mean any final federal, state, or local administrative order or judicial order. Second, the bill imposes a 1-year rent freeze if a mobile home park owner is found to have violated Section 38-12- 212.3, even if the underlying violation is a fault of a mobile home homeowner or resident. Third, the bill allows a court to impose a rent freeze based solely on allegations brought by a mobile home owner or resident against a mobile home park owner without any standard of review of those allegations or any required findings. This amendment makes these circumstances more fair by doing the following. First, the language on page 1, lines 3 through 5, and on lines 6 through 9 of the amendment ensures that a rent freeze isn't put in place when a mobile home park owner isn't at fault. Second, the language on page 1, lines 26 through 36, through page 2, lines 1 through 3 of the amendment, requires a court to make a specific findings of fact analogous to an injunctive relief standard before imposing a rent freeze. And lastly, the language on page 1, lines 1 and 2 of the amendment remove local orders from being the source of a rent freeze because often the local citations are strict liability and they are never complied with, even if the issue underlying the citation is eventually corrected. An example of this is, let's say there's an unlawful accumulation of garbage, trash, etc. on private property. This is a common municipal code violation. Code enforcement will give a mobile home owner or resident an opportunity to remove the garbage, the trash, or whatever it is, usually within 14 to 21 days before issuing that citation. And if the garbage or the trash or junk is not removed, it is the mobile home park owner, not the resident, who receives the citation. And because the violation happened and is strict liability, it cannot be complied with or removed from the mobile home park's record, which would result in an indefinite rent freeze. So House Bill 1294 allows a mobile home homeowner or resident who is in an eviction proceeding to live rent-free if the mobile homeowner or the resident has filed a complaint with DOLA against the mobile home park owner. This is patently unfair, a very unfair provision of law that would result in spurious DOLA complaints and claims by every mobile homeowner or resident facing eviction in order to avoid having to pay rent as the eviction action proceeds. And in some ways, it is another form of rent control. So Amendment L018 makes this provision more fair by requiring the mobile home homeowner or resident to continue to pay rent while the complaint is pending. I ask for an aye vote on L018.
Thank you. Senator Cutter on Amendment L018.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In short, this amendment would shield bad actor park owners from any accountability. It would make it harder than current law for courts to suspend rent increases when a park is accused of fraudulent, fair housing, or anti-consumer violations. It would partially remove park owners from accountability for failure to maintain basic park maintenance. It would undermine current law by allowing park owners to continue evicting a person even while accepting rent and even while there is a pending complaint filed against the park owner. And it would hold parks immune from any state oversight when the park is found to have violated a local ordinance. So current law already requires temporary suspension of rent increases if a park is out of compliance with a DOLA order. This bill, so this is already law. This bill simply extends to include other governmental entities, primarily CDPHE and local ordinances, since that's where most public health regs live. And it requires finding a final agency order. So these kind of regulations have to do with health and safety, have to do with fire regulations, the kind of thing that is, it could be immediately detrimental to the health and safety of people in the park. Again, it's only temporarily suspended if there's a final agency order finding the park out of compliance with the law. Does not apply if the order is pending or if it's not finalized. So I strongly ask for your no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 18 to House Bill 1294. We just heard this allows bad actors to continue, but if you read the amendment, bad actors, their reference being, and the implication is impugning motives, talk about impugning motives of a landlord of a mobile home park. But if you read the amendment, it simply says, and we've got a 43-page bill here, lots of stuff going on. On page 10, line 20, we're simply adding in which, it's a dependent clause that says, in which the landlord has been found to be at fault due to the actions of the landlord or landlord's agent. So when there is fault, then there is cause, and in fact, action can be taken. So this just cleans it up and says, look, you can't do this stuff willy-nilly. You have to actually have a reason to take some of the actions that this very expansive bill would do. You work on through the amendment, and you find several additional, 1, 2, 3 different places, 4 different places, where it's modifying, attenuating the language into what I would describe as a reasonable position. So I urge support of L18.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L018? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L018. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L018 is lost. We are back to the bill. And Senator Pelton-R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard this bill in committee, and I don't like to think of where all these bills that have to do with rent control and stuff are leading us to in this state, but I think I have a pretty good idea. This bill has 6-page bill summary to it. That's kind of excessive. So I'm just going to kind of go through some of what's on those 6 pages. This bill seeks to expand the definition of a mobile homeowner to include mobile home park residents in rent-to-own contracts. Specifies that a park does not have to be operated for the financial benefit of the landowners. Defines the reach and limits regarding evictions to include the non-adherence to park rules and regulations, but limits evictions to only rules broken that threaten property or safety. Increases landlord, park owners' obligations regarding displacement when a park is condemned. That one kind of troubles me a lot. Strikes previous policy regarding notice of rent increase and further prohibits the landlord from issuing notices of rent increase for at-will or leased units. Requires property owners to maintain records of the methodology in establishing a rental rate, and requires these methods to use the same rate solely determined by lot size, not use. One size fits all. Makes significant obligations on property owners to provide and have available translated documents and to provide a translator upon request, as well as establishing minimum font size for posted notices. It also prohibits property owners from changing a late fee for refusing to sign a new lease or if only residing in the park periodically. Charges property owners with providing reasonable water pressure at all times and the upkeep and maintenance of sidewalks in the park, while also establishing individual mailing addresses. That water pressure at all times, most time that's going to be outside of the landlord's control, but yet this bill makes it that they have to maintain it. Unreasonable. If the property owner fails to provide a translator or translation within 120 of the request, it will be considered a retaliatory, 120 days of the request, it will be considered a retaliatory action. Requires property owners with having 3 translations of all their agreement documents, English, Spanish, and 1 other language, along with posted rules and other correspondence, and provide an interpreter when requested. Finally, this bill details what a separate building not owned by a property owner is considered a separate unit and would require its own written agreement. Some of the new regulations requires the contract to be in multiple languages, like I just explained. Requires owner to present proof of ownership before entering into a rent-to-own agreement. Removes penalties for the early paydown of balances owed in rent-to-own contract without penalty or additional interest. Permits the purchaser to terminate the contract via written notice. Permits the seller to terminate the rent-to-own contract if the purchaser misses payments and the interest on those payments or actions that led to a writ of restitution. Establishes steps for a seller to take when a mobile home park is condemned or the use changes while there are pending rent-to-own contracts still in effect. Specifies the duties of a seller to maintain habitability of the unit being purchased. It also requires the seller to offer a lease equivalent to the period that the purchaser has to complete the rent-to-own purchase. It prohibits the sublease of a rent-to-own property unless the provisions is detailed in the contract. It also requires the seller to keep principal and interest payments in segregated accounts and to provide annual accounting related to the contract. If the mobile home park is sold, this bill binds the new owner to the concurrent rent-to-own contracts and their provisions. If a seller wrongfully evicts the purchaser is entitled to 3 times the damages, attorney's fees. It also requires the seller to fully pay down outstanding taxes before the ownership of the property is transferred. Grants the right to the purchaser for private action if the seller does not repair the property owner of the above provisions. Lots of changes here. Lots of things for people to have to pour through to try to navigate this new landscape that is being thrust upon them from the state government. This list that I went through and talked about, it's highly focused on regulating landlords of mobile home parks, intended to protect tenants and individuals entering into rent-to-own contracts for a mobile home. Recently, mobile home parks in Colorado are seeing an increase in corporate ownership, which has resulted in increased rent. However, in general, land valuations and assessments have seen higher prices in general. This bill is seemingly trying to get ahead of the recent real estate investor push into Colorado. As land prices have been going up, developers are vying for these properties as the initial investment is a bit cheaper than other land classes. You know, it's just another factor of supply and demand, and private investors seeing an opportunity and capitalizing on it. But yet, our state doesn't want that to happen. And I don't know when capitalism has become such a bad thing to have in this state that we have to start penalizing every different area of housing that we have. Again, I heard this bill. I was a no vote in committee, and I stand to continue being a no vote.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, was in local government and heard this bill. And I hope you guys were paying attention on that laundry list of what is wrong with this bill. Every time one of these bills comes up here, it's going to save the tenants money. It's going to save affordable housing. And here we are again. And this bill could potentially lead to increased costs We've been able to prove that time and time again, at least over the 6 years I've been here. It places a large emphasis on tenant rights, which could tilt the balance of power too heavily in favor of renters, potentially hindering landlords' ability to effectively manage their properties and live off running that business. I really believe that when you bring these bills, you really do want to help renters, or, you know, and you want to continue to have affordable housing, but what you're doing is not working. I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1294. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1294 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1304? Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1334? Oh, Assistant Majority Leader Winter.
Senatorial 5, while I get the sponsor.
Senatorial 5 has
Very
been
close.
requested and granted. Assistant Majority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to hear House Bill 1334 and House Bill 1346.
The motion is to proceed out of order to hear House Bill 1334 and 1346. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will first hear House Bill 1334 and then House Bill 1346. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1334?
House Bill 1334 by Representative Basenecker and Senator Hansen, concerning the authorization of a broadband provider's installation of necessary broadband infrastructure in multi-unit buildings and in connection therewith, specifying legal obligations and rights relating to the installation of broadband infrastructure in such buildings.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1334 along with the BLT committee report.
To the BLT Committee report, Senator Hansen.
Thank you. In BLT, we made an adjustment to the amount of notice that needs to be provided to property owners and tenants, and urge the adoption of the BLT committee report.
Motion is the adoption of the BLT Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L19?
L19 amendment.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L19 to 1334.
To L19, Senator Hansen.
Thank you. Yeah, we had some additional discussion between BLT and the floor and found a couple of other items that we wanted to address around multi-tenant buildings and how many attempts are needed for access before coming in to install new broadband equipment. Very happy to have worked with the good senator from Fort Collins on this and urge the adoption of L19.
Any discussion on L19? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L19. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L19 is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L20?
L20, amend the Business, Labor, and Technology
Senator
Committee
Hansen.
report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L20 to 1334.
To the amendment, Senator Hansen.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this was just a product of a little bit of additional conversation since committee. L20 addresses how to obtain approval from the owner of an individually owned unit before the provider shows up to do installation. and I urge the adoption of L20.
Any discussion on L20? Senator Janot.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank the bill sponsor, especially the good senator from Denver, as well as the good representative from Fort Collins, in listening and taking all of the concerns into account and making a good bill better. Thank you.
As the good senator from Denver, you're welcome. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L20. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L20 is adopted. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1334. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1334 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1346?
House Bill 1346 by Representatives Tatone and McCormick and Senators Hansen and Priola concerning energy and carbon management regulation in Colorado in connection therewith, broadening the Energy and Carbon Management Commission's regulatory authority to include regulation of geologic storage operations.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1346 on third reading.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Oh, man. I'm just playing. Go ahead. There's an amendment at the desk. There is an amendment at the desk. Oh. We're on second reading. Senator Hansen, we just want to make sure, we can skip to third, but we'll get to second reading right now on 1346. Will the clerk please read L14?
L14, amendment and gross.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L14 to 1346.
To the amendment, Senator Hansen.
Thank you. This was an amendment that we worked out with the tribal leadership here in the state of Colorado to make sure the bill gives them full sovereignty rights and ownership of all pore space, which is one of the concepts that we look at in 1346 and urge adoption of L14.
Senator, for discussion, the motion is adoption of L14. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L14 is adopted. Seeing any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the... To the bill? To the bill. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I was the lone, and I think I described it as a lukewarm or a tepid no vote on this bill when I heard it earlier. The reality is I think that we've got some rule making, we've got some significant work to do after the legislation passes. And it was pretty clear in my mind that this thing was going through. And so I registered my concerns that we really hold the Energy Office to or the carbon management apparatus, and I'm not even sure what the exact name of the office is, to an important set of criteria as we develop the rules around this. And so I kind of laid down a marker with a no vote. I'm simply saying that from the well to renew that conversation. It's worth going back to, have notes, and we'll be eager to interact with the Energy Office in or the Carbon Management Office in greater detail as we go forward. But we must not, as legislators, lose sight of the fact that frequently we write laws that simply say to the executive, now go forth and make this happen in the way that we kind of hope, with a wing and a prayer, it might look like as we intend it to be, and that it ends up being something radically or completely different. This was one of those moments where I really questioned the fiscal note. I was assured that money had been invested in the prior year. My question was, well, if we've got all those people, what are they doing now? If they're going to be free to do work in the future, what are they doing in the meantime? So some questions around this, but don't vigorously oppose the bill advancing. The issue that it seeks to address is critically important, and managing it in a way that helps promote the arts, science, and engineering that is coming from industry in a way that we interact with positively and thoughtfully in government is critically important. So this is simply a marker that the conversation must continue.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion, Senator Hansen. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1346. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1346 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1304?
House Bill 1304 by Representatives Vihil and Woodrow and Senators Priola and Henriksen concerning parking requirements within metropolitan planning organizations.
Assistant Majority Leader Winter.
Yes.
Assistant Majority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we lay 1304 over until tomorrow, April 30th.
The motion is to lay over House Bill 1304 until tomorrow, April 30th. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1304 will be laid over to tomorrow, April 30th. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1220?
House Bill 1220 by Representative Doherty and Senator Marchman, concerning disability benefits for workers' compensation injuries and in connection therewith, allowing a claimant to refuse an offer of modified employment under certain circumstances, adding the loss of an ear to the list of whole person permanent impairment benefits, increasing the two aggregate limits on temporary and permanent injury benefits, and requiring the Director of the Division of Workers' Compensation to adjust the limits annually, and requiring a workers' compensation insurer to pay benefits to a claimant by direct deposit upon request by the claimant.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1220 on second reading.
Any discussion? Seeing Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a workers' compensation bill. Brought one last year, and each year we just make a little bit of progress. In this one, we were able to manage some hard caps for temporary and permanent disability, as well as adding the ears. If you lose your full ear, it ends up being covered as a permanent loss. Permanent injury is what it's called. The third thing we did is we made sure that people can get their workers' comp benefits via direct deposit. So those three small changes, really appreciate all the stakeholders, and urge an aye vote on House Bill 1220.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1220. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1220 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1080?
House Bill 1080 by Representatives Parenti and Wolford and Senators Danielson and Marchman, concerning requirements for youth sports personnel that improve the safety of the participants.
Assistant Majority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we lay over 1080 until tomorrow, April 30th.
The motion is to lay over 1080 until tomorrow, April 30th. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and we will lay over House Bill 1080 until tomorrow, April 30th.
We just have to lay it over.
Assistant Majority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we lay Senate Bill 213 over until tomorrow, April 30th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 213 until tomorrow, April 30th. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 213 will be laid over to tomorrow, April 30th. Madam Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we rise and report.
The motion of the committee is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report. What?
The Senate will come to order. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills in consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 29, 2024. Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 54 is amended. Senate Bill 80 is amended. Senate Bill 181 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered engrossed and placed in the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1124, House Bill 1099, House Bill 1105, House Bill 1294 is amended. House Bill 1334 is amended. House Bill 1220, House Bill 1346 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 205, House Bill 1230, House Bill 1270, House Bill 1175, House Bill 1270 is amended, House Bill 1175 is amended, House Bill 1304, House Bill 1080, Senate Bill 213 laid over until April 30, 2024 and retaining their place on the calendar. Senate Bill 208 as amended, laid over until May 9th, 2024 and retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
Motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of
Huh? Okay. We're keeping the desk open? I don't think we went through them.
Oh, I did. They're basically all treatments. Huh?
Because it's going to take the enrolling one time, a lot of those.
There's like 30 of them.
Keep it open?
You need to go.
We need to get those bills. There's nothing weird. Why are your guys' hands on stuff?
What? I can't, my elbow hurts.
Playing too much tennis.
Steve, it's more like we're gonna keep going from the airport anyway. I was fine with going to at least 10.
You might be. Would we not be like Frito?
Yes, I'm going to watch her fix it.
Really, what do we get to? I sometimes think they appoint people at committees just so I can't pronounce it. See this first one? Mayuko Flywarger? What the hell is he gonna veto and do?
If he vetoes that, let me know. I will be on a bill next year with you. Okay. I'm hoping not. Okay. We're gonna keep it open. I don't know. We don't have to. Do we want to wait on committee reports? We want to wait for committee reports? They said keep the desk open.
If the committee's going to be meeting for hours, you just want to sit here waiting for
As I was saying, the motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Pelton B, Pelton R, Smallwood, with a vote of 28 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 54 is amended. Senate Bill 80 is amended. 181 is amended. Passed in second reading order. Engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1124, 1099, 1105, 1294 is amended. 1334 is amended. 1220, 1346 is amended. Passed in second reading order. Revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 130, Senate Bill 205, House Bills 1230, 1270 is amended. 1175 is amended. 1304, 1080, Senate Bill 213 laid over until April 30th. Retaining their place on the calendar. Senate Bill 208 is amended, laid over until May 9th, and retaining its place on the calendar. Consideration of governor's appointments consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the appointments listed on the consent calendar?
Member of the Colorado Civil Rights Commission for term expiring March 13, 2028, Mayako Feiweger of Thornton, Colorado, to serve as a representative of a statewide chamber of commerce, reappointed. Members of the University of Colorado Hospital Authority Board of Directors, Patricia Gates from the 8th Congressional District for term effective March 8, 2023, and continuing until March 7, 2027, or until a successor is appointed by the Board of Regents. Appointed Richard L. Montfort from the 4th Congressional District for a term effective May 28, 2023, and continuing until May 27, 2027, or until a successor is appointed by the Board of Regents. Reappointed Elizabeth Libby Chambers from the 2nd Congressional District for a term effective November 7, 2023, and continuing until November 6, 2027, or until a successor is appointed by the Board of Regents. Reappointed Emily Robinson from the 7th Congressional District for a term effective November 7, 2023, and continuing until November 6, 2027, or until a successor is appointed by the Board of Regents. Appointed members of the Water Quality Control Commission for terms expiring February 15, 2027, Jennifer Bach of Steamboat Springs, Colorado, reappointed. Blair Corning of Arvada, Colorado, appointed. Catherine Lotzbike of Kersey, Colorado, appointed.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the appointments on the consideration of governor's appointments consent calendar, which include Mayuko Feiwerger for the Colorado Civil Rights Commission, Patricia Gates, Richard Montfort, Elizabeth Libby Chambers, Emily Robinson for the University of Colorado Hospital Board of Authority Board of Directors, Jennifer Bach, Blair Corning, and Catherine Lotzbike for the Water Quality Control Commission.
Is there any discussion? The motion is a confirmation of the appointments on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 34 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 1 excused, the appointments are confirmed. Conference committee reports.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
He's reading them.
but they're, no, I know, but the consent. Were those? No.
Okay. First report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1089. This report amends the revised bill to the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives. The First Conference Committee report appointed on House Bill 1089 concerning the use of electronic notifications for vehicle transactions in connection therewith, making appropriations amendment reports that is agreed upon the following: that the House accede to the Senate amendments made to the bill as the amendments appear in the revised bill with the following changes. Amend revised bill, page 5, strike lines 22 through 27, and substitute 42.1.234, electronic vehicle registration and titling, electronic transmission of vehicle lien information authority, rules, electronic transactions fund, gifts, grants, and donations, repeal. 1A, on or before March 31, 2026, the department shall establish a system to allow the electronic transmission of registration, lien, and titling information for motor vehicles, off-highway vehicles, or special mobile machinery. On or before March 31, 2026, the system must support the ability to generate a title and registration for the new leased vehicles and support the ability to generate a title for a lessee who purchases a lessee's leased vehicle without affecting the lessee's existing registration. On or before January 1, 2027. The system must support the ability to generate a new registration for a vehicle to a new lessee without modifying the title, except as provided in subsection 3 of this section. The department may adopt rules necessary for the implementation of this section, including rules to allow the department to strike page 6, page 7, strike lines 1 through 18, and substitute section 6 appropriation. 1, for the 2024-25 state fiscal year, $645,368 is appropriated to the Department of Revenue. This appropriation is from Colorado Drives Vehicle Services account in the Highway Uses Tax Fund, created in section 42.1 to 11 CRS. To implement this tax, the department may use this appropriation as follows. A, $637,151 for drives maintenance and support, and B, $8,270 for payments to OIT. 2, that under the authority granted to the committee to consider matters not an issue between the two houses, following amendments be recommended. Amend and revise bill, page 5, strike lines 20 and 21, and substitute 1A, introductory portion, and add 1F as follows. Page 7, before line 1, insert FI, beginning in January 2025, and every year thereafter, the department shall include as part of its presentation during its SMART Act hearing required by Section 27203, information concerning the implementation of the electronic titling and registration system required by subsection 1A of this section. 2, beginning in January 2025 and every year thereafter, the department shall submit an annual report to the Joint Budget Committee concerning the implementation of an electronic titling and registration system required by subsection 1A of this section. Respectfully submitted. House Committee, Eliza Hamrick, Chair. Shannon L. Byrd, Eliza Frizzell. Senate Committee, Rachel P. Zunziger, Chair. Rod Pelton, Jeff Bridges.
Announcements.
First report of First
Number
Conference
9.
Committee on House Bill 1037. This report amends a revised bill to the President of the Senate and Speaker of the House of Representatives. Your First Conference Committee appointed on House Bill 1037 concerning reducing the harm caused by substance use disorders. This matter reports that it has agreed upon the following. That the House accede to the Senate amendments made to the bill as the amendment appears in the revised bill with the following changes. Amendment revised bill, page 7, strike lines 25 through 27. Page 8, strike lines 1 through 3, and substitute probable cause. The mere presence of a drug approved by the Federal Food and Drug Administration for opioid overdose reversals is not indicative of a crime and shall not be used to support probable cause. Respectfully submitted. House Committee, Chris Degree Kennedy, Chair. Elizabeth Epps, Ryan Armagoff, Senate Committee, Kevin Pirla, Chair. Kyle Malika, Janice Rich.
Message from the House.
The House, April 29, 2024, the House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Riser of Statutes, House Bill 1442. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Riser of Statutes, House Bills 1260, 1249, 1135, 1001, 1458, 1036, 1302, 1360, and 1038, amended as printed in House Journal, April 26, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Riser of Statutes, House Bills 1379 and 1045, amended as printed in House Journal, April 26, 2024. Amended on third reading as printed in House Journal, April 29, 2024. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted with Senate Bill 179, Senate Bill 20, and Senate Bill 169. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Riser of Statutes, Senate Bills 11, 3, 131, and 89, amended as printed in House Journal, April 26, 2024.
Message from the reviser.
April 29, 2024, we herewith transmit without comment House Bill 1442, without comment as amended, and House Bills 1001, 1038, 1045, 1135, 1249, 1260, 1300, 1379, and 1458, without comment as amended, Senate Bills 3, 11, 89, and 131, with comment as amended, House Bills 1036 and 1360.
Announcements. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Judiciary Committee is going to meet at 6 o'clock in the Old Supreme Court. We will be hearing in the following order: House Bills 1372, 1034. No, I apologize. 1034 will not be heard today and will be heard on Wednesday. 1350, 1445, and 1438. We look forward to hearing you.
Senator Malika.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Finance Committee will be meeting in LSB B, 6 o'clock. We will be hearing 218. Not sure how quickly we'll get done with that bill. And then Senate Bill 223, Senate Bill 226, House Bill 1286, House Bill 1344, House Bill 1050, House Bill 1327, and House Bill 1288. Yeah, we're in LSB B. Yeah. Yeah, that's where we're meeting.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, tomorrow, the Business Labor Technology Committee will be meeting in the Old Supreme Court. We will be hearing appointments to the Board of Real Estate Appraisers, the Electrical Board, the Plumbing Board, House Bill 1351, House Bill 1335, House Bill 1342, House Bill 1356, House Bill 1440, House Bill 1008, and Senate Bill 85.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know the members of the Appropriations Committee are waiting on this list with bated breath because one of them just told me. Tomorrow, Senate Appropriations will be meeting at 8 a.m., where we will hear, I don't think it's going to be one breath, folks. House Bills 1010, 1129, 1152, 1333, 1336, 1381, 1435, 1436, and Senate Bills 007, 009, 40, 55, 120, 153, 210, 212, 218, 219, 222, and 224.
I hate to file a lawsuit, but I don't think I understood that.
You want me to? Sorry, if I was reading that too quickly, I don't mean to impersonate a robotic reader.
Just text us the list.
You know what? I will just comply with the minority leader's request to text him the list, and he will share it around. Thank you.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Education Committee will be meeting in 15 minutes in room 357. We're hearing 216, 1331, House Bill 1333, House Bill 1009, House Bill 1278, House Bill 1063, and Senate Bill 225. I think I made a mistake. Oh, we won't be, we will not be hearing 1333 today. But all the others, yes.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, at 6 p.m. this evening, Transportation and Energy will commence in Senate Committee Room 352. We will be hearing SB 220, House Bill 1173, House Bill 1370, and Senate Bill 91 will be calendared for Wednesday.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow morning, 7:15 down the basement Bible study in 109. And then on Wednesday, from 11 to 1, concrete day at the Capitol out on the East Lawn. So I'm sure they'll feed you. Concrete day on the lawn.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Local Government Housing Committee for tomorrow will be adding Senate Bill 1313 to the list. Thank you.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Colleagues, thank you for the work today. Just want to make an announcement. Today is the last day for open enrollment for your benefits, so be there, be square, don't complain that your enrollments don't change. On that note, thanks for the work today. Colleagues, I am asking for the Senate to recess until 6 o'clock p.m. Tonight, later in the hour. We have to read some bills across the desk and some reports, and you don't have to come back.
I was glad to do my work.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will stand in recess until 6 p.m. today.